It is well after 8:30 a.m. on this April Fool's Day, 2023, so we will begin the meeting. We will open with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please rise, place your hand over your heart, stand straight, face the flag. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Matt Wigden, minister at the First Baptist Church, will now give the invocation.
God, as we join together this morning, we do so with gratitude for the new day, with gratitude for this town and the many diverse and wonderful people who make it up. We also have gratitude for our past history and those that we remember today. As we join for this important meeting, we pray that we would have wisdom, charity, kindness. We pray for insight in the matters before us. We also pray for those that are in need this morning, both in this community and throughout the world. We pray for healing and peace. We pray this in God's name. Amen.
And please stand and have a moment of silence for those who served this town and passed away this past year. The town clerk will read the names.
April A. Beaton, Boyd Bill Blaker, Kathleen Kathy Hurlbert, Albert N. Johnson, Susan M. Kielanen, Angela M. O'Connor, Mildred E. Parsons, William A. Poloni, Patricia L. Twombly.
And while you're standing, I'd like to also express condolences towards Paul Murphy, whose mother, Kay, just passed away. She was a long-time public servant. She was a select person and just an absolute wonder. Thank you. We'll now hear from Sharon Chase, the Poet Laureate.
Good morning. This is my last town meeting poem. It is time for someone else to have a turn. Thank you. Thank you for the heartwarming honor of being Poet Laureate. In this poem, bread is a metaphor. The setting is Country Club Road. I look out my window a lot. However, this poem could take place on many streets in our lovely town. Web of being, neon orange flowing into pink, the sunrise envelops the neighborhood. Soft, gleaming light is caressing, but the atmosphere does not care. Beauty is the meeting ground, announcing transcendence. Signs of the matrix of goodness shines in the neighbors, in the sweet faces of children who live across the street, in the determination of the older woman who walks down the street each day, in cheer from the mailman who delivers letters and goodwill, even in 5 wild turkeys, like people seeking daily bread.
Thank you, Sharon. And now I guess we're going to hear from Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. If Ross and Bruce could join me here. please. We want to congratulate you, Mr. Moderator, for your years of service here in Rockport, beginning since 2006. You have run meetings with your sense of humor and your ability to keep the crowd under control, and we are better for it, so we want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts and wish you all the best, and hope that you'll come back to town meeting and not be a pain in the ass. But anyways, congratulations to Bobby. Chairman Brackett is going to present Bobby with a gavel, and then we'll hear from Bruce Tarr. Notice I went before Bruce Tarr, by the way.
Normally I would say through you, Mr. Moderator, but since you're standing right here, it's good to be here with all of you and with all of you. And first of all, I want to thank everyone for once again coming out to town meeting, and I want to thank everyone for the opportunity to share just a couple of moments, Mr. Moderator, in thanking you for your incredible service to this community. And in typical Bob Visnick fashion, I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate you on a stunning pink sweater. So, but...
My wife's out of town.
But, you know, it really, town meeting is one of the cornerstones of a local democracy. And so many things about the town's future hinge on that cornerstone. And while it can be contentious, and while it can be difficult, and while it can be long, and while it can be tedious, it is ultimately a symphony. A symphony where we hear from different perspectives, we hear about different ideas, facts are introduced, different perspectives are introduced, and often we see the very strongest passion of residents coming out to express their views because they care about the community. And managing that symphony is a critical task. It's one that takes respect for everyone that comes to the meeting to participate. It's one that takes an understanding of the rules that govern the debate. It's one that takes a very special touch to be able to ensure that everyone is able to participate, but that no one unduly monopolizes the conversation. And for 17 years, we have been so fortunate to have an extraordinary moderator in the form of Bob Visnick. He follows in a legacy of great town moderators in this community, and he has taken their legacy and elevated it to an even higher place, and one that we should all be appreciative of and thankful for. And so I wanted to come today, Bob, to join with everyone at town meeting and the select board and the finance committee and the school committee. And I also want to bring the greetings of our state representative, Ann Margaret Ferranti, who had a number of commitments today. She may yet get here to shake your hand. I'm told she was the one that was bringing the keys to the new Cadillac. So hopefully she'll get here before the meeting ends. But Bob, you are a remarkable individual. You infuse humor into these meetings at the right time, often to break tension so that we can move forward. And you come to this role and have come to this role with a lifetime of public service, including service in the United States Navy and the United States Air Force, and in so many countless other roles. And your role as moderator has not only been about standing up there at that rostrum twice a year, or once a year, or wherever it might take, but it's been so much more than that, about cultivating an atmosphere in between meetings that ensures that they will be productive when they occur. And as you are official moderator of town meeting, you have also been unofficial moderator of many local discussions, and we are all the better for it. So I am recognizing this as a bittersweet moment, Bob, because we have all had so much the benefit of your wisdom and your experience and your wit. But we also know that this chapter in your life is coming to a close, and there'll be many, many more written, and we will all be watching those happen very, very carefully. So I know that, I know Wanda's not here right now. She is, but I saw Rebecca in the back of the hall, and I asked Rebecca, how much fun can I make of your father today? I am not going to share with you what her answer to that question was. but I am told that Wanda is at an undisclosed location compiling a very long list of the things you will need to turn your attention to at the conclusion of this town meeting. Bob, you have a wonderful family, and they've been incredibly supportive of you, and they deserve our thanks and our recognition as well. And so I have, from myself and my colleagues in the Senate, and Representative Ferranti has one of these from the House, from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the State Senate, an official citation which reads, "Be it known that the Massachusetts Senate hereby extends its congratulations to Robert Visnick, Esquire, Town Moderator, in recognition of your 17 years of dedicated and distinguished service to the town of Rockport. And be it further known that the Massachusetts Senate extends its best wishes for continued success, that this citation be duly signed by the President of the Senate and attested thereof, and a copy transmitted by the Clerk of the Senate." This is signed by our Senate President, Karen Spilka. It's attested to by Michael Hurley. It comes with no pension benefits, and it is offered by myself, and I'm very proud to offer it, not only as your senator, but more proud to be your friend, on April 1st of 2023. And I hope for just a moment, Bob, that this resignation thing or this retirement thing was an April Fool's joke, but I guess now since the gavel's been passed, it's official. But Bob, from the bottom of my heart, and I think I speak for everyone in this community, thank you so much for setting the standard, setting the tone for being a great town moderator. Thank you.
I'll be brief because, well, we have a long meeting, and I'm kind of trying to hold back the tears. I have loved doing this. This is my town. I grew up here, proud to live here, and proud to be part of this process. I think it's vitally important to our community, to our country, and even to the world, that we continue this type of tradition, and it is the most direct form of democracy. And I thank you for giving me this honor and allowing me to contribute in this small way for this period of time. As I wrote in my letter, and I mean it, I love you all, I respect you all, and I honor you all. And now let's get through this meeting. Thank you.
And also from the right side of the podium, an always alternative to the salmon sweater.
Well, that's great. I'm going to use my new gavel. Ross says I can return it at Amazon if it breaks. Okay, I will entertain a motion to omit the reading of the articles in the warrant.
Seconded.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. All right, that carries. Clerk will now please read the officer's return on the warrant.
I, David W. Kim, Constable for the Town of Rockport, have on this date, March 23rd, 2023, posted the annual town meeting warrant for the annual town meeting to be held Saturday, April 1st, 2023 at 8:30 a.m. at the Rockport High School in 2 post offices, the town bulletin board, and 17 other public places throughout the town, including 3 in Precinct 1, 3 in Precinct 2, and 3 in Precinct 3. Signed, David W. Kim, Constable of the Town of Rockport. Received at 3:33 p.m. on March 23rd, 2023 in the Town Clerk's office. Signed, Melanie J. Waddell, Town Clerk.
Thank you. And we are fortunate to have 2 of our town law firm representatives, Brian Riley and Amy Quessel, seated to my left. I'm sure that they will be participating today and assisting, and we are fortunate to have them. If you have any questions for them and you ask it in the course of the meeting, you might not get your question answered immediately, but at some point they will respond and will answer the questions. The meeting is going to be conducted in accordance with parliamentary procedures as described in Chapter 2 of our town bylaws. Excerpts, or perhaps the entire relevant section, is in your voters' handbook from pages 3 to 6. I'm not going to read portions of it because when I do, we end up having issues with portions I haven't read. But it's your duty to read that and understand that. The rules that we use to govern our meeting are also from Robert's Rules of Order as interpreted in a book called The Town Meeting Time. And there are several versions of that up here if you want to take a look at anything. We'll be glad to show you. The subject of discussion, as you know, will always be a pending motion and not the warrant article itself. We will have 2 advisory committees that will be advising you today. The Finance Committee, led by Dwight Valentin, and the Town Government and Bylaw Committee. Laurie Kaiser is the chair. I don't think she's here. And I think the Assistant Chair, Penny Pilzer, will be leading any of those discussions. You'll hear from the Advisory Committee, who will talk about reasons for or against a particular article, and then we will debate it. If you wish to speak, you can line up behind the microphones. If you can't get to a microphone, we have Simon, who is our microphone runner, and he will come to you if you need him to do that. And if you line up to speak, we want to hear from everybody, but if you're not speaking on an article, but, kvetching about something like me, like the heat, like the cold, don't line up there. We're here to talk about the issues. If you have some sort of point of order, raise it in the appropriate way. But after you have the microphone, please tell us your name and address, and then you may speak, but address all statements, questions, and comments through the chair. The Supreme Judicial Court has recently ruled that we don't have to be civil, but we have to be peaceable. However, if you're not civil, you may find yourself not called upon to speak again. So we're trying to get through this. We have an agenda, and let's work through that and be respectful to one another. The bylaw provides that I'm to give preference to people who have not spoken on an issue before calling on someone a second and a third and a 20th time. I extend that rule to different articles as well. When I sense you're ready to vote, I will state the question and paraphrase the motion. After that, you can be recognized only if you don't understand what the issue is or what your vote means. But after voting has begun, discussion is out of order. If you want to move the question, that is done by being recognized either at the microphone or by raising your hand. Shouting it out doesn't work. We are guests of the school department today, and I would remind you that smoking is not permitted here or really any place else on earth. And though it is April Fool's Day, I ask you no jokes today, especially no Harry Potter comments. Tends to make the muggles nervous. The drama team, the Rockport Drama Llamas, are competing in their state competition, so Mike Montgomery's not here. Many people are going to have to leave to attend that, and we wish them well. What articles are related? The following are related. All the Roman numeral articles will go first in their logical place and in order. 1 through 6 will go, followed by B through F. A and EE are related. J and R are the zoning articles, and at the appropriate time, articles BB, CC, and DD relate to some of those. H, V, W, and X are related, or H, V, W, and Z, Z for Zulu, and X and Y are related. And I believe there will be, at the appropriate time, a motion to hear all of the citizen petitions at the same time, but we'll get to that after Article F. And being the eternal optimist, I believe we will complete this meeting today. But I brought a razor and dinner, but we'll try to get through it today. If not, we have this room reserved for Monday, but let's get it done today. What's that? Monday at 5:30 will be our fallback if we do not finish today, but I've been told you all want to stay until midnight today to get it done, so we'll consider that. And do we have anything else before we call the first article? Mitch, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Mr. Moderator, Article Roman numeral 1 for FY23. Selectman Chair Ross Brackett moves Article Roman numeral 1 as indicated in the motion printed on page 7 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's check out our clickers just to make sure they work. Are we ready? Okay, 1 will be for yes, and 2 will be for no. And I think it's 12 seconds. Starting now. Mine is not working.
Hold on, you have to wait for everyone to.
Okay.
Just somewhere. Yeah, we're going to this. It's going to be a little slow today. It's light.
Yeah. Ready? Okay. All right, we'll go with this. 92 to 8% in favor. Oh, that was a test. Okay, that was a test. Let's do another test. How many people think the Red Sox are going to win the World Series? We didn't start yet. Relax. So a guy walks into a bar. Special time. All right, we are now ready. Article 1, press A for yes, or 1, and 2 or B for no, starting now.
Moderator, a point of order. My
Yes.
thing isn't working. Are we voting on town meeting articles now?
We are voting on town meeting articles now.
Well, there's been several people here that have said that theirs isn't working either.
Okay,
If they're working, they're pressing it when you're saying you have to wait till you
okay, all right.
We can do it again.
All right, we'll do this vote again. Let me know by raising your hand, however, if your clicker doesn't work. Have you seen the movie Apollo 13?
We have to wait till you say go.
Okay. Are you ready? Okay. Starting now. Mine worked.
Mm-hmm.
95% to 5%. That worked. Anybody have a problem with their clicker? All right, we're good. 159 to 9. All right.
Mr. Moderator, Article Roman numeral 2, FY23. Finance Committee Vice Chair Carl Engel moves Article Roman numeral 2 as indicated in the motion printed on page 8 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded. We're going to try the clickers again. Let me know when. This one requires 2/3 vote. Is that right? Okay. All right, we're ready, starting now. Okay, 87% in favor and 13% opposed, and I believe that's more than 2/3. So that motion carries, and that was 138 to 20. Yes?
Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. I'm curious why this is the first time I've been at town meeting where some brief statement of what the article isn't being stated. You're just assuming that everyone had read it off, and they didn't. But usually there's a little statement on what it's about, something. So,
Well, yeah, I guess we have such a long agenda. They're in the booklet, but if anybody has a question, I guess, raise your hand and we'll address it. Otherwise, I think some of these we're just trying to get through so we can get to the juicy ones.
Mr. Moderator, Article Roman numeral 3, FY23. Selectman Denise Donnelly moves Article Roman numeral 3 as indicated in the motion printed on page 9 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded. This is on page 9 of the voters booklet. Any questions or comments? Yes, sir.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. In order to start, I need the figure for the cost of the Zoom meetings from Mr. Vieira, who was given notice of this when I gave the 48-hour notice for an amendment. Please, may I have the figure?
Mr. Moderator, through you, the cost for operating Zoom on an annual basis is $12,472.
$12,472, and thank you for giving me that amendment ahead of time.
Thank you. I move to subtract the sum of $12,472, all funds intended to cover the cost of Zoom meetings, both licensing fees and costs of personnel to host these meetings. We're spending money on Zoom meetings, and the state, I gather, has ruled that we're done with the COVID crisis. Whether the COVID is done with us, of course, is another matter. It's notable that the Board of Health, who locally should be the authorities on such matters, have been meeting in person for some time in Conference Room A at the Town Hall, an enclosed space with no windows, real live human beings. most of them without masks. So it strikes me that it's an odd thing that we're spending the COVID money for Zoom meetings. You may feel that simply because I don't care for Zoom meetings, other people should not be deprived of this alternative. Some people like it and some don't. No one will be deprived of Zoom meetings if we subtract this money. The federal government gave the town $2,100,000 bounty for the disaster with COVID. All that money, with the exception of $150,000 and change, which was spent on COVID test kits, still remains there. The Board of Selectmen, not the town meeting, have control of all that money. I feel that's a rotten arrangement, but that's what the federal government decided. And we should be using the money that was given to the town in the control of the Board of Selectmen to pay these expenses, rather than taking the money out of free cash. Free cash was your tax money, my tax money, conceivably money that the town got from other sorts of fees as well. But it's money that we would have the right and privilege of disposing of by vote on this meeting or any other meeting. The selectmen, for some reason, totally beyond me, wish to hoard all of the COVID loot, the $2,100,000, less the $150,000. So I would ask you to consider the amendment, which will not leave us without the Zoom meetings. It will merely force the Board of Selectmen to take some of the COVID loot as the government intended and use that to cover the cost of the Zoom meetings, of which I do not approve. But that's neither here nor there. I probably won't be allowed to speak again on this article. I suggest that you do well, considering the circumstances, to vote for the amendment and also to vote against the article. The same considerations apply. The money should and could come out of the $2,100,000 that the government gave us for COVID relief. That was what they intended. Thank you.
Okay, we'll hear from the Board of Selectmen, the Select Board first.
Good morning, Sarah Wilkinson for the Board of Selectmen. Toby's correct that the town has received a little over $2 million in ARPA funds. In the next few weeks, there will be a survey on the town website. We actually just a few weeks ago decided on the questions because we want to hear from the community to see where they best feel that the ARPA funds should be used. There are I believe six buckets that the federal government is allowing you to use those funds for. And so our view is that we're going to take it in. We're also planning to use those funds on bigger projects. So something like Zoom meetings isn't what we feel is appropriate for those funds. And just to add on to his point, obviously, as everyone knows, the state has made it still a choice for municipalities as to how they run meetings. And I can only speak for the Board of Selectmen because that's what I'm on. But pre-COVID, when we were in person, although it was nice to see these nice faces next to me every other week, we were getting between 1 and 3 people at Selectmen meetings. Now we get between 1 and 100 people. Typically upwards of 40 at a regular Selectmen's meeting. And to me, the benefit of Zoom far, far outweighs the negative things on it. So to me, anything that gets more people participating, more people, seeing and participating in town government is a win. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go to the Finance Committee, and then we're going to ask that a microphone come down here for Pat Brown, and then we'll hear from the gentleman standing. Oh, okay. Finance Committee next. You have to turn it on, I think.
This way. Can you hear me now? Yes. Finance Committee seconds Sarah's position on this matter. We have had excellent, relatively speaking, attendance at Finance Committee meetings. Zoom has enabled us to function in a way that is interactive. There are some limits to it, but those limits are exceeded by the benefit that Zoom affords us. The second point I think that's important is that ARPA funds are intended for significant projects, and in fact, you will hear me shortly make a recommendation as to the use of ARPA funds for particular projects, and that hopefully will be consistent with what the electorate decides as a result of the survey that will be taken.
Okay, so. Okay, but that gentleman there?
Yeah, oh yeah,
No,
no.
the gentleman in red.
Oh, I know it. Just first, before I speak, a point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
I think the gentleman was confused who took the mic because you failed to call me a legislator. Just a point of order. I'm a legislator. Thank you. All right.
Do you wish to speak?
Yes, sir, I do. I want to rise in support of Toby's motion, article, whatever it is.
Please state your name and address.
It's William Tobin, 24 Beach Street.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't like, okay, that's better, right? Yeah, good. So I rise in favor of this article because we frequently use free cash for everything. Now, a long time ago, the Select Board authorized the town administrator to spend $250,000 of the ARPA funds. So now we're talking about we're going to finally tell everybody what they're doing with them. Now, that was important because he did a heck of a good job buying the kits and all the rest he did. Wonderful. No question about it. However, why are we now asking for this money when we have never seen an accounting of the $250,000 from the ARPA fund that was authorized by the Select Board for COVID-19 relief? Thank you.
Mr. Vieira?
Mr. Moderator, through you, as was discussed at a number of Board of Selectmen meetings, we have established a basic web page relating to the town's use of ARPA funds. That outlines the total allocation, and that outlines the amount that has been spent already, and it is laid out on that web page, which is accessible through the COVID-19 updates tab on the town website. And there's a page on the left side that says ARPA information. That was discussed at the Selectmen's meeting to establish one of those. That was a request. And that information is on there, including the singular use to date, which is $153,200 for COVID test kits.
Okay. All right, you've heard the motion to amend by subtracting $12,472. So we'll vote first on that motion to amend to subtract that amount, any amount used for Zoom meetings. Are you ready? Okay, we will vote starting now.
Not working. Not working. Not working.
Okay. Okay. I only need to hear it a few times. It's not working.
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
I think the issue is there's just a little bit of a mismatch between when you say start and they're starting. So if people see there's a small black box with a timer on the screen, until the black, on our screen.
Oh, I'm not seeing your screen.
So it starts at 12 until they see it start and moving. When it's moving,
Okay.
that's when you can vote, but
Okay.
not until then.
All right.
So it's going right now, so that's the black box, just so people.
Okay, we'll reset that. And then just give me a thumbs up, and then I'll look at the box. Okay. Starting now. Okay, that motion failed. there was 44% in favor and 56% against. Numerically, 76 and 95. And so now we go back to the regular motion, which is the $40,000. Are we ready to vote on that? It looks like we are. And we are going to vote starting now. And that motion passes, 76% in favor, 24% against, 130 to 42. And by the way, we have at check-in at the outset, 182 registered voters.
Mr. Moderator, Article 1. Selectman Paul Murphy moves Article 1 as indicated in the motion printed on page 10 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen recommends this article.
Seconded.
All right, moved and seconded. Are there any questions or comments? All right, let's get people's blood moving. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries unanimously. We'll be done by noon.
Mr. Moderator, Article 2, Selectman Paul Murphy moves Article 2 as indicated in the motion printed on page 11 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. The Board of Selectmen and the Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded.
Okay, are there any questions about this? $856. All right, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously.
Mr. Moderator, there is no motion for Article 3.
All right, we move on.
Mr. Moderator, motion 1 for Article 4. Selectman Sarah Wilkinson moves that the town amend compensation schedules A, B, D, and H for salaried employees as set forth in the proposals recommended by the Board of Selectmen and on file in the town clerk's office, which are incorporated herein by reference in the motion printed on page 13 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that one? I sense you are ready to vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. We move on to the next motion.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Sarah Wilkinson moves Article 4, second motion as indicated in the motion printed on page 13 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, we are now on to Article 5.
Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Chair Dwight Valentine moves Article 5 as indicated in the motion printed on page 29 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. I think we'll hear from Mr. Valentine.
Good morning, Rockport.
Good morning.
As Chair of
Mr.
the Finance Committee, first of all things, I'd like to thank the members of the committee for their diligence and collaborative spirit during this past budget cycle. As in the recent past, members applied their diverse professional experience and points of view to the task of reviewing the town's fiscal health and the proposed budget for fiscal year 2024. We also thank Town Administrator Mitch Vieira, Town Treasurer and Finance Director Carrie Arnaud, and all department heads and their staffs for their assistance and attention to detail in providing us with relevant information. Town government and FinCom once again have acted conservatively yet pragmatically regarding the FY24 budget in order to maintain services in response to current needs and evolving demands. As we all appreciate, budget review and recommendations ultimately are about the numbers. Consistent with the recent practice, level or near-level funding is the norm across many town departments. As in recent years, the bulk of the operating budget is allocated among 5 departments: schools, the Department of Public Works, Public Safety, Police, Information Systems and Technology, and the library. The town's projected general fund revenue is $36,546,329. The town's projected spending is $35,431,800 from the general fund, an increase of 3.75% over FY23. The proposed budget for the Water Enterprise Fund is $2,362,716, a 12.19% increase over FY23. The proposed budget for the Sewer Enterprise Fund excuse me, is $2,334,830, a 9.7% increase over FY23. Those are Articles 5A and 5B. These expenses, as you will recall, are covered entirely by water and sewer user fees and are separate from the main operating budget. They do not affect the tax rate. The town's recommended direct contribution to the school budget is $13,952,853, a 2.5% increase over FY24. The total proposed school budget is $18,517,838. Other assessments plus pension and benefits and debt service total $4,564,985. Now, in devising its budget and thereby addressing the projected budget gap of $320,000 as well, school leadership developed what it calls a bottoms-up, zero-based budget process and strategies that fund all programs and services based on student enrollment, program and service needs, and justification. This included evaluation of staffing levels for the next year based on future needs and not current staffing models. This approach ensures, we are told, a budget built consistent with goals and priorities, quote, rather than a history of resource allocation. It's forward-looking. By following this approach, school leadership identified a proportionate reduction of 5.6 full-time employee positions, all resulting in a financial reduction of $342,971. In addition, by using this model, leadership identified several budget-neutral, programmatic, and staffing changes and several full-time employee benefit-neutral position reclassifications. The DPW operating budget of $3,020,467 shows an increase of 9.55% over FY23. An increase that we understand accurately reflects departmental needs and increased ongoing costs, including increased labor costs pursuant to fixed contract obligations. The DPW has made significant additional effort recently to identify and prioritize the town's physical infrastructure and daily operational needs, as well as the means and costs of responding to these needs over the longer term. Aged infrastructure, water and sewer issues, depleted equipment, greatly increased fuel costs, the material impact of encroaching climate change, the need for resiliency, development, and other factors require that the DPW undertake comprehensive planning. The recent pump station failure at Dock Square, caused by a combination of factors, illustrates the need to anticipate and preempt damaging occurrences. To that end, the DPW proposed a number of operational and capital expense requests for improvements and equipment, all of which were scrutinized and initially approved by the Capital Improvement Planning Committee, the Select Board, and the Finance Committee. The DPW also outlined potential projected improvements and equipment requests and anticipated costs over the next 4-year period, all of which will be subject to future review and deliberation by the board and committees. The pronounced need for the proposed infrastructure work and equipment purchases is significant and is not disputed. It was the reason the CIPC, Select Board, and FinCom initially approved proposed borrowing in the amount of $10 million. However, as a result of further scrutiny of costs and the impact of financing on the water and sewer rates, as well as consideration of potential favorable funding and borrowing opportunities, at this time the DPW proposes borrowing $265,000 for the water enterprise for its share of 2 vehicle purchases and for urgently needed water studies and lead services inspections. Concurrently, the DPW also proposes borrowing $255,000 for the sewer enterprise for its share of the 2 vehicle purchases. However, in responding to the town's urgent infrastructure needs cannot be delayed. And so in the near future, subject to ongoing evaluation of favorable funding and borrowing opportunities, we anticipate that the DPW will reiterate its original requests. The town has received $2,176,639.55 in ARPA funds from the federal government. Most of these funds have not been used to date, nor have they been considered in the formation of the operating and capital budgets. The committee is informed that the Select Board soon will survey Rockport residents regarding their views as to how ARPA funds should be utilized. Consideration of funds use must take into account, the federal government's guiding final rule, which states eligible uses of ARPA funds in the public sector, quote, must be related and reasonably proportional to the pandemic impact identified and reasonably designed to benefit the impacted population or class, end quote. We understand that the federal government views and has endorsed local infrastructure needs and projects as consistent with its rule and as suitable use of ARPA funds. We recommend the town consider using these funds for infrastructure purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwight. Okay, now turn to page 30 in your voter booklet. You will see that on the left-hand side, there's a bunch of department numbers. For example, moderator is 114, selectman 112, etc. We're going to go through this table in a moment, and I'll call off the section numbers, and if you want to personally challenge or debate the amount in each of those sections, please state hold as we go by them, and I'll check them off. And then we will go through and talk about each one of those and vote on them. And that way we can get through the budget, which is one of the most important items in today's agenda, in a quick and orderly fashion. Any question about our procedure? Great. Here we go. 114, moderator. 112, selectmen. 124, selectmen committees. 131, finance committee. 135, town accountant. 141, assessors. 147, treasurer collector. 151, legal. 153, human resources. 154, information systems and technology. And the last time I get to do this, 158, tax possessed land. Okay, 161, town clerk. 164, elections. 171, Conservation Commission. 175, Planning Board. 175B, I'm getting bored. Oh, no. 176, Zoning Board. 181, Community Development. 210, Police. 212, Traffic and Parking. 215, Lifeguards. 220, Fire Department. 225, Forest Fire Department. 231, Ambulance. 241, Inspection Services. You're good. 249, Animal Inspector. 291, Emergency Management. 292, Dog Control. No cat control? Huh. 293, Parking Clerk. 295, Harbor Masters Shellfish. 297, Harbor Advisory Committee. 400, Department of Public Works. 510, Board of Health. 541, Council on Aging. 543, Veteran Services. 610, Library. 630, Recreation. 635, Granite Pier. 638-9, Thatcher and Straitsmith Island. 692, Memorial Day Committee. 700, Debt and Interest. All right, now we go on to 900. So we go to 911, 912, 913, 914, 916, 917, 940, and 943. Okay. Any others that somehow I missed? Oh, 300 and 305. Yes. Oh, 300 and 305, way down there. 300 and 305 at the bottom of page 36. Any others? We have them all, Mitch? We have them all? Okay. Okay, we go back to page 30, 122. Does anybody have anything to say about 122? We'll get you a microphone if you'd like. Simon? Right up front. Thank you, Simon.
A few years back, we took away the...
Please state your name, Pat.
Oh, my name is Pat Brown, 27 Haven Avenue. A few years ago, we took away stipends and insurance from the Board of Selectmen. At that time, I wasn't happy with what was going on because I felt by giving the stipends and perhaps insurance if someone needed it, we were getting qualified people, and that stipend actually said to them, thank you for being there. The people who are serving as our Board of Selectmen are there for us all the time. They don't just work an hour a week. I mean, they put in a lot of time, and they make the decisions for this town. By voting for them, we decide who will make those decisions, and by making those decisions, we put our trust in them. I feel that this insurance, I know I silenced that. Sorry. By giving back their stipends, and I don't think any of the people who we now have on the Board of Selectmen get the insurance. However, maybe we'll get a really qualified person who needs insurance and will step up to the fact that they can run for Board of Selectmen and have maybe a benefit to them, and then we benefit by getting a qualified person in that position. So please, I would recommend that we increase this or put back the stipends. I think it was $1,500 for the board members and maybe $2,000 for the chairman, and also include insurance with that. Right now, we have the Board of Assessors. They get a stipend, and we never took that away, but we took away the Board of Selectmen's. So I would ask that you please vote to amend this article to increase or put back the stipends for the Board of Selectmen and offer them insurance again. Thank you.
So that would be $8,000.
So it's, what was it, 2,000? You remember? 1,500? What was it? So it's 1,200 so it's 36 and 15, 41? So that would increase their budget by $4,100.
$4,100, okay. There was a point of order? Come on up, Toby. Meet Simon. Simon Toby.
Thank you. When I was blundering, having not got the figure beforehand from Mitch Vieira as to how much we might subtract for the Zoom meetings, I was at a loss because I couldn't give you a figure. And you can't vote articles at a town meeting without providing the proper figures. And although I'm very much in favor of people being able to make motions off the floor, I don't know that this one was given notice beforehand. I don't think that that's against it. But certainly the Finance Committee has not had any time to calculate what the costs of the insurance would be, and I believe it is not legal to vote motions that cost money unless you specify the sum of money. No sum of money has been specified for the insurance. Thank you.
And Pat, we've recalculated your figure, and it was $6,300, and Town Council is looking up statutes and things to see if this is lawful or not, and we'll hear from him in a moment. In the meantime, we'll hear from Sarah Wilkinson.
Sure, I'm Sarah Wilkinson from the Board of Selectmen. This is so very thoughtful, and I don't think any of us want to come off as ungracious, but none of us do it for the money. I mean, obviously, because there wasn't much money, but in all honesty, I think we would prefer to just see the funds go to other needed things in town. But we want to thank you.
Okay. I want to hear from somebody else, Pat, first. Okay? Why don't you get behind the other gentleman who's standing by the microphone? In the meantime, Town Council is still thinking about this, and he's going to let me know if there's a legal problem with it. Okay, sir?
John Kulikowski, 5 Phillips Avenue.
You get closer to the microphone, please, so we can hear you.
John Kulikowski, 5 Phillips Avenue. I just had a question about the administrative service manager change from 47,000 to roughly 70,000. Why is that?
Okay, we'll get to your question. We're going to tab it right here. Let's work through this first issue first.
Yeah, Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. I've thought about the issue of stipends for Board of Selectmen many times in many years past, and I have absolutely no opposition to a stipend being available to the Board of Selectmen. And I've discussed this with a lot of people over the years, but the one thing that has never quite made sense to me is some of it's based on state law, and can there be exemptions to this, which is the automatic option to get in with insurance. I would rather see more money as a stipend and let the Board of Selectmen pick how they spend their money or take it or not, rather than it being an uneven playing field for Board of Selectmen. So if you have the ability to come in and get full insurance plan, that's a bonus if you need that. But for the people that maybe don't need it, it just makes it an uneven playing field for potential people to be elected. Because if you don't need insurance, you're not going to collect on it. But if you do, you're going to run and get a $8,000 bonus for you being a Board of Selectmen. So I would rather see a stipend go to them, whatever number it may turn out to be, but without the unequitable component with the insurance. Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, ma'am.
Laura Evans, 77 High Street, and this is not about the selectmen insurance. I just have a question about the grants and special projects manager for $80,000. I'm wondering if that is a salaried position or is it for consultants for 2023?
Okay, we'll answer that. We're going to talk about administrative services. Let's just get through this first component. Brian, are you ready to speak to any issues as to legality of this and insurance issues?
Through you, Mr. Moderator, I will try. In my opinion, it would not be illegal to, if the body votes to give stipends to the select board, that wouldn't kick in until after July 1. We don't know if any of them would even take insurance if it was available. Typically, elected officials who receive a stipend are eligible to get in on the town's plan, but that would not happen automatically here. So it's up to the body today whether to approve adding these stipends in. There would need to be a source of where this is coming from, whether it's free cash or something else, before a vote.
Okay. Yes.
Hello, Mr. Moderator. Jonathan Lilia, 3 Pigeon Hill Street. I rise against the idea of paying the selectmen a stipend, even though Mrs. Wilkinson has spoken against it. I will say that my father, who is a selectman, who's not here today, also served as chairman of the planning board, another elected board in town. They do not receive stipends. There seems to be a disconnect between one elected board being preferred to get a stipend and another elected board to be preferred to not get a stipend. And I said when we had the town meeting a couple of years ago outside, when I voted against the stipends for selectmen, that there ought to be a consistent theory on who we're going to pay and how we're going to pay them. And until that occurs, I respectfully disagree with Mrs. Brown. Thank you.
And your dad just texted me. Boy, is he angry at you.
He is, but he's on an 80th birthday cruise with my mother, so I'm sure he's quite fine.
Good. Yes.
Charlie Seavey, 19 Ridgewood Road, or 18 Frank Street, whichever the paperwork says at the moment. It's exactly the same house. Don't worry about it. Small New England town. It's weird. Anyway, I think this is a really good idea. I also think for right now, it needs to be fully worked out. I think FinCom has to take a look at it. I think let's bring it up with a fully worked proposal in the fall. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sepula.
Yes, Z. Sepula, 92 Granite Street. I recall that the Board of Selectmen did have stipends for many years, and many efforts were made to remove those, primarily because of not the fact that the town didn't think that they were entitled to some money for doing their service, but the fact that it did necessitate them being able to take town health insurance, which was a tremendously more magnitudes greater cost to the town. And during those meetings, I think it might have been 3, 4, 5 years ago, I'm not sure, people were asked, the Board of Selectmen were asked whether they took a town insurance policy, and whether or not they had private insurance policies on account of their jobs. And many of the Board of Selectmen would not answer that question, which then led me to believe that maybe the town plan is better than what they got on their own, Social Security or whatever private insurances they took. So I think the thing is that it should, if anybody does want this to happen, it should go back to the Finance Committee, who maybe can confidentially investigate just how much this would cost the town, and is there a factor that, would this actually induce people to run for office? Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Monica Lawton, 11 Story Street. I think Z expressed what I was going to say as well. First of all, I agree with Eric Hutchins completely that a policy should be consistent, excuse me, it wasn't Eric, but a policy should be consistent across the board, and I think the town should have an advance notice of what it might mean, because if there is a general stipend, the attorney counsel just said that makes the members eligible for health insurance, but there's the wild card. How much is health insurance? And I'm not saying at all that people are not worthy, but I think we do need to have a better understanding of the potential cost before voting on such a measure. Thank you.
Okay. You have heard the motion, and I assume that you meant, Pat, that you would like that to come out of quote-unquote free cash? Okay. So if you are in favor of adding... Okay. Okay.
A point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Well, just a moment. Pat, you meant that to come out of labor?
Mr. Moderator, through you, a location for the stipends, the $6,300, if the body so chooses, could come from the labor reserve line in Human Resources 153.
Okay. Yes, point of order.
Yes, I just want to know what we would be voting on. Pat's motion to put in a stipend again, or what? What are we voting on?
Yes, it would be a motion to increase the stipend for the 5 select persons by $6,300, and that amount to come out of labor and delivery, or whatever he said it was.
So voting yes means to add the stipend in?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any questions on what this means? We're done commenting on it, but any question on what it means? Yes, you don't understand what it means, sir.
Point of order,
Yes.
Toby Arsenian. Town council ruled before years ago when we were fighting about the stipends, my hope to get rid of them, which we all agreed upon, that, and town council said that if they were given the stipends, they were legally entitled to the health insurance. So if we vote on this, there are large additional costs. At the time, that was costing something, including the stipends, like $70,000, and I do not believe it is either proper or legal to vote on any sort of financial article without naming the total sum.
Well, right now, we're just talking about the stipends. We don't know, nor are we going to know, who in the future may or may not take insurance, so that's a little, as they would say, speculative, so we're not going to talk about that. That's why we pay the big dollars to the Finance Committee, and the funds are going to come out of labor if this passes. And are there any other questions as to what this means? Okay. We are ready to vote. So if you vote 1 or yes, that adds $6,300 to the 5 select person stipends, and if you vote no, it does not add that sum. Starting now. You ready to talk about administrative services and grants?
Yeah.
Okay, it appears that that motion failed, 27% to 73%. 58 to 155. So now we move on to discussion about administrative services manager and grants and special projects. And we'll hear from Mitch Vieira.
Mr. Moderator, through you, question relating to the Administrative Services Manager position. The position was made vacant last year, and the position was restructured to include additional responsibilities, including supervisory responsibilities for clerical staff, meeting support clerks, and again, additional enhanced responsibilities. For the Grants and Special Projects Manager, to that question, that is a salaried amount for a salary employee.
Okay. All right. Anything further on 122? We move on to 154. And there was a motion on 154. Yes.
Ann Patrisicki, 11 Eden Road. I come to this with a background in accessible software development and web development, so I just want to point that out. I noticed that I also used to be on the Finance Committee, and when I was back in the 90s, which was a million years ago, we didn't have an IS&T department. We had one person, essentially. That clearly doesn't cover what it takes to run a town information and services department now. However, we have significantly increased the number of dollars associated with this department. So I have a couple of questions, and I'm not going to propose anything that's going to require changing any money around. So my questions are, we used to have a tech committee that served year-round, that advised the one guy. And I would love to see us go back to having a tech committee, because there's a lot of expertise in this town. I started writing software in 1971, and that sounds like a long way back, but there's a woman living on my street had already been programming for 10 years at that point. So we have a lot of expertise. Even though we have an older population, a lot of us are very, very good with technology. Some of us don't know how to make our iPhone work, but we do actually understand the internet. And the second thing I would like to say is that I have noticed, it appears, and I would like the answer to this from the IS&T department or the Finance Committee, I don't care which. It appears that all of the school-related information services and technology has been moved from the school's budget to the general fund, with the exception of SPED. So I would like the answer to that question, and I'll take it sitting. And the last thing I would like is to have an answer, a rough estimate of how much time has been spent training staff of the various offices in town to put up documents in an ADA compliant way so that they can be read by readers, so that they can be read by, so they can be copy and pasted. There's a way to do that. It's not hard. And I would love it if all of the documents, for instance, the voter's booklet was not available until very recently, and there was no way to copy and paste and send information to another voter in town. So I would love it if we could get some focus on making sure that our documents, that our meeting notices, and that all minutes are posted in a way that is ADA compliant. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll get you that in just a moment. We'll hear from anyone else first. Wait a minute, Mitch. We'll just... Yes.
Terry Rizzolo, for Summit. I have a question similar to Ann Patrice with regard to the salaries. I'd like a specific breakout of which part of the salaries, it seems to me it's about $423,000, which should really be attributed directly to the school technology and which is to the town's needs. It seems more appropriate to me that we have an accurate description of which funds go to where and what the percentages of service provided to the school that are being rolled into our general budget. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to cover that?
Sure. Certainly, Mr. Moderator. The Question relating to the amount of training time. That's something that we have to get back on. We don't have that off the top of our head. The structure of the IS&T department has been a combined general government and educational services department for approximately 10 years at this point. Overall, the department provides unified services to both. There are 5 employees at this time whose salaries by position are broken out in the compensation schedule under Article 4 that has been approved. The department in this structure has not broken out school versus town in a number of years on an overly specific basis. The intention when it was created by the school committee and the selectmen was that it would be unified in that sense. So it's not necessarily rigidly tracked as X person spends X amount of time for school, X person spends X amount of time for general government. It is based on demand and need.
Okay, ADA compliant? That's the okay, what's that? Okay. All right, yes, sir.
David Kaplan, 14 Drumlin Road. I retired from a job as a product manager and software developer after 48 years last May. I want to amplify the previous comment that there's a great deal of knowledge and skill in this town, and it could easily be put to use to help the IT department as previously mentioned.
Okay. All right, we move on to 171, Conservation Commission. Anybody want to speak on that? And coffee is available in the cafeteria, I have just been told. And that's grounds for excitement. And then I believe it will be open in general for lunch starting at 11.
Laura Evans, 77 High Street. I just had a quick question regarding the, I'm a volunteer on the Conservation Commission, and I had a question about the clerical part-time for 11243. Is that a filled position at this point? Is that being covered? Because I've been asking about that, and I would just like to know, because we desperately need admin assistance.
So, Mr. Moderator, through you, the position is not filled on a permanent basis. We have temporary assistants in that role who's providing clerical assistance to the conservation agent. The building inspector secretary is handling a large portion of his clerical needs right now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, 175, Planning Board. Toby.
Thank you. Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. You'll notice that last year, town planner, 0, year before, 0, and now $50,000. The town has needed a full-time planner for a long time, but $50,000 does not buy a full-time planner. Indeed, we had appropriations in past years for a part-time planner, and no one would take the job. People who have the skills apparently want a full-time job. So someone should explain to us whether we're buying half a planner or a part-time planner, or what we hope to get for half of probably the going cost. I think there's something else to be said about this, too. Judging from what happened last May with the zoning articles, the train station zoning, the transportation-oriented village overlay district, otherwise known as the instant slum at the train station, and the additional dwelling units, otherwise known as the chicken coop apartments. And those things went over with not enough review, and the planning board, if given a planner, is going to go into high gear. We need a planner. You hope for the best. I have the feeling with the direction the planning board has taken, they'll be able to move a lot quicker, a lot more efficiently, and it might, from your point of view, be a good thing, or it might be a very bad thing. And those of us who care need to bestir ourselves well before town meetings to attend meetings of the planning board and stick in an oar and make our opinions known. Because when something comes here, as the zoning articles have today, your choices are severely limited. All you get to choose from is what's there now, or if there were to be changes, they're the things that are added in bold or the things that are stricken out. Nothing else can be changed. So the die is cast and it's take it or leave it. And often, certainly that is a narrow choice. Often it is not a good one. So if you care whether or not we give them a half of a planner, those of us who care about the results need to bestir ourselves and go to those meetings. Thank you.
Gary.
Yeah, Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. I'm not sure what this spells for my future, but Toby beat me to many of the points I was going to make. But as an ex-member of the planning board, when we hired our first planner about 15 years ago, I'm not sure how we lost a planner in our town, but we've got catch-up to do. We've got literally hundreds of people engaged in housing issues, whether it's affordable housing or abutter issues. We've got a tourist community where there's always issues happening. We've got historic districts, and then we've got coastal resiliency. We are loaded with planning issues that are hardly being touched, hardly resolved. If any town needs a full-time planner, it's the town of Rockport. And I do worry as well that $50,000 is not going to get us anything. You might get a contractor for a short contract. This town needs a full-time planner, and we need to get in that direction sooner than later. Thank you.
Okay, we move on. Ambulance. I don't need one, but just want to talk about it. Anybody?
Mr. Moderator, Jonathan Lilia, 3 Pigeon Hill Street. I'm the one who raised 231. I have a question on the expenses that are listed here. It seems to me, by my simple math skills, the part-time labor in the EMT call per wages has gone up by $14,000, and then so is that going to be paid out to the current EMTs, or is there some other use for that money? And that ties in also with my second question, which is outside services and billing. That's a $45,000 increase. And again, is that for domestic town use, or is that to pay for other groups to come into town, such as Gloucester Fire, to cover for Rockport Ambulance when it's not available? I will stand down and take the answer.
Okay. Sarah.
Sure, Sarah Wilkinson from the Board of Selectmen. First, I'd like to take just a second to thank
Mike, we need a...
There we go, I'm back. They've heard enough of me already.
Okay.
I just wanted to take a brief moment. I see obviously Jonathan is here who just spoke, Rosemary Lesh, Scott Story are here to thank our Jason Shaw is here, and I'm sure there are others in the crowd, but to thank our amazing ambulance volunteers that keep this town going. And the answer is potentially all of the above. So the Board of Selectmen need to discuss exactly where the money's going, but obviously we see a need to increase stipends. We have to increase standby coverage. The costs are going up. There are also increased costs associated with outside services. So we're looking forward to, in the next few months, engaging with the ambulance department, the Board of Selectmen as a whole. But we haven't gotten to that point yet, but we want to make sure that the funds are there because we know that we want to make some increases. Thank you.
All right. And now on to harbor masters. Anybody? Mr. Lillian.
Jonathan Lilia, 3 Pigeon Hill Street again. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I actually have an issue with the salary of $50,146. So $50,146. That covers 2 harbor masters. So divide that by 2.
You can barely get half a planner for that.
You can barely get a half a planner. What you're getting for 2 harbor masters at $25,000 a head is certified harbor masters. You're getting 30 years of experience, and you're getting certified EMTs out on the water. They are the public face of the town in the summertime when they are on the water. And if anyone has any connection with them, they understand what that means. They're saving kayakers from Thatcher's Island, and in the dead of winter, I've heard them on the radio in October and November, 11, 12, 1 o'clock in the morning, 10, 15 miles out to sea, picking up fishermen whose boats are in trouble. These people are worth their weight in gold. So I come before you right now for 2 issues. One is the thought and the belief that they need to have higher salaries. Gloucester's harbor master, per my numbers in 2020, the harbor master himself, $88,255 for one person. They have a paid assistant, $69,000. That's
My daughter.
$19,000 more than what our harbor masters are getting divided by 2. Manchester, $96,000. There's a wide schism here of what is going on. Now, Gloucester's harbor master, I'm going to pick on him. They've got a Coast Guard station which picks up a lot of the freight and a lot of the work in Gloucester Harbor, whereas these 2, they don't have backup for at least 10 to 15 minutes until the Gloucester Coast Guard gets there. So we need to keep that in mind. My other concern too is future, as a taxpayer, future financial sticker shock to the town of Rockport. $50,000 divided by 2 for qualified help, qualified skills. We're going to have to find a harbor master on the open market because everyone retires. I want them to continue, but as a financial planner, I know at the end of the day, everyone retires. We need to be thinking about that. So I come before you today, and I want to make a motion. I would like to make a motion to raise their salaries by $19,956, and I'll tell you why.
What's the amount again, please?
956, excuse me.
956.
No, I want to divide it by 2, and I'll tell you why. So the town administrator, by either the blessing of the selectmen, and I'm going to beat on them because my dad's not here, by the blessing of the selectmen or by the fact that the town administrator asked for a raise, got 6.2%. That's $9,978. I think that if we double the harbor master's salaries, we take that amount times 2, that's $19,956. That brings them up to an assistant harbor master salary in Gloucester. We're not even talking full harbor master. So I make a motion from the floor for $19,956 to be added to the harbor master salaries to come from free cash.
Free cash.
So can I comment?
I'll let you comment, then there's a gentleman behind Mr. Lilia, so go ahead.
Sure. Sarah Wilkinson, Board of Selectmen. So the Board of Selectmen is very aware and obviously, like the ambulance department, let's just say more than grateful for Scott and Rosemary's actions as harbor masters. And we could not agree more, Jonathan, with your points. This is a salary that needs to be studied more because it's a balance between what the Waterways Fund brings in as well as the moorings. And we are due to study that and look at it. So I don't think it's good practice for us to get up at town meeting and say, we love these employees, let's pay them more. That just does not seem to be very fiscally prudent to me. So while we agree in theory and want, obviously, our harbor masters to be paid an appropriate wage, the best place to do that is for us to look at it, get together with Finance Committee, and then move forward from there. But in theory, we completely agree and concur with all your points.
Why?
No conversation. We have to move on to the next. Thank you.
Motion?
Yes, Z. Sepula, 92 Granite Street. Rosemary's going to kill me for this, but I was at one meeting where she and Scott were there, and I said, I'm no spring chicken like Rosemary, as I've seen her handle those floats and stuff like that. And the thing to my mind is this. They've done good service for the town for many, many years. And I wouldn't have any problem with something like a length of service adjustment or something that that rewards them for the knowledge and the skills that they've gained on the job. But nobody's there forever. And the thing is that when you hire somebody new, they might not have any of those skills and things, and yet you may be still paying them on that basis. So I think as well-intentioned as this idea is to give them an increase in compensation, you really do have to be cognizant of the fact that the next people that come into the job may just be beginners or somewhat journeymen, if you want to call them that, and you won't want to be spending that kind of money. So it's just an idea that I think it does need further consideration.
Thank you. We're going to hear from the planning board, and then we'll move on this. Sorry, John. No. Finance Committee, sorry. No, it's okay. Let's hear from him.
Carl Engel, 35 Pleasant Street, for the Finance Committee. We actually spoke with the harbor masters about this last year. We're well aware that this is coming up, so I would say let's vote against this, and over this year we're going to work with them to get something near where it should be at market rate. They support this, and that's what I think we should do, and we'll get this done right. Thank you.
All right, point of order. Yes.
I made a motion on the floor. I'd like to have that either side.
We are hearing it. That's what we're discussing.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Just one more comment, because a few of the amendments made have been to increase labor and use free cash for it, just so people understand. The town would never, we can't use free cash as a one-time payment. That's why you'll see things on the free cash list like one-time expenses, investments in stabilization funds or other one-time, because once you start using free cash for labor or other operating expenses, that's how you end up with a structural deficit, because while that money is here this year and we're grateful for it, once we start spending it on operating, it's not there next year. Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Brackett.
Ross Brackett, Board of Selectmen. I also want to let everyone know that we don't take the volunteers for granted. I've spoken to Rosemary about this over the past year or so, and we've discussed on, it's going to increase fees and stuff like that, and how we can get their stipend up more. So I just don't want you to think that the selectmen take everyone for granted. We do take these under consideration, and unfortunately these conversations don't happen in the public. Sometimes I'm talking to her in her office, or she comes to see me. So I just want everyone to be aware that, we appreciate everyone and all the volunteers that they do for this town.
And I would like to reiterate that. I mean, these selectmen and their predecessors have saved my butt on numerous occasions, and I think everybody in town, regardless, it's probably not enough money in the world to pay you guys what you're worth, and we appreciate everything that you do, and I'm going to lead you in a round of applause. Okay, you have heard the motion. And if you are ready and you want to vote to increase that sum of money by $19,956, you are going to press A or 1, and if you don't, you're going to press 2 or B. Starting now. And that motion failed, 42% to 58%. We now move on to the Board of Health. Anybody here to speak on that? Yes.
Yeah, Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. I just would like to request that just someone explain the director's salary changes over the past 3 years and proposed, just so we all have an understanding. I know that we lost our director. Do we have a new one? It'd be valuable to see why those numbers jumped to that degree, or is that just another indicator of what it takes to hire a good professional these days? 40,000 to 80,000 increase. Thank you.
Mitch, you've got some splaining to do.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Through you, the previous individual who held the position was part-time. They worked 20 hours a week. This moves it to a full-time, 35-hour-a-week position. So it's a mix. It's moving it up from part to full, and it's also enhancing the duties and responsibilities associated with it.
Okay, I have us going now to 943, right? SPED Stabilization Fund. Anybody want to speak on that? Toby.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. At the Finance Committee's meeting, when they presented the budget, this was at the point where it went from the Board of Selectmen to the Finance Committee on the 15th or 14th of February. I asked a question about the total percent of the SPED costs as a fraction of the total costs of the schools. And at that time, no one had an answer. I gather that people since have calculated answers. To be fair to the school committee, at that time, there wasn't a list of capital expenses. The capital expenses include large sums into the SPED reserve. So now we have whatever the SPED costs are broken out as part of the school's budget. And we also have Article D, which transferred, we've already voted for, $300,000 into the SPED Stabilization Fund. And now here we are at 943 in Article 5, late in the day, at $42,681. So if we add up the $42,681, the $300,000 into the stabilization, and whatever the grand figure is under the school committee's budget that we skipped over, 305 or whatever, what percent of the school's total budget is going into special education? And here I want to make a few sour comments. The special education ongoing is what throws the school's budget totally out of whack. It is not in any way the fault of the SPED kids. It is not the fault of the school committee. It is not the fault of the superintendent. It is entirely the doing and the fault of the legislature, the honorables Tarr and Ferranti and their colleagues. This is entirely an unfunded mandate. That is, the state orders the cities and towns to produce the services, but does not fund them. That's wrong, it's a disgrace, it's arguable whether it's legal. I'm sure town council will tell you it's legal. But it is wrong, and the school committee owes us something in defense of our financial interests. They're very good at looking after the interests of the schools, which is what you'd hope and expect. But our financial interests, and we're owed a resolution to the state, to the honorables and the governor, telling them that such unfunded mandates are wrong, are unacceptable, and that the state needs to assume the total burden. They can raise the money through taxes. The town is constrained, and a good thing too, by Proposition 2.5. So from our point of view, it's a losing battle, not to say hopeless. Will the school committee consider getting scribbling right now and write us a resolution, and we could have it at the end of this meeting if we ever get there?
Good morning, everybody. Mr. Moderator, Mark Branco, Superintendent of Schools. So, Toby, if I miss a few points, I'm sure you're going to let me know, but I'm going to do my best to keep up. So, first point is that total percentage of our budget that is part of special education is 39.6% of our gross operating budget. In regard to the Special Education Stabilization Fund, what you see in the book on line 943, that $42,000 is tuition in from our integrated preschool program. That money goes into the SPED reserve, into the town side, and then the town side, there's 4 indicators that we're allowed, the town is allowed, after it's voted upon, to use that money for it to put back towards special education students. So that's where that $42,000 comes from. It's tuition in, it goes into the town, it does not come into our budget. As far as your resolutions and the unfunded mandates, Toby made very good points. We are responsible for educating all the students in the Rockport Public Schools. We have gone through the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents, the Massachusetts Association of School Committees, and the Massachusetts Association of School Business Administrators. All three of those organizations, which all of us are members of, have put together our own resolution statements. We are working with our legislative partners very heavily on some of this work. Just yesterday, the North Shore Superintendent Roundtable, which is a group that I'm a member of, met with our legislative partners, and we went through four main points. One is to try to mitigate the 14% increase for private placements that you read about in our budget, trying to lower the circuit breaker costs that are coming in special education, and to take a look at Chapter 70. So we are trying to partner with our legislatures to the best of our ability to control the costs with the recommendations and the recognition that we know we have to fund all of these placements and opportunities to take care of all of the students that go to the Rockport Public Schools. So we take that mission seriously. We hope that answers all of your questions, Toby. And as far as the resolution goes, the school committee has given us the directive to make sure we work with our three governing bodies to make sure, because we believe that's a stronger voice than coming from individual local school committees. So we discussed this on camera. We also discussed the percentage after the FinCom meeting at our last school committee meeting, and we did state publicly that that was a 39% of the budget. So we just want to make sure we've been on the record multiple times with that number. So we thank the taxpayers for your support of the school district, and I'd be happy to answer any other questions at a different time. Thank you.
Okay, Z.
Yeah, Z. Seppel, 92 Granite Street. I know Toby's brought this up several times before, and he makes a wonderful point every year when he does bring it up, that we cannot raise our revenues by any willy-nilly method that the state is able to do. They could go up to the Encore Casino and put a gambling tax on and probably clear $100 million or something a year. We can't do that. We're very, very limited in the way that we can raise revenue, and the state is very, very unlimited in the ways that they can do it. So I just support Toby's resolution that I think the town should finally stand up and say, look, it's a great idea, but we can't afford it. You have to help, or you have to take the lead. And I agree 100% with Toby on his resolution.
Yes, ma'am.
Barbara Kaplan, 4 Ocean Avenue. I agree with everything, and thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for all the efforts to get the legislature in on this. And I would say, to add to that, I work with an organization that changes people's lives through legislative changes. Get all of us, townspeople, writing letters to your people that you're working with so they can see that we also care about this. In the meantime, we can't leave our sped population uncared for, and if it takes more money, we may have to say yes to that. But I say, get the whole town working to speak and write to the legislators to make a change and have them support all of our townspeople, which means including the sped population. Thank you.
Okay, we have, I believe, gone through all the hold items, and it does not change the amount of the budget, and the motion has been made to appropriate the sum of $35,431,800. And so if there are no questions as to that motion, we are ready to vote. All those in favor of the budget, please press 1 or A, and if you are opposed, press 2 or B, starting now. Congratulations, we have a budget. 88% in favor, 12% opposed. In numerical terms, 197 to 26. That's great. Thank you. So now we move on to 5A.
Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Chair Dwight Valentine moves Article 5A as indicated in the motion printed on page 37 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any questions, comments, or discussion? Wow. You have heard the motion. All those in favor, press 1 or A. Opposed, press 2 or B, starting now. And that motion carries 98% to 2%, or 201 to 5. We move on.
Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Chair Dwight Valentine moves Article 5B as indicated in the motion printed on page 39 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded.
You've heard the motion. Any questions or comments? Okay, if you are in favor, press 1 or A, and opposed, 2 or B, starting now. $97 to 3, 194 to 5. We now move on to Article 5, C as in Charlie.
Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee Chair Dwight Valentine moves Article 5C as indicated in the motion printed on page 41 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Yes, Toby.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. The Community Preservation Committee puts a great deal of effort into it, reviewing the projects and so forth. And now they've taken a turn for the better. They're going to do the public hearing to present all the projects after they have reviewed all the projects and before they vote to fund any of them. That's not what is in the bylaws. What's in the bylaws came from the state and is not useful or helpful. Calls for the public hearing much earlier in the process when it doesn't do any good or use. But now we're headed in the right direction. They had a man named Stuart Saganoff out to one of their meetings, a Zoom meeting, to explain. He came from the state association, a trade association for community preservation committees, and gave them all sorts of very useful, helpful information, including a chart on how you would figure out which projects could legally be funded and which could not be legally funded, although you might like them. And reviewing the chart, it became apparent that some of the projects that we had voted for in the past should not legally have been funded. Of course, there's no taking the money back, there's no clawing the money back, and what's done is done, and reproaches are always an ugly thing. But I think that going forward, we're wishing the committee well and hoping the best for it, that we need to be a lot more careful with town council reviewing the projects before they come here to a town meeting. Would someone from the committee please comment on that suggestion?
Hearing none, I sense you are ready to vote. If you are in favor, press 1 or A. If you are opposed, 2 or B, starting now. 91% in favor and 9% opposed, so that carries. 182 to 10, to 19. We're now on to Article 6.
Mr. Moderator, Capital Improvement Planning Committee member Don Southern moves Article 6 as indicated in the motion printed on page 43 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen, Finance Committee, and Capital Improvement Planning Committee recommend this article.
Second.
Moved and seconded, requires 2/3 vote. Any discussion? Oh, we'll hear from you, Eric, and then we'll hear from the board.
Yeah, Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. I'd like to request just some explanation to Department number 122 for climate resiliency for $100,000. In principle, I support it, but I actually have no idea what is that money for? Is it for construction? Is it for studies? Is it to work with other boards and committees? And what will the public process be to determine how that money is spent? Thank you.
I'm sorry, I thought we were on 6A. I'll let Mitch answer that one, and then I need to comment after 6A.
Okay.
Denise Donnelly, 72 Pigeon Hill Street. So yes, Eric, all of the above.
All righty. Any other questions or comments? Toby?
Yes, studies, and Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Studies and more studies. And there's not the slightest doubt it's a good cause and the need is real. The disasters will shortly be upon us. But the thing about studies is you give money to the consultants and they come here and look around and their book learning of whatever sort it is, and relatively little in the way of local background, although they're supposed to go out and consult with various public officials. And then they come up with a study, and it's basically take it or leave it. I think it needs to be a requirement with all studies that we fund with public money that the consultants come here in person and present the study at the point where it's draft, not the final version. Present it to the public and answer questions from the public. And if there are comments, all of those also are deserving of answers. Nothing gets brushed aside or dismissed. And all of the answers, provided at the meeting get written down as an appendix to the report, and that there also be responses to all of the comments. Not just simply, that's nonsense, but it's nonsense because, and here we tell you, if we're going to pay for all of this, these studies, we have a right to understand it before we're asked to spend much larger sums on fixing the problems that are identified.
Ann Patrisicki, 11 Eden Road. I noticed that there's a number of vehicle replacements in here, which is probably good because we have a lot of old vehicles. And I am wondering whether any of these will be hybrid or electric vehicles. And is there any program to begin replacing vehicles with better fueled vehicles? Thank you.
That one?
Mr. Moderator, the police cruiser replacement is a hybrid vehicle. We already have one of those, and this is purchased of another hybrid vehicle. The departments that also have other vehicle replacements here, that's something that they continue to monitor, and when the appropriate technology is in place for them to be able to do that in an efficient manner, they'll continue to move towards it. I know DPW is continually reviewing that type of matter as they put projects forward, or put vehicles forward every year.
Okay. Yes, sir.
David Kaplan, 14 Drumlin Road. I want to speak in favor of Toby's idea. I have significant experience in the commercial world with what consultants do, and I'm not saying that my experience is relevant, but What I did experience is consultants often come in, they ask the staff for their opinion, they echo the opinion of the staff, and they collect a very large sum of money. So I do think Toby's idea is very sound.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, you have heard the motion. It requires a 2/3 vote. If you are in favor, you're going to press 1 or A. If you are opposed, 2 or B, starting now. Okay, this motion carries by more than 2/3. It is 88% to 12%, or 187 to 26. We move on to Article 6A.
Mr. Moderator, Article 6A. Capital Improvement Planning Committee member Ross Brackett moves that the town appropriate $326,392 for the items printed on page 46 in the April 1st, 2023 town meeting voters booklet. Under Article 6A, Water Enterprise Fund, including all incidentals and related expenses, and to meet this appropriation that the sum of $61,392 as shown in column 3 marked free cash be transferred from Water Enterprise free cash and $265,000 from borrowing, column 4, and further to authorize the Board of Selectmen and the DPW Commissioners to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out these projects and purchases. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article. And Mr. Moderator, please note the change in borrowing amount from what's printed in the book as indicated by the Chair of the Finance Committee and as I believe Selectman Wilkinson will further address.
Okay, Selectman Wilkinson.
Thank you, Sarah Wilkinson for the Board of Selectmen. I'm actually speaking on Article 6A and 6B right now. You may notice that between the two, the proposed borrowing, we've subtracted approximately $10 million. So over the past 48 hours in doing our final preparations for today, it became clear that there was uncertainty within the Finance Committee and Board of Selectmen over the borrowing that we had proposed for water and wastewater. The uncertainty is surrounding the effect the borrowing will have on the water and sewer rates in the next few years, beginning in 2025. This is in part because next year's rates won't be set until a bit later this spring, and because we are currently embarking on rate and capacity studies that will further understand our water, sewer needs, and any current issues we have. We are all extremely aware that we are talking about several $1 million and potentially very large increases to our water and sewer rates. Water and sewer issues affect each and every one of us every single day. Investing in water and wastewater is certainly not pretty, but it is absolutely necessary. We want to take the appropriate time to study our current rates and all get on the same page. The DPW Commissioners, Finance Committee, and Board of Selectmen all take borrowing funds like these very seriously, and we want to be 100% prepared before we present it to you. Our plan today is to fund the needed vehicle replacements that have already been fully vetted. We are also putting forward funding the 3 studies that are absolutely necessary to get to the bottom of our current rate issues, as well as determining our actual capacity. We will plan to further prepare and hold a special town meeting later this spring to deal with our water and wastewater, and happy to answer any questions.
All right, and we will have a slide presentation in a moment, but in the meantime, we'll hear from Mr. Arsenian.
Yes, I do have questions. It's nice that we retreated, but that's a reprieve only. All of the needs, which sadly are real, do not go away. It may be in the booklet, but I think it should be said in public what the increases in the water and sewer rates as a percent are with this, subtracted, just so we know where we're going. We're now talking about capital, but there's another aspect to it too. All these huge expenses that are upon us and can't be avoided. It's like looking at an operation, a very unpleasant one. Well, putting it off doesn't make things better. It just puts things off. I think that the DPW commissioners, if we're going to vote for this, need to be able to tell us that all of the town facilities, buildings, are paying in as well as the citizens. That was the premise when we voted for the enterprise funds 20 years ago. I voted against them. And now we have the bills skyrocketing, and they're not harnessed as the taxes are harnessed. So will someone from the DPW please tell us that all of the town buildings and facilities are paying in both for water and for sewer? There's another aspect to this too, as the rates spiral upward, and that's what's charged those who start out and are hooking into the systems, both water and sewer. Jim Gardner said, I found it fantastic that you aren't legally entitled to connect to the water. I do know from attending DPW committee meetings that if you have a property on a public road that has a sewer in it, you are legally entitled to connect. You have to pay the fees. It's been years since those fees for sewer connections were raised. I don't know about the water ones. Both of those need to be revisited, and they need to go up sharply. Those of us who've been here for 20 years have been paying in for it, all the enormous capital expenses, the I&I for the sewers, all the improvements for the water, and those who come here and hook into the systems are only paying to connect. So they've not borne any of the capital expenses going back, of which they too will now be the beneficiaries. So will the commissioners revisit the issue of the connection fees for both water and sewer before they bring this back to a town meeting?
You want answers?
Yes, please.
Jim Gardner, Chairman of the DPW Commissioners. Toby, you've asked the question about whether the town buildings are paying into the enterprise funds, I think, every year, and we haven't changed our methodology of calculating that. I know that we satisfied your concerns before. We are going to look at water and sewer rates, I believe, in June, right? And at that point, we are going to do a complete revisit of how water and sewer rates are developed, especially on the water side, because we are having significant problems with water capacity. What was the other question you had, Toby?
What percentage will the rate go up?
Okay, so I can't tell you the percentage the rate will go up because we had a last-minute change. We calculated the effect on the rates for the large borrowing, which would have been an additional 10 million, split roughly 6 million on sewer and 4.3 on water. And we had calculated the effect of those borrowings on the rates, but this greatly reduced amount we had not calculated. It shouldn't be significant, frankly, because what we're looking for is another 100,000 for studies in water, 110,000 to studies on sewer, and splitting 310,000 worth of vehicles between the two. So it's a relatively small amount of borrowing split between water and sewer.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. We'll get you a microphone. Simon says we need a microphone. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you. Thank you. Stephanie Rossio on Beach Street. I have a question there's been a lot of talk in the media about these PFAS forever chemicals in water. and I haven't heard what the count is in Rockport. And I understand that the federal government is going to impose a .04 count. Do we have a problem with that? I don't know if we do or we don't.
Anybody have an answer? Yes, Jim.
Yes, we're aware of the perfluorinated chemical issue, and we have tested our water supply for perfluorinated chemicals, and we are well below the federal recommended limit, and hopefully we stay that way. But we will continue to test and monitor.
All right, anybody else? Okay. You've heard this motion. It requires a 2/3 vote. If you are in favor, press A for yes, or 1, and then 2 or B for no, starting now. Okay, this motion carries 88% in favor, 12% opposed. Numerically, 197 to 26. And I was just told that our total check-in is 258. We move on to 6B.
Mr. Moderator, Capital Improvement Planning Committee member Don Southard moves that the town appropriate $324,240 for the items printed on page 48 of the April 1st, 2023 Town Meeting Voters Booklet under Article 6B, Sewer Enterprise Fund, including all incidental and related expenses, and to meet this appropriation that the sum of $69,240 as shown in column 3, marked free cash, be transferred from sewer free cash, and $255,000 from borrowing, column 4, and further to authorize the Selectmen and DPW Commissioners to take any other action necessary or convenient to carry out these projects and purchases. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article. Please note the change in the borrowing amount from what is printed in the book based on the comments from the Selectmen and the Finance Committee and the Commissioners.
Second.
And we've been here for a long time, and I don't know why this motion made me say this, but if you need a bathroom break, we do have restrooms in the hallway. So we've been here a long time. All right, any discussion?
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I'm looking at the line item, the third line item down for the wastewater treatment and collection system upgrades. I see no provision that's separating the studies from the actual upgrades themselves. Given the penchant the state has shown for spending millions on studies in the initial involvement and then having a minimal reserve actually going to the upgrades and requiring refunding at a later time, what guarantees do we have as to the division of money that will be spent on study versus the money that will actually be spent on upgrade out of the $5.8 million that's being requested?
And I was just told to remind everybody to look at the screen, which may have that information. I don't know.
It does not. That's why I'm asking.
Okay.
Want me to comment, Bob? I can't see. Want me to just take it? Yeah, so this is, when I spoke before Article 6A, I talked about the 10 million that we were taking off. This is half of that, the 5.8. So we're only leaving 265,000 for the vehicles and the studies. So that change was made since the book was printed. So we aren't asking for the 5.8 million.
And just a reminder, no conversations. We have to move on to the next question. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, anybody else? 6B. I sense you are ready to vote. If you are in favor, press 1 or A, and if you are opposed, press 2 or B, starting now. And this motion carried 89% to 11%, or 188 to 24. And now, I've ruled that B through F are related, so we'll go right through B through F.
Mr. Moderator, Article B, DPW Commissioners Chair Jim Gardner moves Article B as indicated in the motion printed on page 50 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. And by the way, when we're done with B through F, we have a quick motion to change things in order, but we'll take a brief break at that point and let people stretch their legs and go down and grab some lunch or do whatever. But we're on to Article B. Any questions about Article B or Bravo? All right. You have heard the motion. If you are in favor, press 1 or A. If you are opposed, 2 or B, starting now. Okay, it looks like this motion carries 96% to 4%. 185 to 7. We move on to Article C or Charlie.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Ross Brackett moves Article C as indicated in the motion printed on page 51 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. I sense you are ready to vote. If you are in favor, say aye. If you're opposed, say no. That motion carries. I don't know. Did I hear a no?
Yes, you did.
Okay, that motion carries. Not unanimous, but it carries. We move on to D, Article D or Delta.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Sarah Wilkinson moves Article D as indicated in the motion printed on page 52 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay, if you are in favor, press 1 or A, and opposed, press 2 or B. Starting now. Okay, that passes 92% to 8, or 186 to 17. We now move on to Article E for Echo.
Mr. Moderator, Board of Assessors Chair Tim Good moves Article E as indicated in the motion printed on page 53 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Finance Committee recommend this article.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, we'll do something different. If you're in favor, please stand up. Simon says, all right, thank you. If you're opposed, stand up. All right, that motion carries unanimously. We move, what can we do next? We move on to Article F.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Ross Brackett moves Article F as indicated in the motion printed on page 54 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen recommends this article.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Yes. Toby.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. You read in the newspapers or watch the television and you discover that hundreds of millions of dollars of the COVID aid have disappeared into the pockets of those who are crooked. Now, it's unlikely that there would be similar sums with the opioid settlement, and of course no one here is crooked. But still, what are we going to have in the way of accounting? I mean, we authorized this fund set up, And where is the reporting going to be, and who's going to vet it?
Mr. Moderator?
Yes.
We can address that. So certainly, so this is the creation of a stabilization fund. As with all of the other stabilization funds, it requires a 2/3 vote of town meeting to withdraw from that fund.
Okay. All right, you've heard that motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. All right, that motion carries. And that is A through F. I believe that completes the financials. And so now, before we start the lottery, there is a motion by Mr. Seppala. Do you need to come and grab this, or are you good? Just in case. There you go.
Yes, Z. Seppala, 92 Granite Street. Earlier today, before this town meeting started, I was unable to get to the pre-town meeting, so I left a note with Mr. Visnick that I'd like to raise a point of order in regards to the lottery articles that will now be considered this afternoon. And Mr. Visnick earlier said that what I wanted to do was see if the town voters were willing to take the citizens' petition articles out of order, do them first, before we go into the planning board articles with all of the complications and complexities there. I'm not sure that's what I actually intended. There may be things other than citizens' petitions articles that I'd like to see deliberated first. So it's not so much that I want the citizens' petitions articles first. I just want the planning board articles that are so complicated and time-consuming probably to be the last things to be considered. So that's what I'm asking for is a vote. It'll take 4/5, I think, for the town to consider taking these lottery articles out of order, putting whatever is not a planning board article in front of what is a planning board article. So I'll take, I guess, if anybody's got any questions, Bob will.
Yeah, so, wait a minute, ma'am. So, on page 4 and 5 of our voters booklet, it's chapter 2, section 5C, little Roman numeral 3, the meeting may by 4/5 vote exempt any warrant article from the lottery and schedule it for action at any time. So I think you're okay procedurally. Now let's talk about which ones they are. They are J through R, plus there are CC, BB, CC, and DD. So your motion then is to have those come after everything else?
I think perhaps if we brought one of the planning board members up to talk about what their articles are to be
I think they are as I just listed them. Am I right, Jason?
His are his additional ones.
Okay.
Can we
So
comment?
J through R are Jason's, and then BB, CC, and DD are citizen articles having to do with zoning, and
I just wanted to comment when you're ready for comment.
okay, I'll be ready for comment in a minute. I just want to verify that I'm right and that that's what you want, Z, and then we'll hear from everybody, not to worry. Simon is back from his lunch. So he'll be able to bring a microphone down. Not a bad salute, by the way, thank you. So that is the motion before us. It requires 4/5 vote. And now this nice woman right here wants to comment. Wait for the microphone, it's right there. And just state your name again, and you can
Stephanie
speak.
Rossio, Beach Street. Doesn't this include Article Z, too? Isn't that a citizen article?
Article Z, let's take a look. Yeah, but what is Z? We have a lot of them today, so give me a moment. Yeah, Z is for quorum, so that's not one of the zoning ones. He's talking about moving the zoning ones.
I think he's trying to move all the citizen articles.
No, well,
now.
he was originally, but go ahead.
All right. Basically, what I didn't get a chance to say, in my opinion, which we'll see whether it's justified or not, the citizen petition articles are basically pretty straightforward. Whether you support them or you don't support them, there isn't a lot of interpretations to be made. There isn't a lot of questions I don't think you need to ask on what they mean. You either accept it for what it is or you reject it. So it's straightforward. The reasons can be understood, and in particular, in some cases, they build on arguments that were made a year ago. So, for example, town term limits and things like that, there were things that were made last year that were concerns of the people that could be addressed at this time. So I'm just saying, the reason why I want to put these things forward is because I think that they won't engender so much debate and deliberations as the other ones, the planning board articles.
I'm just asking, what is it that you want? Do you want the citizen petitions to be before anything else, or do you want the zoning articles to go after everything else?
The zoning articles to go after everything else.
Okay. So those are, again, J through R, and BB, CC, and DD. You want those to go after everything else and go last. Is that correct?
Sounds like a plan to me.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes.
It's a yes.
That requires a 4/5 vote. Okay, now we can discuss that. Now that we understand what we're talking about, ma'am, go ahead.
So does that mean that you would pick up Article Z now before them?
We would go through everything else on the warrant, whatever it is, and we would hold all of those until after all other business was concluded.
Okay. I think this gentleman...
Oh, put that microphone.
Excuse me. I think this gentleman discussed this, but he needs a motion, so I would move what he said.
He did make that motion. It was a little convoluted. I'll restate it. It requires 4/5 vote. He is moving that we place all of the articles having to do with zoning after all of the other lottery articles. And those are J through R and BB, CC, and DD. And those would go after all of the citizen ones and everything else, whatever else we have.
I second that.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Sure. Sarah Wilkinson, Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen is against this. Basically, no article on this warrant. We don't feel that any article is straightforward and doesn't deserve discussion. And frankly, every article is important, and every article, whether it's a citizen's petition or one that a planning board member has worked on for somewhere between 1 and 3 years, all of these deserve discussion, and that's why we have the lottery system. So we're not in favor of this.
Okay. Anybody else want to discuss this before we vote? And it requires a 4/5 vote, which I seem to recall is about 80%. Yes.
Aidan McCarthy in 58 High Street. I think we should, I honestly think this proposal is completely backwards. I think we should get the complicated thing over first, if anything, or the perceived thing. So I think just leaving it the way it is now would be better than going through a bunch of stuff and then at the end, when we've already done a lot of discussion of things, then have a big, complicated conversation when people are tired and maybe want to go do something else. So that's my thought there.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I back this motion. Let's resolve the simple things first and save our energy for the endurance event. Let's get it done with.
Get it done. Okay.
Jonathan Lillia, 3 Pigeon Hill Street. I'm in favor of Mr. Cephala's motion. I don't think, as Mrs. Wilkinson contends, that the other stuff is not going to have debate. It's just going to have less debate. So let's get rid of the smaller things first and then move on to the more complicated and cluster it all together. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
David Kaplan, 14 Drumlin Road. With respect to everyone's comments, I am firmly convinced that everyone here knows how he, she, or they is going to vote, that further discussion is not going to make any difference. I call the question.
All right, if you move the question, that requires a 2/3 vote. So the vote is on Mr. Seppala's motion to take out of order the zoning bylaws. And so we'll have to set that up. It's going to require a 2/3 vote to move the question.
Was there a second?
Yeah, it was.
Question?
Yep.
Where?
I made it.
Hold on just 1 minute. Tell them.
Okay.
So we just need a slide. We just need a slide to move the question. Not the one you have. We'll hold off on this one. Yeah. This is the fun stuff that I'm really going to miss. All right, so we're calling the question, and that's just to end debate on this motion, which we'll get back to in a minute. So 2/3 vote. No, this is just call it. We'll call it.
Oh, sorry.
Move the question.
Move the question, sorry.
There we go. All right, so this just will end debate so that we can get back to dealing with whether we're going to move these things. Okay? And so it requires 2/3. If you want to stop talking about this and just get on with it, press 1. However, if you want to talk about it more, press 2 or B, starting now. Look at that. 90% want to just go on and have this vote, and 10% don't. So that's more than 2/3. So now we're just going to vote on the question, which is, do we take these zoning bylaws out of order and put them after everything else? If you want to do that, move them to after everything else, you're going to press 1 or A. If you don't, you're going to press 2 or B, and this will require 4/5, starting now. It failed. 34% is less than 80%, I believe, and so it was 34% in favor and 66% opposed. So we'll just do the whole lottery thing. And we'll give yourselves a 5-minute break to get up, get a cup of coffee, grab some lunch. Yeah, we'll pick right now.
So they know when they're telling.
So when you, yeah, so you won't have to think about it while you're eating.
Everything else is going.
Everything else. Hey, Ross, works just fine, thank you. Okay. As we were breaking for lunch, our town clerk, with the assistance of representatives from PricewaterhouseCoopers, chose 3 articles, and they are A, which means A is followed by EE, and then she chose P for Papa, which means all of the zoning, J through R, BB, CC, DD, and then after that, T. So once we get through the report, she'll choose another one, and we'll keep going on and on and on. And those choices have been duly audited, so we're good. So, all we're going to do with A is vote to approve the reports in our voters' booklet. We're not going to talk about them. We're not going to read them. Feel free to read these at home. Mitch.
Mr. Moderator, Selectman Paul Murphy moves Article A as indicated in the motion printed on page 49 of the April 1st, 2023 voters' booklet. Board of Selectmen recommend approval of this article.
All right. It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Okay. All those in favor of accepting those reports that you have or that are available in the back, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. That motion carries unanimously. And so now we move on to Article EE, which is, I see Laura Evans approaching.
Mr. Moderator, Laura Evans moves Article EE as indicated in the motion printed on page 169 of the April 1st, 2023 voters' booklet. Board of Selectmen recommends approval.
Seconded.
Hello, Laura. I'm great. How are you?
Hi, my name is Laura Evans. I'm 77 High Street, Chairman of the Ad Hoc Water Committee, and we are the oldest volunteer committee in town, 43 years old, reporting to town meeting. We've been very busy this last year, kind of coming out of COVID. Our mission is to conserve, preserve, and protect Rockport's drinking water. We've been collaborating with the DPW this year. I want to thank the DPW for signing the town up for Greenscapes, which is a nonprofit on the North Shore that educates people, and especially they have a program for school children educating them on conservation, and they started doing that this fall, and thanks to the Rockport Public Schools, they came into the 5th grade and started to educate folks. We've been working with the bylaw committee to help update the stormwater and watershed overlay district bylaws, and we've explored the PFAS, the federal and state regulations, and worked with the DPW about talking about their testing procedures. And we welcome some more volunteers if the town meeting would be kind enough to re-up us for one more year. Hopefully this will be the last year that you have to do that, because we are trying to revise our charter so that we become a permanent volunteer committee, and hopefully that will happen this year. And in asking for volunteers, everybody has a really good opportunity to get to know the Ad Hoc Water Committee members, because we have an Earth Day cleanup on Saturday the 15th at 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And if you want to come and help, it's going to be at the end of the Lanes Farm Road in the South Woods. We're going to be cleaning up some really awful looking space there that's covered with grass and with glass and trash. And so if you want to come, I think my mic just went off. Do come and join us and wear boots and heavy gloves and bring a 5-gallon pail, and we will help clean up the South Woods for Earth Day. So again, I'd like to appeal to folks for volunteers for the committee. We meet once a month, and we kindly ask the town to re-up us for another year of volunteer water protection activity. Thank you.
Okay, you have heard the motion, and the vote is to accept that motion and re-up that committee for another year with our gratitude. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. That motion carries unanimously. So now, let's talk zoning. I give this about 20 minutes for the whole presentation, so let's get started.
Mr. Moderator, Article J, Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves that the town approve Article J is printed in the motion on page 68 of the April 1st, 2023 Town Meeting Voters Booklet. Planning Board recommends approval. Board of Selectmen recommends approval.
Okay.
Just have to set up my computer here.
Just one moment, we'll get it.
Yeah.
And it starts on page 67 of your voter's booklet and goes on to page 2,973 in your voter's booklet.
Okay, Jason?
Jason?
You all set?
Can you come here for 1 minute?
Sure.
Houston, we have a problem.
So is it the one from yesterday? No, I don't have one from this morning. I don't have one from yesterday afternoon. March 31st.
All right. It's still good morning, and good morning to everybody. My name is Jason Shaw. I am the chairman of the Planning Board of the town of Rockport, and I am one of 5 members of the board. We have a wonderful board, very productive, very creative, and Harry Korslund, who's a banker with a local community bank. We have Tom Mikas, who's a retired engineer, MIT educated. We have Peter Kuttner, who's a recently retired architect, and Robert Simmons, who's a practicing architect. So we've got, and I'm a retired attorney. We worked very hard, and we talked a little about, I just have to address this on the budget side, with hiring a planner, which was in the budget for this coming year. And we had a planner back in 2018. The planner was part-time. They did not get any benefits, and but he was wonderful because he took care of a lot of the administrative stuff that right now, basically, I'm taking care of. We have a secretary, but the notices and all that I do. And we have a planner we had a planner who could do that. Not surprisingly, he left for a better job in another town, and we tried to get another kind of part-time planner with essentially no benefits in the town of Rockport. We were unsuccessful. So what we're going to try to do for this next fiscal year, and it's in the budget, is to get a planner who's essentially 3/4 time, full-time, a real employee of the town with all of the benefits that go with the town, because we need a planner. In addition to doing what we are doing today and what you're going to hear today, which is revising bylaw, adding to bylaws, deleting bylaws, we also hear individual applications, meaning we have applications for endorsements for approvals not required. We have applications for site plan review, and we have subdivision applications, and we have applications to determine suitability of a road for approval for creating a lot. So we've got, in addition to this stuff, we've got all those individual applications that we have to deal with. Every single one of us is a volunteer on this board. We get no stipend, we get nothing for doing what we're doing. But we all enjoy what we're doing, and hopefully we'll be able to explain it to you better. We have a PowerPoint, which I'm going to go through this pretty quickly. These are basically these are warrant articles that were not discussed at the January 2023 meeting that we had because we didn't have a quorum. We lost the quorum for the special meeting. So we had to stop that meeting. We had already voted on several of the items, D through I, we already voted on. So this is picking up on that. Now I'll go to the next slide here. What are our goals here? One, correct errors. Correct pure errors of language or redundancies, eliminate dated regulations, incorporate best practices, and you'll hear that phrase as we go forward, meaning the most current thinking in the planning world about what works now, which maybe a few years ago wasn't really considered viable. And then we try to make the bylaw easier to use. That's one of our other goals. Next slide. And of course, we want to maintain the town's character. We want to support housing affordability in the town, and we want to plan for climate change. Those are kind of collateral goals. Those aren't our main goals because we have other organizations in town that deal directly with those, but all of those are goals that are important for planning. Next thing. Okay, Article J. This is pretty straightforward. It does two things. Very easy here. First of all, we eliminated an entire section that concerned retail and commercial interior space and square footages where bathrooms should be located, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know why this section was in the zoning bylaw. It's not a zoning provision. It is essentially a building code provision. And our building inspector, Paul Orlando, is here today, and I'm sure he could attest to that. The building code covers interior spaces and how much square footage you have to have for this, how your stairs have to be, where your bathrooms are, how many bathrooms you have. That's all in the building code. It doesn't belong in the zoning code, and that's one of the portions of Article J that we've asked to be eliminated. The other things in Article J, which were there originally, we had public hearings. We actually had 2 public hearings on Article J that were advertised, posted on the website. We wanted to hear comments from people like you because what we do is in large part responsive to what we hear from you. If we don't hear from the people about their concerns either for something or against something, we don't know it. And we're not magicians. We can't divine everything that the people are thinking. You have to tell us. We had 2 public hearings, and one of the things we eliminated from our proposal after the last public hearing was this. We had a provision which said that in the R zoning district, which is the central area of Rockport, that we had a provision that reduced the lot size for 2-family dwellings from 15,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet. We had that provision in there as a possible provision to be adopted. We heard a lot about that from people, and they were concerned about it, and we looked at that. And then we also looked at what's coming up, which we haven't even talked about yet, which is the mandate from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts that the town of Rockport provide multifamily housing around the MBTA train station. This is a statewide mandate. And we looked at that and we said, you know, this two-family unit language that we had proposed really, it doesn't belong there because we've got this multi-family unit requirement that we're going to have to be dealing with in the next year and a half, which is going to require zoning to allow for 657 multi-family units in the town of Rockport. That's the requirement from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And we said, let's put this two-family provision aside. Let's not try to adopt it because it doesn't help us with trying to realize what the state wants us to do. So that's one of the reasons we eliminated it from Article J. The other thing we eliminated was purely a typographical error. It was, it allowed the Zoning Board of Appeals, who have two members here today, chairman and vice chairman, it allowed them to issue special permits for accessory structures other than accessory dwelling units. It allowed them to issue those permits. That was eliminated. It's now, we said that was a mistake. It's back in there. So in other words, those are the two changes that we've made. So Article J basically is one thing, which is, do you want to eliminate these building code provisions that are incorrectly in the zoning law? Remember what I said at the very beginning about bathrooms and square footage? We want to eliminate that, and we hope that by approving Article J, you'll agree with us on eliminating that. Do we want to go forward, Mr. Moderator? Or?
Oh, I do.
Want me to keep on going?
If you're comfortable, wherever you want to.
Yeah, I didn't know whether you wanted to vote on anything.
I'm ready to.
Oh, okay. Or we can.
Just one.
We can just keep going. Okay. All right. We'll just keep.
If Simon is still here, we'll get Simon there, and we're ready whenever you are, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, I can go to other unrelated provisions, or we can talk about this.
Yeah, let's vote on one at a time, unless you think that there are other things necessary to this.
No, we could.
Okay. All right. Let's discuss Article J.
Hello.
I think he made a motion. Yeah. Yes, go ahead, Laura.
Laura Hallowell, 37 High Street. I hear that you, in the printed booklet, it still has the 10,000 square foot. And am I hearing that that has been changed and it's still 15,000?
Yeah, Laura, it's in the printed booklet, but if you look at the motion for Article J, you'll see that language is deleted.
Okay, so we're voting with it as 15,000.
Yeah, that's the motion. The motion deletes that language.
Jason?
Just from a technical point of view, we're not sure if Mitch made the motion, so we'll have Melanie actually read the motion, and then I'll second it.
Yeah.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street.
Wait. We're going to actually formally make the motion. Go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves that the town approve Article J as presented in the April 1st, 2023 annual town meeting warrant, except that the revisions to the Town of Rockport zoning bylaws, section, what is this, 5B, 4B, schedule of area dimensions, accessory buildings or structures, reducing the minimum lot dimension for a two-family dwelling in the R residential zoning district from 15,000 square feet to 10,000 square feet in section 4, subsection C2, accessory dwelling yard dimension minimum, changing the special permit granting authority from the Board of Appeals to the Planning Board be deleted, and further, that the town clerk be authorized to correct capitalization and typographical errors, as well as conform numerals, written numbers, and sections throughout this article when amending the zoning bylaws.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Okay, now we can continue to discuss.
Okay, thank
Charles
you.
Peterman, this is 22 Pleasant Street. This is in regards to Section C, modifications and exceptions. With regards to item number 2 on both the screen before you, where we state that we are removing language that would have changed the setback review, I move that we strike item 2, which does the opposite in the printed version.
So my determination today is that any amendments had to come with 48 hours before this. We've had 2 public hearings, and so I'm going to rely on the bylaw provision that requires those amendments to come in ahead of time, because otherwise we'll be in much chaos.
Then I would
So
like
I'm not going to
acknowledgement-
accept any amendments.
I'd like acknowledgement that number 2, as stated, contradicts number 2 as put on the screen in front of us. You're either keeping the ZBA or you're moving it to the planning board. You can't say one and do the other.
It says the annual town meeting warrant accept. He's turning it back to the Board of Appeals. So everything as it's written in the warrant, except this is going back to this, and it's going back to the Board of Appeals. You should be able to clarify that, but that's the way it's written.
Give me just a minute. I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, and I want to make sure that it fits with what I just said.
This change is not going to.
Yeah, we're going to ask you to repeat it, please. And we're going to ask maybe the folks out back to adjust the microphone. We didn't catch all of it. Yeah. Well, give us a second. Okay. All right.
I believe there is a fundamental contradiction between item number 2, currently on your screen, saying that it will remove language that would have changed setback review of accessory structures from ZBA to the PB based on accessory building yard dimensions. Minimum required yard dimensions may be reduced for further accessory buildings, excluding accessory dwelling units, by special permit issued by the planning board. And it is struck out the Board of Appeals. My understanding is that item number 2 in red states that that would be retained by the zoning Board of Appeals.
Yeah, that strikeout is no longer valid as per the motion. What's on the screen here is a PowerPoint, okay? And what it says is that strikeout where the ZBA was stricken and the planning board was added is no longer there. So the ZBA will still be the special permit authority.
And we just made a motion to correct 15,000 to 10,000. I ask that a similar motion be made to correct this issue.
Well, it's part of the motion.
It's in the motion.
It's already in the motion.
It's already there.
Very good. Thank you. My misunderstanding.
That's okay. All right, just with John and then Toby. And then
John Kolakowski, 5 Phillips Avenue. I just want a clarification because it's sort of, the language is sort of elusive a little bit. Are you saying that the previously proposed change of 15,000 to 10,000 for two-family dwelling in that area is no longer being presented, and that would stay the same?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want clarification.
All right, we just put the motion up on the screen, but I think it is important to know that from last time to this time, it was changed in 2 fundamental ways. And one is that we're no longer changing the 15,000 down to 10 in the residential district, and 2, we're no longer having the planning board have jurisdiction. It's still the zoning board. So go ahead, Toby.
Thank you. I'm blind, and perhaps others are too. What's on the screen might be hieroglyphics, it might be Russian, we don't know. When there are changes like this, I think regrettable as it is, and despite your concern to get out of here yesterday, that you'd better read them out. I can't read any of that. I think I now grasp it, thanks to Charles Peterman. 2 other things.
Could you speak, Toby? I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you. Could you speak into the
I think
mic?
we all are, so I'm going to ask the folks in back who did a stellar job to maybe readjust what they're doing so we can hear everybody a little bit better up front here. Okay, Try again, Toby.
Yes, we're going back to what we had before, the 15,000 square foot requirement, which was what we had before the planning board proposed to meddle with it in January. And that was the subject of the amendment I offered, which we were discussing when Ross Brackett pulled the plug. And thank you for the planning board, to the planning board for relenting on that, although not for the right reasons. When we were offered all of the zoning amendments in January, we were told that it was not because of the state ordering this or that this was because these were the right thing for the town. Now we're told something else. We're looking a gift horse in the mouth, and maybe we should be grateful that the result is satisfactory. But all of this about the state's requirements is still lurking in the wings. One other thing, we're told that all of the internal arrangements in the buildings are no concern of zoning, no concern of ours. Well, they may be no concern of the zoning, but they are a concern for us, and they went in there for a reason originally. If the building inspector can say that what's in the state building code is adequate to cover that, I'd believe it. I'm not sure I'd take the planning board's word for it. It's very important that the adequate number of bathrooms be provided in commercial buildings. So is that nailed down in the building code, the state's building code, or isn't it? Thank you.
Are you saying we have jurisdiction over bathrooms in retail?
I said no such thing. I asked the building inspector if that was covered.
We're not going to have a discussion. Yeah. Paul, would you like to come up and clarify that?
There's nothing to be clarified.
I could just confirm that the number of bathrooms required in a building is regulated by the state building code and the state plumbing code.
Thank you.
And that's Paul Orlando, our building inspector extraordinaire. Thank you. Okay, Aiden.
I had a question. I forgot it. Give me one sec. Aiden McCarthy, 58 High Street. So the original in like the section B, the 15,000 to 10,000, that's not happening anymore. Because
do you want me to repeat it?
Well, yeah, I just making sure, but because there's some other change that's going to be sort of, sorry, I don't fully understand. I'm not a planning guy. But could you just clarify, we're not changing that because there's some other change that'll happen later that will sort of do something similar? Sorry if I misunderstand, but I just want to clarify because I'm confused.
Okay. I'll try to be brief because it's really no point in getting into it in detail now. But the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, by the Section 5A of the Zoning Act, requires that all MBTA communities, of which Rockport is one, because we do have a train station, have changed their zoning by December of 2024, which is over a year and a half from now, to allow for multifamily housing, as that's defined in the law, within a half-mile radius of the train station, all right? Multifamily housing is defined in the law as 3 or more housing units within 15, a minimum of 15 within an acre, okay? That is something, if we get into discussion on that today, we will be here forever, which I know no one wants to be. And that was the motivating factor for the change for this. There's no reason to do this. We thought when this was in here that it would somehow go to that requirement, but it doesn't, so we just eliminated it. Another question? Another question?
Okay.
William Workman, 85 Main Street. We can't get into the whole MBTA thing today, but I would like to ask all town officials to stop calling this a mandate. It's a carrot. It's not a stick. If we don't do it, there's some undisclosed amount of money that we won't qualify for. but we haven't been told what that money is. We haven't been told how much money we would have to spend to avoid losing that money. So we don't know if it's a pig in a poke or whatever, but it's not a mandate. The state's attorney general has made some rumbles about suing towns that don't comply, but that's pulled out of her hat. There's nothing in the regulation that says she can do that. In other words, it's a carrot, and we are free to say we don't care for carrots. No thank you to your carrots. That doesn't mean she gets to whip out a stick. I would just like to stop calling that a mandate. We're not mandated.
That it? Anything further before we vote? Okay. This requires 2/3. You have heard the motion. If you are in favor of it, you press 1 or A, and if you are opposed, you press 2 or B, starting now. It passes 82% to 18%, and a vote number of 181 to 39. So J has passed, and we move on.
Okay.
Mr. Moderator, Article K. Mr. Moderator, Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves Article K. Motion is printed on page 75 of the April 1st, 2023 Annual Town Meeting Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen and Planning Board recommend approval.
Second it?
And K is on page 75 through 78. Okay.
You want to move that? Thank you.
You're so demanding. And then we have a citizen's petition dealing with parking, which is Article CC. So we'll talk about that as soon as we finish talking about this.
Okay, Article K. You can see on the screen to my left, to your right, you can see that it starts actually on page 74, but the body of it is on page 76. It starts there. Okay, what do we want to accomplish by Article K? This is parking requirements. First, we wanted to bring parking requirements up to the current, what I mentioned earlier, best practices. This is the planning community's idea of what parking should be realistically like in communities, which has changed over time. And you'll see that. That's best practices. This isn't something that the planning board just dreamed up on its own. We had a consultant with this. We looked at articles about this. This is the trend in planning, is to make fewer parking spaces, and I'll get into that as we go along. We've also, in Article K, we took the uses that have different parking requirements. They're all over the section right now. We put them in one table, in a chart, so to speak, so you can read them. This is on page 76. You'll see those. Very importantly, these parking changes do not change parking for existing uses. In other words, if a use is there and operating, your parking requirements, whatever they are going to stay exactly the same as they are now. They do not change. It only applies to new construction or an expansion of an existing use by a certain percentage. But other than that, if it's an existing use, parking is what it is now. It's not going to change with this bylaw. It also only affects on-property parking or on-site parking. It does not affect street parking or off-site parking at all. All right, let's go to the next slide. Okay. This is from the American, just when I talked about best practices, and I'll go through this pretty quickly. This is from the American Planning Association. New approaches, and the headline is a business case for dropping parking minimums. In the smallest of towns and biggest of cities, these new zoning reform policies help boost small business, promote housing development, and put people over parking. Next slide, please. This is a recent article from the New York Times last month. Awash in asphalt, cities rethink their parking needs. Local leaders across the nation are overhauling parking requirements for developers, scaling back the minimum number of spots for shopping centers and apartment complexes. Next slide, please. National Parking Association. This is an organization that deals strictly with parking. They start off by saying many cities and municipalities have parking minimums that don't right-size parking land use. The reduction or elimination of parking minimums will promote development, spur urban renewal, and drive more affordable real estate projects that will drive livability in cities across the nation. And they urge that to reduce or eliminate outdated and costly minimum parking requirements. Okay, next slide, please. Here are a few other headlines. The biggest one of which is America has 8 parking spaces for every car. Here's how cities are rethinking that land. Next slide, please. This is a chart showing it's the United States. All of you can recognize the United States, that's it. And it shows you, but the yellow is the communities that have reduced their minimum parking requirements, and the red are those communities that have actually eliminated minimum parking requirements in the law. Eliminated them. We're not there. Next slide, please. Okay. We want to, here are the benefits. Eliminate redundant and unnecessary parking. Multifamily parking under the proposed bylaw is not given a bigger parking burden than single-family houses, and it reduces the need for impervious paving that harms the environment and keeps new housing costs down by avoiding cost of unnecessary paving. Next slide. Okay, here are just some pictures of some parking lots in our town, okay? This is up on Curtis Street, which it's the development up there, 23 Curtis, I think it is. Is that correct? We've been there a few times on the ambulance. These are the parking lots. I'll go through quickly through these. Next slide, please. There's the parking lot, and we'll go to the next slide, please. Got to go. There you go. That's the Smith's parking lot. This is a commercial spot. You can see this is the middle of a day during the weekday. Lots and lots of empty asphalt there. Next slide, please. Okay, this is same thing, Smith's parking lot, commercial parking lot. You got 3 cars parked there where you've got room for many, many more cars. Middle of the day, again, all that pavement. Next slide, please. That's Whistle Stop Mall. Do you think there's enough parking there? Look at that. Parking paved over completely. All that land paved over, hardly anybody's parked there. Next slide, please. This is the bank parking lot, Institute for Savings. Again, it's middle of the day. This is their parking lot. This was required under the current parking law. This number of spaces was required. And that, what you're looking at now, I drive by this almost every single day. What you're looking at now is what that parking lot looks like every single day. There's never anything close to a full parking lot there, but that's what's required under our current bylaw. Next slide, please. This is the I would call it the mini mall with the Chinese restaurant. Everyone knows that. This is the one right next to Whistle Stop Mall. You can see, again, you can see the parking there. This goes all the way down. You've got maybe 6 cars parked in that lot. You've got all that paving, again, required under the current parking law. All right. And finally, this is the convenience store down Broadway. You're looking at one direction. That red car just pulled out of a parking spot. Any problem parking there? I don't think so. And then you look, go around the corner where there's a white car in the corner there. That's the parking for the businesses that are part of this. They have a certain number of minimum requirements under the current law. It's parking there. You can see parking spots galore, wasted, paved over areas. Okay, next slide, please. This is what, if you reduce the number of parking spots, and you've just seen the overabundance of parking that we have, if you reduce that number, this is what you can do with parking. This is what it can look like. Okay? Next slide. Shows the same thing. This is what your parking can look like if you don't require so many parking spots. Next slide, please. Okay, we'll go into some of these parking areas. I'm going to talk a little about a couple of areas that are in the bylaw, in the existing bylaw and in the proposed bylaw, okay? In the existing bylaw, as I mentioned earlier, this only applies to new construction or enlargement of existing buildings and only applies to off-street parking. The current bylaw requires a minimum of 1 parking space per single-family house. For a new single-family house, 1 parking space. The new bylaw does not change that requirement. Requires 1 space for 1 single-family house. The current bylaw for a 2-family dwelling requires a minimum of 1 space for each 2-family dwelling. The new law does not change those requirements. Requires a minimum of 1 space for each dwelling unit for 2-family dwellings. The current bylaw requires at least 1.5 spaces of off-street parking for each dwelling unit in an apartment structure, a townhouse, and multiple dwelling. Meaning multiple dwelling means more than 2 units, okay? So you go from a single-family house, 1 from a 2-family unit. Now you're at 1.5 in the existing law for a townhouse or a multifamily dwelling. So the new law, proposed law, makes the parking for apartment houses, townhouses, and multiple dwelling units the same as those for single-family and 2-family residences. 1 space per unit, which puts them on parity with single-family houses and 2-family houses, all right? Next slide, please. Let's go to commercial commercial spots. Right now, the zoning law says, the parking law says, 1 space for either, if you can figure this out, you're good. 1 space for each 180 square feet on the ground floor, and 1 space for each 300 square feet of, quote, usable space other than on the ground floor. Usable space is not defined anywhere in the zoning bylaw. So how is a planning board or a zoning board going to determine what usable space is? And can that usable space change? So it could be one thing when you get your permit from the planning board, and it can be a different thing in a year, what the usable space is. That's the current law now. And also it says 1 space for each employee at any given time. Each employee at any given time. Figure that out. When someone comes for an application and they say, well, we've got 4 employees, 2 of them work from home for 4 days out of the week, come in 1 day, and the third is part-time, they only come in a 3rd day, and then, oh yeah, then there are 4 owners of the property, but they're not employees, so we don't have to provide parking spaces for them. How many parking spaces are you going to figure out for them? You can't. It's impossible. And what if they have 4 employees when they apply to you, and then 6 months later, they have 7 employees? Are you going to tell them, oh, come back? Now you got to make more parking spaces for your new employees. It's an impossible standard. It doesn't work. Okay. The new bylaw is simple to understand and apply. 1 parking space for each 400 square feet of gross floor area. Period. That's it. 1 space, 400 square feet of gross floor area, that's it. And gross floor area is very well defined. If you go to the definition section of our bylaw, it's in there. The definition, it's a very detailed, strong definition. So everyone's operating on the same page there. All right, I'll give you an example of the difference you end up with applying the current bylaw versus the proposed bylaw for commercial parking spots. Try to make it simple. 4,000 square foot office with a 2,000 square feet on 2 floors. So 2,000 square feet on the ground floor, 2,000 square feet on the second floor. Let's assume it's all usable. We're not going to get into what's usable and what isn't, which is essentially 4,000 square feet is the size of a large residence. Right, Alan? Large residence, 4,000 square feet? Okay, you're paying attention. All right, all right. All right, so first we start, this is the current bylaw. These are the mental gymnastics you have to go through. You have 7 spaces for the usable 2,000 square feet on the second floor. You got to provide 7 spaces for that based on the calculation under the current law. Okay, and, oh, I'm sorry, 11 spaces, my mistake, for the first floor. 11 spaces for the first 2,000 square feet. Then for the second floor, for the 2,000 square feet of usable space on the second floor, you got to provide an additional 7 spaces. So you're up to 18 parking spaces for a business that's on 2 floors. Could be an insurance company, who knows, but you got 18 parking spaces. Well then, wait a second, we got 3 employees. Okay, 3 employees, so of course 2 are part-time and 1 is full-time, but it doesn't matter. We need 3 spaces. We need 3 spaces for them. Bottom line is we get 21 parking spaces. If you're under the new law, that same scenario, you get 10 parking spaces, okay? So let's keep on going. I hear people are getting restless here. Next, keep on going a little bit. There's our chart that has the different calculations. And there's hotels, motels. I'm not going to go over all these. I'm sure people will have something to say. And then if you go to the diagrams here, you can see this is the Granite Street Crossing development, which is going up next to the Sandy Bay Historical Society. Here's what it looks like now with under the current parking requirements, which they're adhering to. And go to the next slide. And that's what it would look like under the proposed. You can see there's more area for green space around that. Next slide. Same thing, allows outdoor space, allows for buffers, and keeps costs lower. And then the last one of the other things we have, I think that's it, is shared parking. Go to the next. Yeah, shared parking is where you can actually have parking shared by commercial and residential if the planning board thinks that that's appropriate, because the parking may be used for the commercial during the day and the residential at night. Under the current law, you've got to have parking for residents and commercial, and they don't separate. So you have a mixed use. You have a commercial on the bottom floor, residential on the top. You've got to have parking under both laws, creates lots of parking. This allows you to provide for shared parking, meaning you can use the same spots because they're being used at different times. All right? And that's it.
All right, let's hear from the legislators.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I hope everyone enjoyed the pictures of Rockport during the winter and knows that none of them actually apply during the summer. In fact, the pictures of Ace were very enlightening to me because I've never seen it look like that on a Saturday morning, summer or winter. It's always filled to capacity, and you occasionally have to wait for a spot. Moving forward and looking at the projection on the Granite Street development, it's evident that we want people to move in who don't have any social engagements. They get a parking spot, but their friends get to park on the street. I'm not certain whether this represents right-sizing or if it represents a narrowing for the commercial interests that want to develop in our town. So I'd like some clarification on the intent for application to existing parking lots. If somebody wants to start a new use of an existing parking lot, is that new use coming in under these parking regulations, and are they going to be an application for existing buildings? So let's say, theoretically, we take the Whistle Stop Mall, and we assume that there's a redevelopment effort that occurs within it that's going to remove parking spots from a public parking lot that's used frequently by tourists during the summer and replace it with a new building. Does the whole parking lot become a portion of this endeavor? How is it handled? I don't see clarification on this matter.
Whistle Stop Mall is not a public parking lot.
Before you start, just to let you know that there's no conversation, so you ask your question, we have to line up for the next person. There's a lot of people who are interested. Jason, if you want to respond to that, great.
Yeah, I just want to say, Whistle Stop Mall is not a public parking lot. It's a private property, and it is what it is. It's not public parking. And if the use changes to something else other than the shops that are there, the parking will have to be calculated based on whatever the new use is. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Sula Stephanopoulos. I live at 26 King Street. As a resident of Rockport, I just want to point out a few things that I've noticed around town. As of fiscal 2020, we have roughly 2 cars per tax-assessed residence in Rockport. It's 1.8 is the exact number. The area, what you call the Smith Yard, has been rezoned already to allow for up to 160 multifamily units, plus retail, plus commercial. And as you said earlier, the plan is for about 500 more multifamily units within the core of Rockport. So I see a lot more demand for parking at the same time that you guys are reducing off-street parking, and it is related to on-street parking. The two are intimately related. Most of the impact will be in the core of Rockport. You say it will not affect downtown. Downtown is this very small, tiny part of the core of Rockport. We're talking about the R district that will feel the full brunt of this change. If you want to do low-impact development, consider permeable surfaces for parking, and also require all new development to actually be low-impact development. Thank you.
We can wait. You don't have to respond to each one. You don't have to respond to each one if you want to.
There's a few things I want to. I'm not going to respond to everything, but first of all, the 2 cars per tax assessed parcel is not really accurate for how many cars per unit, because there are a lot of there are parcels that have more than 1 unit in the parcel, so you can't go by tax assessed parcels. Actually, that's lower. And also, the Whistle Stop Mall area has not been rezoned. Whistle Stop, the zoning is the same. All that's been created the Whistle Stop Mall is actually zoned residential, if you can believe that. All that has been created is that there's an overlay zone that allows for multifamily housing in that area, but it has not been rezoned. The zoning of Whistle Stop Mall and that parking around there is all the same as it goes, as far as it goes now.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yeah, John Kulikowski, 5 Phillips Avenue. I sort of am...
Get right close to the microphone. We're having trouble hearing you, John.
Yeah, I am a little surprised about the pictures shown for parking. Anyone who has been in IGA before, the parking lot at Smith's was pretty crowded when the IGA was active, and everyone knows that they don't have a resident business to fill in. But once that does happen, I'm sure the parking lot will be full again. I've also had experiences in the front part of that parking lot where you had to park quite a ways away because they had a good activity in the restaurant there. So frequently there's a lot of problems finding parking. The library is a good example, finding parking. There's many places we have problems finding parking, especially during the summer. And it's ridiculous and actually very deceitful to show those pictures. I object that they were shown in that manner and in that context. I think that was wrong. I think we need more parking in the town, not less. We want to make it as convenient as possible for the residents, even during the summer, and this is going against that. That's all I have to say at this point.
Z. Sepula, 92 Granite Street. The first Article J took 20 minutes. Article K I timed at 17.38 minutes. The town meeting has a limitation of individual speakers provision in the town bylaws. It states, unless granted an extension of time by vote of the meeting, the individual speaking as the principal proponent on a main motion shall not speak for more than 10 minutes. So if I'd like to know if these presentations go on for more than 10 minutes in the next motions, that the town meeting be asked to vote to allow that to go more than 10 minutes. Thank you.
Let's see here. Where do I even start? Oh, yes, thank you. Very good place to start. Aidan McCarthy, 58 High Street. Parking minimums are almost literally a blight on the American urban landscape. They create cities that have absolutely no use, that have wild amounts of unused land that, like if you look at stadiums and you'll see these little tiny stadiums that hold thousands and thousands of people, and yet they have parking lots that can hold, double the number of seats that are in there. I think that we do need less parking, or not like less parking, but like less additional, like when we build new things. I don't understand why there's so much conversation around existing structures and lots and all this stuff, because I think it's, unless I'm totally misunderstanding, this is only about new development and has nothing to do with anything that already exists. What I think we should be doing with the town, and speaking as, someone who's almost 30, and I think a lot of people my age would agree, we want walkable communities. We don't need a ton of, we don't need a ton more parking. And again, I think this is about the new development, so we're not going to change the ACE law, or I figure we're not going to do any of that stuff there. I think that we should put this into, we should vote yes on this, because if we have less, less new additional parking spots, that encourages to make the community more of a walking community. And otherwise, the spaces that would otherwise be used for parking spots could be used for parks, could be used for more housing. And I think a lot of my folks that I know around my age would get a real good kick to see that we're pushing back against parking minimums, because there is sort of this online presence against them. Again, you see all of these cities that have huge parking lots that are never used and just take up a bunch of space. And if we want people to come here, that actually, I think, saying, hey, we're getting rid of parking minimums, we're fighting back, actually would be a really fun draw for people, or at least something that I could be proud of for my town. So thank you.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Jason Shaw said that this was not dealing with on-street parking. That is incorrect. The two are inseparably mixed. The number of automobiles is finite. If you do not provide provision for them to be parked on private property, which is a private responsibility, they then are parked out on the street and they become a public burden. They are parked downtown, taking up spaces where the tourists might park. I don't care about the tourists, but many people do. They are taking up spaces that you might park in when you drive downtown and hope to go shopping. So simply to shrug off what happens on the streets and pretend that, you're not, if you don't provide provision for the cars on private property, that the problem goes away. That may be best practices according to the states and their crackers' notions, but it doesn't have any relation to the real world. The number of cars is whatever it is, and the planning board failed to go to the Traffic and Parking Committee when they launched off on this effort with their consultants to find out exactly how many cars there are in the town. Thank you to Sula Stephanopoulos for making some effort. A few other statements that were made, that the Granite Street crossing is the result of the present parking regulations. That is simply not true. That was a comprehensive permit under a 40B project application to the Board of Appeals. And looking at what's there now with all the traffic between the building and the street, which the zoning code discourages but does not flat out forbid, you wonder what sort of a mistake they made, what sort of a mistake we made. We wanted the affordable housing, or many of us did, but we weren't paying attention. When the planning board says you're going to end up with great seas of parking lot, and they showed various examples throughout the town, this is simply not true. There is a requirement for site plan review if the zoning requires 6 or more parking spaces. And in that case, it goes to the planning board who issue a permit for the site plan. They have the ability to grant waivers if it's in the public interest. So if you end up with a sea of parking when 6 or more spaces are required, that will be the fault of the planning board, not the fault of the zoning regulations. The same goes for the Board of Appeals. If it's under 6 spaces, they too can grant waivers. That's the last section in the parking section. It makes no sense to cut the parking requirement from 1.5 per housing unit to 1. How do you provide half a parking space? I don't get it at all. But rather than sneering at that, as Jason Shaw has done, we should be taking it in the other direction and requiring 2 spaces per unit. Now, I don't have the figures, sloppy of me, as to how many cars there are as opposed to the number of housing units. The planning board should have gone and got those figures. They didn't go to the Traffic and Parking Committee. They say that this is simple to understand. I refer you to Section C, which was joint and mixed uses, which made sense, and has been changed into something very elaborate, which makes no sense, called shared parking. Shared parking may be, quoting, may be required parking spaces when determined by the planning board to be appropriate based upon an analysis of peak demands. In making such determination, the planning board may consider complementary uses and activities having different peak demand periods to share parking facilities, transportation demand management, TDM measures, and such other means as may be applicable. The planning board may require an evaluation prepared by the applicant following the procedures of the Urban Land Institute, ULI, Shared Parking Manual. Has anyone ever seen that animal? Latest edition. Or the ITE, Shared Parking Guidelines, latest edition. Ever seen that? Or other approved procedures determined by the board. All of this is on the false theory that somehow parking is an elaborate science. All of this is common sense, and it badly needs to be revised, but not taken in the direction that the planning board would take it. We need to reject what's on offer here, and the planning board needs to try again going in the other direction. Do you think there's any chance of that happening? I wish so, but I very much doubt it. Just vote no.
Yes, sir.
Will Workman, 85 Main Street, following that. It's like inviting a kid to your wedding. There's been a lot of talk about best practices. What's true in the nation is, I believe, immaterial to this very atypical peninsula that we live on. There are 8 parking spaces per car in America. Shocking, but they're all in North Dakota. They have nothing to do with us. We certainly don't have 8 parking spaces per person here in Rockport. The thing I really did like was permeability. I think permeability in parking spaces is something we should aspire to. I just think that should just be its own regulation. We could require that new parking spaces be made of permeable materials. In fact, I understand there's now $2 million of ARPA money going begging. Maybe some of that could go to retrofitting existing parking spaces with permeable materials. I think that might be better. The photos that Jason showed us are of interest. Some people believe them, some people don't, but they were all of commercial spaces. I certainly haven't seen any homes with 54 unused parking spaces, and yet the proposed reduction applies to residential units as well. I think that would be a mistake. Those cars are going to spill over. If you really want to mandate a walkable city, you would have to do that by saying that there are units that are not allowed to have cars. It would have to be in your lease. That's not in here. Finally, I would say that the planning board has got 2 goals here: simplification, which is good, and reduction, which I don't believe is a good idea for us. Lastly, I will say, just because it's kind of lost in the stampede, that Part 2 of E, a shield of dense shrubbery or a stockade fence must be provided for screening if a residence is within 75 feet of the parking area. There is all the difference in the world between a dense green shrubbery and a stockade fence. We want more greenery. If we want more greenery, we have to mandate that greenery. Thank you.
William Tobin, 24 Beach Street. Has the planning board ever recommended to the select board not to accept the state's mandate? I'd love to see that answer. Someone down there in the select board answer that, or you, Jason. Thank you.
David Kaplan, 14 Drumlin Road.
Make sure everybody, when you speak, and sir, you as well, just get right in there and speak next to the microphone, because we're having difficulty hearing you.
David Kaplan, 14 Drumlin Road.
Much better.
Okay. I hope people will indulge me. I think there are very strong passions on both sides of this issue, but I think everyone has made their mind up how they're going to vote. Could I see a show of hands? Who is undecided?
No, but thank you for asking. There is a way to do it if you'd like.
Okay, then I call the question.
There you go. All right.
Can I just address?
No, no debate after that, no discussion. All right, we're moving the question. Requires a 2/3 vote. We need to get our IT people a second to write that up. Moving the question requires a 2/3 vote. We'll do it in a second. There we go. You're going to press 1 if you want to move the question, which means go right into a vote. And you're going to press 2 or B if you want to keep talking about parking. Ready? Ready? Now. I sense that we are ready to vote. 93% to 7. 212 to 17. There are more people here, but they're asleep. And in a moment, we are going to vote on this question, which coincidentally also requires a 2/3 vote. 1 will be for yes, 2 will be for no, starting now. That did not pass. It requires a 2/3 vote, and it's 112 to 114. We move on. We've parked here long enough. It's time to move on. Yeah, we're going to go talk about CC, because that was related to parking, and I believe that's a Toby citizen petition.
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner Toby Arsenian moves Article CC as indicated in the motion printed on page 167 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet.
This requires 2/3, I believe. No, doesn't need it? Wait a minute, hold on, please. You think majority?
L is yours. We're going J through L, right?
What's that?
J through R, right?
J through R.
Yeah, so we're going to L right now. No, it's 2/3.
It's CC going, it's because it's related to the parking one.
No, but we're still going. JKL.
Yeah, but we're talking, I've said it's related, and we're doing them when it is appropriate. This one's also talking about parking.
So I'm confused where you're going.
We just talked about parking, and now this one talks about parking.
Okay, gotcha. It's fine. It's 2/3. Yes.
2/3, okay.
It's to delete the section.
Okay, this requires 2/3, and now we'll hear from Mr. Arsenian. The page of the voter booklet is 167. 167. Oh, yeah.
I move to delete the in sections in the parking regulations, section 5, Roman numeral, parking requirements, subsection C, conversions, to delete the sentence reading, any inn, hotel, business, and industrial building existing on July 1st, 1975, if not externally enlarged, is exempted and not required to comply with the provisions of sections 5A and 5B. 5A and 5B are basically the gist and the body of the parking regulations, but not the section dealing with green belts. The title for this section, conversions, is a misnomer. The first sentence does in fact deal with conversions. That's changing one use in a building to another use, and that we're not touching. The second sentence, which we would delete, allows these particular uses in hotel, business, and industrial building to be exempt from the parking. That's altogether a mistake. The whole point of having a parking code of any sort is to provide for off-street parking for all of the vehicles. If it is not provided on private property, it becomes a public burden, which is simply wrong. Nor is there any reason to give some people, any inn, hotel, business, and industrial building, exemptions, which amount to privileges, when other uses are forced to comply. If you feel that your particular use should be exempted, the very last section of the parking regulations, that's H, allows you to go to the Board of Appeals and give them your sob story, and they may or may not grant you an exemption. And similarly, the same thing would apply with site plan review if you've triggered the 6-space requirement. They too can grant waivers. I went to the building inspector to ask him if this would damage existing uses, such as hotels. The answer is no. If you have a hotel with 20 rooms and you do not provide parking for any of them, just as Jason Shaw spoke about existing buildings, nobody can touch you. You're grandfathered, you're safe, nobody can ask anything more of you. But if you add 2 rooms, you will then be forced to add the parking for those 2 rooms. That's as it should be. Why anyone would want to grant privileges of a special sort, and the exemptions are special privileges, to abandoned industrial buildings, I can't imagine. If anyone here knows the answer to that, it would be interesting as a point to know. And as for the date, buildings existing on July 1st, 1975, that was the date that the zoning code went from positive to negative. The building inspector can explain it better than I. You might say that the magnetic poles shifted and everything changed. Before that date, if it wasn't specifically forbidden, it was permitted. After that date, that was reversed. So, this should not harm any existing use, and this would require everyone to toe the same line on parking. Thank you.
I just wanted to comment on this. The planning board, this was on our agenda it was on for a public hearing, which we had a few weeks ago, and Toby Arsenian did not appear to discuss this or explain it. This provision has never been vetted, has never been discussed at a public hearing. Why it's in the bylaw and whether it should be taken out or left in should be the subject of more discussion and deliberation because there may be a very good reason for it that we don't know at this point. The planning board didn't touch it for that reason, but I'd say let's leave it for now and let's have a public hearing on it at the planning board. Let's go into the reasons why this provision was adopted originally and go forward from there. But doing it by an amendment, by a citizen's petition, is fraught with peril because you don't know what you're going to end up with if you eliminate it. So that was why we took no position on it. We're neither for it or against it. We need to know more information.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All those in favor, press A or 1. If you're opposed, B or 2. This requires a 2/3 vote, starting now. And that motion fails, 37% in favor, 63% opposed. Numerically 78 to 134. We move on to Article L. L is in Lima.
Mr. Moderator, Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves that the town approve Article L motion as printed on page 80 of the April 1st, 2023 annual town meeting voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Planning Board recommend this article.
Okay, this is on page 80, and Jason, we're running the timer today. We're just as quickly as you can get through these. We'd be most appreciative. So Courtney, press the button. All right.
This is a one-pager, and these are the special regulations that are in the zoning law, which means they don't really have a place for them, so they put them in there. What we did is as follows: items 1, 2, 3, 4. Updated the trailer definition, and storage of trailers on property is limited to 30 days. We eliminated the section on microwave antennas because they're essentially an obsolete technology that's no longer used. We eliminated the absolute prohibition of shared septic systems. These systems are allowed. This is when 2 properties share 1 septic system. These systems are allowed under the open space residential development provision of the bylaw, which was adopted by this town back in May of 2022. They're specifically allowed, if appropriate. They're allowed specifically by the Department of Environmental Protection under Title V regulations, which says specifically you can have a shared septic system. And the Department of Health, which was consulted on this, has, and I don't know if anybody's here from the department today, but they have stated their approval of this deletion of this prohibition. So they're the ones who know the best about, septic systems and health department issues. They said they approve of this modification. Number 4 is this is housing for low-income housing. There's a certain percentage, if a developer comes in and builds, let's say builds apartments or builds housing for sale, there's a certain percentage that they have to set aside for low-income housing. What we did was, when it said the current law doesn't have a minimum size for the development, so what we put in there was that we made the development has to be at least 6 or more residential units to have this, to be a set aside for one of those units being low-income housing. As I said, currently the zoning has no minimum development size. So all we did is added that 6, so we have a threshold there. If someone comes in and wants to do a development with 4 units, they don't have to set aside a housing to meet the low-income standards. And those are the 3 or the 4 changes in special regulations.
So we're going to get to kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. There's Article DD in the warrant, which is on page 168 of your voters' booklet. It's not the same section? This one here?
Point of order when you get to it.
Toby, I have a question for you. You have an amendment that you're going to present in a moment, and you also have Article DD. Are those the same or are those different?
They're different. They're 2
Okay.
sides of the same coin.
Okay.
I can explain, but...
All right, well, we'll hear DD after this one, and we'll hear your amendment in a moment. And the amendment that you're about to give, Town Council has told me is unlawful, and but we'll let you make it anyway, and we'll just advise the meeting in that regard. So go ahead.
But first, the point of order, there are 3 things in this section, and as Jason Shaw said, the whole section, special regulations, is unrelated. There is the septic systems, there is the housing, and there's the rest of it. The trailers and so forth. And if 9 people would join me, we'd do 3 separate votes on those things because they are in no way related and should be considered separately. Would 9 people join me, or will the moderator?
You don't even need to. I'll divide those questions. Sure.
Thank you. Okay, what do we start on then?
Okay. All right, so...
Shall I start with septic systems?
Wait a second. No. Let's see. So what do you have as the 3 sections, Toby?
Septic and housing balance, which needs to go, and the rest of it, which we don't wish to throw out the baby with the bathwater.
I didn't. All right, we can vote on septic.
Okay. Shall I go?
Okay, go ahead, Toby.
Thank you. Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I move to retain the sentence reading, "An on-site sewerage system servicing more than one lot is prohibited." This was been in the zoning going back as far as anyone can remember, and indeed it was the only thing on the subject in the zoning up until last May, when the planning board, enthralled by the Metropolitan Area Planning Council, offered to the town meeting, which trustingly bought it, an open space residential design bylaw that included a provision encouraging but not mandating such shared systems, numbers of separate lots going into one septic system. Before that was put there, there was only this, a flat-out prohibition, and it was there for good reason. If you have a shared septic system, what will happen when it fails? If 5 people own it, in effect, no one is responsible. 5 are responsible, none are responsible. What do you do while they fight amongst themselves and the Board of Health has to go after each of the 5 individually? We're not talking about a condominium association. We're talking about individual owners. So it was in there as a flat-out prohibition, and when town council says it can't be legal, I'm incredulous, because there it was in the zoning, the flat-out prohibition, and in order to be there, one thing is likely, that a previous planning board recommended it to a town meeting, and 3 things are certain. That is, that town council reviewed it, that the town meeting voted for it, and that the Attorney General approved it. So when town council says you can't do it, frankly, I'm skeptical. It is the right thing to do, and when you're told it conflicts with the state's Title V regulations, I would say no. The regulations in the zoning are not the same as the Conservation Commission's 310 Commonwealth of Massachusetts regulations or the local bylaw. They don't always agree. They are 2 separate hoops you have to jump through if you're going to get your project, whatever it is. So you jump through one hoop, and perhaps you don't make it through the second.
I think the third is everything else.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate,
And then we'll hear from you. Okay.
it's in the open space residential development bylaw, which was approved by the, as was noted by the voters and also by the Attorney General. It's allowing shared septic systems. It's specifically authorized in the state Title V, which governs septic systems. It says you may have them, and it's in the law. The Board of Health, which is the overriding authority on septic systems in this town, recommends and approves the elimination of the prohibition against shared systems. What Toby Arsenian has raised as reasons to not approve them are not valid because of the way the shared systems are set up. And if you ever read Title V regulations, you would see that there's a way for maintenance of a shared system where all parties bear responsibility. This is a way to conserve use of space. It's allowed by the state. It's approved by the Board of Health here. It's in our zoning regulations, and there's no reason not to eliminate an outdated, unnecessary prohibition that says you can't have a shared system. It should be out of our zoning bylaw.
All right, we're going to hear from town council before we hear from any of the other legislators.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, through you. There's a good chance that this section of the bylaw was incorporated into the bylaw prior to 1996. In 1996, Title V was completely redone. And so therefore, that could be why it was approved by the Attorney General. I don't know that for sure. What I do know is that when the Attorney General reviews zoning bylaws, they check to make sure that any provision is not in conflict with state law. This is in conflict with state law because Title V does allow shared systems.
Okay. We'll hear from a few people, then we'll vote. Yes, sir. We're just talking septic now, so you have to have your potty mouth on.
Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. I apologize for not digging into this deeper earlier, but just one question I'd like to either get clarification from Planning Board, Board of Health, or Town Council is, would this change, how would this apply to the leach field for a privately owned sewage treatment plant? Is this strictly septic systems, traditional, or could it apply to a privately owned sewage treatment plant? There's not many being proposed these days, but there were dozens and dozens being proposed about 30 years ago. That's what actually I wrote my master's thesis on. Loss of coastal open space due to the use of privately owned sewage treatment plants, which allowed rich developers to come in and actually consolidate all the septic effluent from a large subdivision on the one lot from the whole area. So it actually can be quite significant. So would this apply to a privately owned sewage treatment plant or just the septic systems the way it's been described?
Yep.
Mr. Moderator, through you, wastewater treatment plants are regulated by the state under 314 CMR 5. They are not at all regulated locally.
Okay, thank you.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. With respect to this, I'd like to know what our municipal...
Speak right into the mic, please.
Hello again, Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. We've heard a defense that this responsibility for shared septic will always fall upon the homeowners. I'm afraid that's not always clear, and I can think of other municipal cases where the homeowners have fallen through, and it becomes a matter of municipal remediation to address. What provisions do we have for protection of remediation by failures for the town? I don't want to pay extra because 5 homeowners or 3 developments that have suddenly decided that they didn't want to build 6 units decide to build 2 apiece and a shared septic. Do we have recourse?
Look.
Yes. According to Town Council, we do.
Yes.
Really? No. I see heads shaking no.
We have provisions in our bylaws. Is that right?
Well, how about Title
You got to read Title V, because that is very detailed about responsibility and who does what.
Yes, and I'm saying that it devolved to the municipality.
We're not going to have conversations. Anyone else want to talk about this? We'll now vote on the amendment. And we're only looking at one sentence here. 2 sentences. Having to do with septic systems, the bottom of page 84. And we're only now talking about Toby's amendment, which is to restore that last sentence. Is that correct, Toby?
That's correct.
Okay. It requires 2/3 to restore that sentence, and then we will, after that, continue to talk about septic systems.
Can you read the amendment, please?
The sentence reads, an on-site sewage system servicing more than one lot is prohibited. Toby wants to leave that sentence in the bylaw. Requires a 2/3 vote. Any other questions about what we're voting on? Question on what we're voting on? Somebody needs to get in front of a mic.
Does yes remain prohibited and no allows it to be shared?
If you vote yes, then that sentence is going to stay in, which would prohibit shared septic systems.
Why don't they just vote on what we're proposing? Because if it's
Yeah.
denied, it stays in. If it's denied, it stays in.
That's his amendment. Yeah. Any other questions on what we're voting on? Yes, ma'am, we'll get you a microphone.
Understand why it requires a two-thirds vote to take something, to keep something in the bylaws?
It's an amendment of a zoning article.
I guess this is in, the zoning board wants to take it out. Why do we have to have two-thirds to keep it in?
No. That's what you're saying, Amy, right? Two-thirds? Yeah. Town council saying two-thirds? Any other questions on what we're voting on? Yes. Toby.
Yes, I believe that two-thirds is wrong, but I'm not certain. We're only offering an amendment at this point. It's to make a change in the zoning overall when we come to vote on the overall motion, which is all of Article L, that would require the two-thirds. I agree with Mrs. Rousseau that the requirement seems improper.
You've convinced town council. She now says it's a majority.
Oh, great. Yay, hooray. And thank you to Mrs. Rousseau.
All right.
So Pat's got
It's just a majority. Yes, this is a question on what we're voting on.
I'm just asking, is this redundant? I mean, a vote against would keep it in, and a vote for would take it out.
Right.
Is the motion, is it repetitious of what we're already voting? Town council saying yes, but it seems to me like it's wasting town meeting's time by making a redundant motion of something that's already there.
Yeah, he has a right to do it, so I think we're going to do it. We've talked about it. We've had a lot of fun with this. Time to vote on it. Any other questions on what we're voting on? All right. One is going to leave that sentence in, and two is going to let us talk about whether the whole thing is coming out. Right? Okay. Ready? Go. It looks like that motion has failed. 45% in favor, 55% opposed. And those numbers are 98 in favor, 118 opposed. We now move on to talk about the rest of septic systems, which is just that, those. Now, no, we're going to finish septic systems. There's nothing left. Okay, nothing left on septic systems. Is there, Jason?
No, we're all cleaned out.
What's that?
We're all cleaned out.
Okay. Okay. Now we're on the rest of Article L. I think he wanted to do housing balance separately, too. Yeah. Okay, Toby.
Thank you. It's important that we deal with this separately, not as all of L together. This is the section, housing balance. It was Q, and it's now re-lettered as J. And the planning board, in Jason's earlier remarks, tell you that they have fixed it. They've eliminated requirements for portions of units when those are required. What they have overlooked, sadly, is that in order to trigger any of these requirements for affordable housing, you have to have a special permit issued. So all of that we authorized at the train station, the instant slum or the transportation-oriented village overlay district, all of that is by right, not by special permit. So you would not get one single housing unit, affordable housing, if the 160 units authorized there were built. The whole thing, as written, is grossly defective. That's the worst part of it. But there are other portions of it that also do not work. There is the provision that you can go to the Board of Appeals and appeal to them for the permit. And the issuance of the permit by the Board of Appeals on the one hand, and they have to calculate how much they're going to ask for in the way of the housing units on the other. So that puts them in a hopelessly awkward and unprofessional situation. If we're going to have affordable housing, we ought to have it throughout town wherever the developments are built, so that it does not become all concentrated in one neighborhood and an unfair burden on some other people off the hook. So if you don't agree with me, if you think it's okay that the Board of Appeals accept money instead of the required housing units, there is still no formula here to make it work. What you need is a formula that says for each housing unit required, you're going to cough up X sum of money. And obviously, X sum of money will change from year to year. Whatever X is, it needs to be hitched to a cost of living index geared specifically to housing. But what we have here does not work. Leaves the poor Board of Appeals to issue the permit with one hand and grab for the money with the other. It's just plain wrong. And you aren't going to get any affordable housing unless a special permit is required. I guess I have a question to Town Council. Is that something, a fault that is unavoidable? Or could it be written so that any housing development, not just one requiring a special permit, had to provide the affordable housing component? Because as it is a total bust if your hope is to have affordable housing. And I would strongly suggest that we reject it. It needs not to be amended. It needs to be rewritten from scratch. It's over my head. I can't do it, but I attend and would be pleased to offer my suggestions. Thank you.
Toby, can you come up here for a minute?
Yeah.
That's easier.
Yeah, that's easier for Melanie.
Okay, all right.
She goes, so, are you intending on voting on the article, or are you doing an amendment to reject the changes to housing choice? Okay, thank you. Yeah, okay.
But that, so,
Just that section. Is there anything that's existing right now? Is this a whole new section? No. It's all bold. It is all new. It's all new. Oh, so it would just be that part.
so you're just rejecting the changes?
Because I can't tell.
Okay. Okay. All right, that makes more sense. Okay.
So this is an amendment to.
All right.
To get rid of the whole thing.
Okay. All right.
The amendment is to reject the changes in housing choice. Okay. Housing balance.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, I understand what Toby's trying to do,
May I?
and he's explained it. Before he speaks further, I'm going to attempt to explain it. He wants to amend the section on housing balance to keep it the way it was or is in the bylaw presently, rejecting all of the changes that the planning board put in.
Yes, that's correct. May I speak to it?
You want to speak further?
Yeah.
You just spoke on it.
I pointed out the faults in it. I didn't, make an amendment. Now you've given an...
I've just made the amendment for you, but if you have anything you want to add.
Yes, I do. For once, I've gotten some, I withdraw that, able assistance from town council. What's proposed here, the amendment, is to reject what the planning board is offering on housing balance, which would leave us with exactly what we had when we came into this building. No better, no worse. It's a total mess. It needs to be rewritten from scratch. And if you approve of what the planning board is going forward with, it's okay with them and it will stay the way it is. Badly defective, and you will get no affordable housing. If you reject it, they may, just may, touch wood, feel inspired to do better.
Sure.
Okay. This section changed only in two very minor ways. First of all, Toby Arsenian is confused about affordable housing and low or moderate income housing.
Point of order.
They are different.
Let him finish.
This talks about low or moderate income housing. This is essentially subsidized housing or reduced rents because of income. The zoning around the train station has nothing to do with that at all. This puts a minimum for someone to have to create a lower moderate income housing, which is 80% of the average income in the county. It puts a minimum of a development that has to have 6 units for that to happen. Right now, the way it's written, there's no minimum. There's no minimum. If you do 2 or 3 or 4, you still have this requirement of providing a low or moderate income apartment or unit. This says you got to have at least 6 for that to apply. The second change, which was found objectionable, was item 4 says the special permit granting authority in it as the body that approves units as being affordable. The special granting permit authority is the Board of Appeals. And all we did as this amendment is change that language from the special permit granting authority to the Board of Appeals to specify which permitting authority it was, that it was the Board of Appeals. And that's all we did. So there are only really 2 changes here. 6 units or more, you got to provide one low or moderate income housing unit, and second is the special permitting authority is now officially the Board of Appeals. That's it. Everything else is exactly the same as it was.
Point of order?
My point of order is just that it seems like I understood the format was to be someone was to present an article, we have comments, and then that's it, not a conversation. But some of these replies feel to me that they are in the nature of a retort. So if you're not going to allow a conversation, you shouldn't allow retorts. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, we're not allowing conversations. But anyway, anyone have any more questions about this amendment, which is to, I guess, reject every change that the planning board has made in this section? and the section being called Housing Balance. Yes, additional questions on this amendment?
Andrea Ritchie, 1 Harridan Avenue. Is it 6 units or every 6 units? 6 units or more, or like in 12 units, do they need 2 affordable housing?
No, you have to have 6 units to reach the threshold. It's not every 6 units, it's 6 units. You could have 10 units and you'd be over the threshold, but the percentage would apply to the 10 units as opposed, but you have to have at least 6.
And then there's...
Thank you. No conversations. We got to go on.
Aidan McCarthy, 58 High Street. Is this, I'm confused about what we're voting on. Are we voting, like, are we voting on to just put in the proposed thing, or there's an amendment going on now?
The amendment is that Toby wants to reject all the changes that the planning board made to that particular section. That's all we're voting on.
Okay. I think we should...
This exists in the bylaw, and the changes that you see, the strike-throughs and the new text, are what the planning board wanted to do to change it, and Toby wants to reject those in total. And that's the amendment.
I think we should do the changes because I think this is sort of a compromise between putting affordable housing everywhere and, or like in every single new lot because of the threshold. So I just, now that I understand what's happening, that's my comment, I guess, is that we should go with the committee's changes because not every new development would necessarily need affordable housing. It's just the ones that go over 6. And also, I guess, just as a math guy, it's 10% of whatever total. So, and if you read it in there, technically they didn't need the 6 part because they have the fractional requirements of 0.5 or more shall be rounded. But so I forget where I'm going with this. Never mind. So.
Okay, again, we're just talking about the amendment right now.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I support Toby Arsenian's amendment. If you reduce the threshold for low-income housing, or if you raise the threshold that is required to contribute to low-income housing, you will get no low-income housing. Developments can be corporations unto themselves, and a single owning entity can have multiple developments going on side by side. So what you're really encouraging is, instead of getting one large development that has these restrictions in place and require low income, you'll get a subdivision of them into separate developments that don't have to comply. This is putting in an end run around any low income development in Rockport, except for people who want to put in very large installations. Please support this amendment.
David Kaplan, 14 Drumlin Road. A simple question. What is the difference between accepting Toby's amendment and just plain voting no?
When we're done, Toby's amendment is just relating to this provision. When he's done with it, we'll vote on the whole thing. Alan, do you have a question? Okay. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Sorry. Ma'am.
Could you just call me sir? Kalandra Salo, 45 Stockholm Ave, Rockport, Mass. Just a little surprised for a community that I heard a few months ago talking about bringing in diversity and low-income housing, that we think it's okay to have developers come in and just, I would say, for every 6, there should be low-income or moderate housing. I mean, if we're truly a community that cares, then why not hold these contractors and developers to a much higher standard? You know, I heard a comment about the parking would cost less. Who would that cost less for? The developers. this is another situation where low-income families, individuals, are put lower than what these developers could possibly make on a development. So all I'm hearing today, on one hand, we're saying we want diversity, and then on the other hand, all I'm really hearing at the bottom of all of this is the cost of parking for these developers, the cost of building and bringing in, what's the difference between one low-income housing unit as opposed to two. At the bottom line, all I'm hearing from the planning board is this is all about making it easier and financially responsible for the developers. If we're a community that's truly care about diversity, let's put our money where our mouth is and force these developers to give us more.
Anybody else want to speak to this amendment?
Denise Donnelly, 72 Pigeon Hill Street. I was on the planning board for a time. I'm now on the Board of Selectmen, and I can say without equivocation that the planning board has been very thoughtful in its efforts to try to find a way to encourage developers to undertake affordable housing. The reality is that if you increase the required number of affordable low-income units in a development, you will not have any developers interested. So the planning board set out to try to find a balance that would encourage developers to include affordable housing, but not scare them away completely so that they don't do any development whatsoever.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd vote no on this proposition. Leave it in. What this does is it defines when the Board of Appeals. I'm Alan Bettistelli, Zoning Board of Appeals Chairman. I should have introduced myself first. This defines when we kick it in. Okay, we already have it written in at 10%. We have to provide 10%, but we now have a trigger point that the Planning Board has written in here that at 6 units you will have to provide 1. Okay, from 6 to 10 you'd only have 1. But it gives us a place there. It actually is an incentive to create affordable housing, and I would say we should vote no on this amendment.
Okay, you have heard the motion. And right now it's to amend section that is captioned housing balance. And if you accept this amendment, then the section will be as it was, as it presently exists. And if you reject it, then we'll leave that language in and we'll vote on it in a few moments. Any questions on what we're voting on? And it's a majority vote. Okay. All of those in favor of Toby's amendment are going to vote 1 or yes, 1 or A rather, and then if you're against it, 2 or B, starting now. And that fails 36%, 35 to 65. And the numbers? 75 to 138. We now move on to just discuss the whole section. Well, everything is like the way it is. Yeah, it's all the way it is. You want to talk further?
This is not, this would be 2/3.
So now it's just Article L.
Is it not on the screen?
Oh, it's there.
Yep. Any further discussion on Article L? This will require a 2/3 vote. Okay. All those in favor, press 1 or A. If you are opposed, 2 or B. starting now. And then do we need to put a DD? Doesn't really. DD is not related at all to this. So we can do that at the end, okay. Okay, this motion passed, 73% in favor and 27% opposed. The numbers are 150 to 56. We now move on. We don't need to do DD now, we'll do it at the end of the zoning articles. And that is more than 2/3. M.
Okay,
Mr.
M.
Moderator, Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves Article M, motion page 92 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen and Planning Board recommend this article.
M.
You have them up on the screen?
Were there changes from?
But isn't there changes, Mitch? Aren't there changes in the motion to the original article? Aren't there changes to the original article? Yes. There are. So that, I think this one has to be read. Did you read the changes? Oh, just one second. It's already printed in the book.
Okay.
Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
So N we're going to.
Thank you.
All right, ready, Courtney, with the time?
Awesome, thank you.
Okay. M. Article M is the Water Supply Protection Overlay District, a very dense, complicated provision, and I think some of the ZBA members can attest to that, the way it is now. Yeah, it's got multiple confusing provisions, and some of the zones, the water supply protection zones, aren't even on the zoning map, which makes them unenforceable. Their current provisions are sometimes inconsistent with what is required by the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection. And the new provisions, the proposed section Article M, would be 100% compliant with the DEP regulations, 100%. The current provisions are actually less protective of the water supply than the underlying zoning in the SRAA district, which is where most of the water supply protection overlay district is located. These conflicts have been eliminated in the proposal before you. Moreover, the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection has reviewed the proposal that you're looking at now. In a July 30, 2021 letter written to the Planning Board, the Massachusetts DEP said, I quote, Mass DEP's drinking water program supports these proposed amendments. So this has been reviewed on a state level because this is state law that requires this. There has been one change that is in the motion for Article M, which is not reflected if you look at the underlined version of it. The version that's in your booklet says, the boundaries of the Water Supply Protection Overlay District do not necessarily coincide with property lines. I'm sorry, let me go back. The language in the booklet says, and this is based on the DEP's own model bylaw for this provision says that if you have a water supply protection overlay district boundary that cuts a parcel of land in half, let's say it goes right through the parcel, that the part of the parcel that is outside of the water supply protection overlay district is included by the district, even though it's actually technically outside of it. That was in the DEP's draft bylaw. After we had public hearings on this, we heard from the people who said that that shouldn't happen. In other words, if the boundaries of the water supply protection overlay district intersect, cut across a parcel of land, that the water supply protection overlay district bylaw should only apply to the part of that land that is within the boundaries. That is the way it is now. That is part of the motion of Article N. Other than that change, all of Article M, as amended, which is basically the entire section, is the way it is in your booklet. And I have to say, I had the opportunity to work with Eric Hutchins, who was the planning board chairman when this was originally written. And Mr. Hutchins, Eric, has been very gracious about this. He's recognized the shortfalls in the current provision and recognized the changes that needed to be made and helped the planning board make those changes. And to that, I'm very grateful to him because he's got the technical mind for this more than we do. So I have to say thank you, Eric, for this. But that's what this law is all about. It makes changes. It makes it easier to administer. It makes the boundaries more ascertainable, but it strengthens, and I repeat that, it strengthens the protection that the water supply protection overlay gives to the water supply of the town of Rockport. Thank you.
He doesn't like that either, okay? Okay. All right, you've heard the motion. Anyone want to discuss it? All right, Ray?
My bad. Ray Cahill, 15 Haven Avenue. Oh, there's the map. Thank you very much. I was just going to ask for a map for that's the overlay district on there. Perfect. Thank you.
I did not hear that. Okay. Toby?
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Indeed, the bylaw is very long and very complicated, and the planning board is properly grateful to Eric Hutchins for the work that he put into it. The bylaw is still, in some regards, defective and a mess. If you bother to read through it, it's long and painful and boring. It says we don't want any cemeteries in the watershed overlay district. That sounds reasonable, but that would also prohibit you from burying your dead cat or dog in your backyard. A fine piece of petty bureaucratic tyranny. On the other hand, there's nothing in there about drilling wells, and there ought to be. Apparently, we're concerned, or ought to be, about what's underground, the flows, the hydrology, and indeed no one knows. When I brought up the subject with the DPW commissioners, it was dismissed. It would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. We're not going there. And the planning board simply decided to ignore it. But there's nothing in here that would prevent you, even if you owned property going right up to the reservoirs, from drilling a well on your property and pumping as much water as you pleased. I believe the state has regulations if you're over 50,000 gallons a day, but that's a huge amount. So what you have before you, it's a good thing that the planning board has retreated on the lots that cross the 400-foot contour line around the surface water supplies. That was certainly unfair, and it was not shown on the map, and I'm glad they have retreated on that. I have an amendment to offer, and it relates to subsection 10H. I move to delete subsection 10H, reading, "No person without permission of the Department of Public Works shall use any public water supply for recreational purposes. Violations of this provision shall be subject to a civil fine of up to $300. Nothing in this subsection shall prohibit the Department of Public Works or its agents from engaging in the maintenance or improvement of a public surface water supply." We're asking you to delete that. And no, you don't want people swimming in the reservoirs. And before the planning board revisited this, they had a much more elaborate provision, putting the hex on all sorts of things, including the landing of seaplanes. They retreated and settled for something a great deal simpler, but it simply does not belong here for several reasons. Town of Rockport property used for municipal purposes, and town council will confirm that the reservoirs are used for municipal purposes. Town of Rockport property used for municipal purposes is exempt from zoning. That's on the first page. So it doesn't even belong in the Code of Bylaws. The second reason it doesn't belong here is that any violations of the zoning code are entirely the responsibility of the property owner. Again, I asked town council to confirm it. So the property owner in this case is the town of Rockport. I go swimming at Flat Ledge, you take your dogs out on the ice at Carlson's Quarry. I'm not guilty, you're not guilty, dog's not guilty. Town of Rockport is guilty. Obviously, that's not what we meant. It's absurd. But that's what you get with this wording here. It belongs in the Code of Bylaws, not the zoning bylaw, and indeed, there it is, Chapter 14D. It would take me a moment. I can dig through the papers. I have the Code of Bylaws over there and read it to you. It says, it's much simpler than what the planning board rejected, no swimming in the reservoirs. That's where it belongs, and this does not belong here. Need to vote to take it out, and will be none the worse, and on the right side of the law.
Yeah. Okay, we now have an amendment, so we'll just deal with the amendment. It is on page 110 of your voters' booklet, and it is the last subsection of 10, which looks like H. Anybody want to discuss H? Jason?
Yeah, this is, again, this is, provision is, these areas are heavily regulated by the Department of Environmental Protection. This language is taken from their bylaw. They've reviewed this, they've approved it. This prevents public water sources, the water that you drink, from being used for recreational purposes. That's common when you're talking about, drinking water. You don't let people swim in them, pour things into it, run their motors over it, a little motorboat or something. This is why it's there. And it is much simpler than the earlier one, which was very, almost ridiculously complicated, but this is the language that we have, this is the language that was approved, and it should stay in the bylaw.
All right, anyone want to discuss section 10H? All right, you have heard the motion. Okay, Charles?
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. Can we have clarification from Town Council as to whether item H is already adequately addressed in the town bylaws?
Say it again.
Toby Arsenian raised the point that this was
get closer to the
addressed.
microphone so we can hear you.
Toby Arsenian raised the point that item H is already addressed adequately in our bylaws. I'd like clarification from town council as to whether or not that is correct. If it's already adequately addressed, putting in another jot redundant is just creating more confusion, which is what we're trying to alleviate, I thought.
It may not be.
Item D, water pollution, section 1, swimming in public water supply. No person shall bathe, wade, or swim in a pond, stream, quarry, or reservoir which is used for public water supply in the town of Rockport. How is the section under question H going to enhance that prohibition?
No problem. You want an answer?
We'll get you one.
In my opinion, or through you, Mr. Moderator, sorry. In my opinion, the zoning bylaw covers more than the general bylaw, which only covers swimming.
Okay, anyone else want to talk about H?
Yeah, I have a question. I thought the town uses Steel Derrick's water when there's a shortage. Is that correct, or am I wrong about that? And if so, that's used for people swimming at that reservoir or whatever, the quarry.
Aaron, do you have an answer for that one? And state your name.
Aaron Shalivo, Assistant DPW Director. There is a provision that under major emergency conditions, you would be able to, you would have to go through a process with the DEP to be allowed to use steel derrick, but it is a last resort. Hopefully that answers your question.
What, if it is used...
No discussion.
Well, you should
know...
know...
No conversations. We just have to move on to the next person. Yes. Eric.
Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. Just a quick clarification. Steel derrick is not a public water source. It's not permitted as one, so it doesn't apply.
And equally importantly, the cafeteria closes at 3 p.m. All right, you've heard this amendment. If you are in favor of removing that section, you are going to press 1 or A. If you are opposed, you're going to press 2 or B. Starting now. And that motion fails, 30% in favor, 75% opposed, and numerically, 53 to 124. Any further discussion on Article M? All right, you have heard the motion. This requires a 2/3 vote. If you are in favor of it, you're going to press 1 for A, and if you are opposed, 2 or B, starting now. And it is 86%, which is greater than 2/3, so that motion passes, and 14% against. Numerically, 165 to 27. We move on.
Mr. Moderator, Article N.
N as in November.
Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves that the town approve Article N as presented in the April 1st, 2023 annual town meeting warrant, including the associated zoning map, except that the Town of Rockport zoning bylaw Section 8D2C be renumbered to Section 8E, and that the existing Section 8D2C be deleted and replaced with a new Section 8E3 stating, quote, provide that all new construction within Zone VE be located landward of the reach of mean, the highest annual tide, and landward of any coastal banks, and that the subsection titled Board of Appeals remain in its entirety, and further that the town clerk be authorized to correct capitalization and typographical errors, as well as conform numerals, written numbers, and sections throughout this article when amending the zoning bylaws. Planning Board recommends this article. Board of Selectmen does not recommend this article.
Seconded.
Okay, I'm going to turn this part of our presentation over to my fellow board member, Tom Meekus, who has really worked on this more than any other board member and is very conversant with these provisions.
Good afternoon. Tom Meekus, Vice Chair of the Planning Board, giving you a break from the Jason Shaw Show.
Speak into the mic.
I'm Tom Meekus, Vice Chair of the Planning Board. I'm giving you a break from the Jason Shaw Show. Article N has been fairly contentious because of a provision that would remove the special permit capability of the Zoning Board of Appeals. As noted in the motion, that part is now out of it. So I'm hoping this becomes much less contentious. We had 6 slides prepared. I think we can come down to 2 of them. And so let me start with the first slide, just to tell you what the coastal floodplain district is. It is defined by the FEMA regulations as their special flood hazard area. It consists of 2 types of zones. The V zones get flooded, and on top of the flooding have waves that are higher than 3 feet. The A zones also get flooded, and they have waves up to 3 feet on top of that. It's a hazard zone because the hazard is to property, to the occupants, and in times of emergency, to the first responders coming into a flooded zone. The risk is also reflected in the extreme high insurance rates. So there's an indication of the reflection of that hazard. And also, in addition to those other hazards, there's an environmental hazard. Toxic materials can be contained in an area that gets flooded, and putting those into the environment is an environmental risk. And noting here that climate change continues to increase the number of hazards. So can we skip 4 slides and just go to the final one? The one that says correction. Skip, skip, skip. We're not skipping. I want the final slide that says correction. See, it's hard to save time here. There we go. Okay. I will speak into this. How's that? This is a correction because it has been misconstrued, not misconstrued, but mistakenly word processed into the warrant since January. And the correction is that a certain paragraph didn't really reflect what the original bylaw said, and it didn't correctly show what the changes are. So you'll see on the slide here that what we're changing is that new construction used to say it should be landward of the reach of mean high tide. And let me note that there's 2 high tides most days. So over the course of the year, you have over 700 high tides. So about 350 times a year, you're above mean high tide. So that was a silly thing to say you can build there. The correction is that it has to be landward of the highest annual tide. So therefore, you're clear of where the tide's going to reach you during the year. I think that's a very sensible thing. And I'm sorry that it wasn't reflected correctly in the warrants back since January. The thing we've added is landward of any coastal banks. And coastal bank is a technical term in the Wetlands Protection Act, and it's a resource area that the Conservation Commission tries very hard to protect. And I would note that the Conservation Commission has voted unanimously to support this article, and I hope the coastal bank portion of it reinforces their capability. I believe that this was the thing that helped unravel the Conservation Commission back last year when they had some very contentious things about building on coastal banks. I think that wraps it up well enough, and I hope it's no longer contentious because we've removed the issue that caused opposition. I believe the opinion of the Select Board was based on having that provision that is now removed. So we should be on at least neutral ground with the Select Board. Your witness.
All right. Are there any questions or comments? Toby.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. It still is contentious. Before the planning board began to meddle with it, it was a total mess, and it is still a total mess. It's all on the theory that you forbid any additional building in the coastal flood zones, okay? The coastal flood zones are not just a few rich people's backyards along the water. That's all of Bearskin Neck. It's also all of Long Beach, which is not zoned but should be. It's other areas as well, the water side of Main Street, Dock Square, what have you. It's of much significance. So you're simply forbidding people to build if their buildings are destroyed, and you're also going to prevent them to build. This is both versions, the current one and the proposed one. Forbid them to build if the improvements are over 50% of the value of the existing building. That has an unintended and really perverse effect, and that is if you trigger the 50% threshold, 50% of the value, everything you build has to meet the state floodplain code, a different building code, as the building inspector can tell you. It doesn't mean that things would not be damaged in a great storm. Indeed, they probably would. And you could say they probably don't belong there. But you're talking a lot about a lot of people's prized and very valuable private property. And you're simply going to tell them that they can't either improve things, which might or might not involve changing the footprint. The improvements, the 50% value, might be entirely within the building, and those too you're going to put the hex on. And if you do the improvements over the 50%, you have to meet the state standard. Neither the Board of Appeals, nor the Planning Board, nor the building inspector can let you off of that hook. There are other things wrong with the Planning Board's proposed improvements, two of them notably. The change to the highest high tide of the year is maybe a hopeful thought, but it simply does not work. I invite the Planning Board or anyone else to name me a map that shows the highest reach of the high tide. What's shown on the FEMA firm maps, Federal Insurance Management Agency flood insurance rate maps, what is shown on those maps is mean high water. Tom Meekus is right, it's not the same as high water, but that's what's on the maps, and you need maps in order to have any sort of meaningful zoning. When you talk about making the setbacks from the coastal bank, you're up against exactly the same problem. The coastal bank is not shown on any map that I know of, and I invite the Planning Board or anyone else to name one. The coastal bank is determined on a lot-by-lot basis when you go to the Conservation Commission for a permit. The coastal bank is jurisdictional under their regulations, and there are setbacks from it, much steeper than in the zoning code, which is now being meddled with. The setbacks are 25 feet no touch and 50 feet no build. So as a practical matter, that is already covered. And if you adopt this, you're adopting standards that have no maps to back them up. God knows how you'd come up with determining what the highest reach of the high tide is. Now, Tom Meekus went out in his wading boots at Long Beach and can tell you about high tides, but that isn't going to help the building inspector when he has to rule on individual proposals. Allowing the Board of Appeals to go on with their proposal, they very much wanted to be able to grant relief from this, and that, as I understood the discussion before the town meeting, was the Board of Selectmen's objection, simply doesn't work the way it's written, because in order for them to grant relief for lots to rebuild, they have to be surrounded by other lots to which this applies on 4 sides. Obviously, if you've got a lot directly on the coast, you haven't got a lot on the water side. You have the Great Sea. So it's sloppily written. The planning board has changed it. They have not fixed it. They believe they have. We need to say no to the whole thing, and it needs to be rewritten from scratch. At one time, vaingloriously, I thought I could do it. It's way over my head. But simply patching it is not going to do. The proper course is to reject it, and the planning board needs to try again.
Thanks. Denise Donnelly, 72 Pigeon Hill Street. Speaking for myself, the reason that I voted not to approve this particular article as a member of the planning board is that we think that there needs to be much more public education and a global look at how we respond to climate change and resiliency. So rather than addressing this one zone in a piecemeal attempt, I disagree with the value judgments that Toby has made. I think this was an earnest effort to try to get at this issue. We have $100,000 set aside that you just approved for climate resiliency. Our wonderful new conservation agent is applying for a municipal vulnerability preparedness grant. And the effort will be to do wide outreach, public engagement, and a discussion about the implications of climate change and the change in the FEMA maps, and come up with something that makes sense for the entire town.
Hi, Diane Finch, 215 Granite Street, former member of the Conservation Commission and member of the Long Beach Options Committee that was held last year. Public education is extremely important, as Denise said, but we've been doing that for years. We already had an MVP grant that showed that these areas are very vulnerable. And we all know, well, those of us who are involved know that the Conservation Commission often has no teeth, especially when someone with a lot of money and lawyers comes in and gets their way to build into these coastal banks. This happens all the time. So I think it's time that we face climate change. We've been doing, Town Green has been doing public education. I've helped with public education. We have done it ad nauseum. It's time to take action, and this would be very important to pass, because why should this town allow, quite honestly, the people with money to get amendments on Conservation Commission and just build wherever they want? We all have a stake in this. If you have ever been to many of the coastal communities, there are propane tanks, there are sewer lines. We need to start thinking of moving away from the ocean. We're past the point of thinking about it. We all have some education on it, so I strongly propose that we pass this. Thanks.
Go ahead, Tom.
Eric, you can go after me, but I'd like to return to some of the points raised by the gentleman from Granite Street. there were quite a number of things. I can't possibly cover all of them, but he started out with the statement that people ought to be able to rebuild, and he had objection to the 50% rule. This is a federal law. We have no control over this federal law, and what we are allowing is exceptions by special permit, and those special permits are defined as variances, optional variances in that same federal law. So that, I think, is a red herring to say, well, let's just allow rebuilding. We can't. Another thing was, let's worry about Long Beach. Zoning does not apply to town land. Long Beach is town land. This does not apply to Long Beach. And I think I agree with Diane Finch's statement that we should indeed start moving on this. More and more discussion is great, but less and less action is bad.
Okay, Eric.
Yeah, Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. I just want to make one clarification for on one of the components they're trying to change from mean high water, which is the average of tides. Right now, the existing language is development in the intertidal zone, so where the tides actually reach, to just outside of it, the high tide line. It was described to everybody in here by an earlier speaker that that is not a map anywhere. The high tide line is a regulatory jurisdictional line that is used in every coastal permit up and down the east and west coast of the United States by the Army Corps of Engineers. So that is a simple elevation. I don't know what it is for Rockport. I deal with all the different towns. They all have different elevations. So that is absolutely mappable. It doesn't even need to be mapped. It's an elevation. So if you were doing development, your consultant would just simply go, oh, it's elevation 9.8 and show it on the map. So that is standard procedure for coastal development to show the high tide line. Just want to make that clarification, that that's not a confusing aspect. That's a regulatory, goes back to the Rivers and Harbors Act of 100 years ago. I can't remember what year that passed. So that's been around for a long time. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Lisa Mooney, 104 Long Beach. I'm looking to all of you. Do you not love Bearskin Neck? Do you not love the town that brings the livelihood to this town? I mean, you're talking about people's homes, people's businesses on Bearskin Neck, and they have been flooded out before. We've already lost motif number one once. So you mean to tell me if the motif gets washed away, we're not going to rebuild? We're not going to allow those people to rebuild their homes, to rebuild their businesses? What's going to happen to this town? You're going to let it just sit in rubble? Look at the blacksmith shop. That building has been sitting there. Don't we want someone to buy that place and make something of it? Or do you want it just to condemn and look at a plain lot just sitting there? I can't even believe that this is even up for an option to vote on. It's so absurd to me that we can, I mean, your job is to protect the people of this town, the livelihood, and I don't see that at all. You'd rather have a piece of grass than have people live? Why don't we do what this town of Situate does? They've voted to elevate those buildings if they get damaged. That's an option. Why don't we try that? I mean, but to just
we'll hear from people.
Give in on this, to me, is absurd. And I hope for all of you that love this town that you will vote no on this.
Aidan McCarthy, 58 High Street. My question sort of in general was just answered about, we've heard vote no on this. Because what happens, like our homes and wherever, if they get washed away once, then it will happen again. We are on an unchangeable trajectory with climate change and how the water will change. So I wish that I had heard more. I guess this is, again, my question was already answered by what do we do other than move inland, well, maybe elevate. So I wish I was hearing more of that from folks that are opposing this, I guess. But I guess my question would be then to sort of reiterate, I'm sorry, I forgot your name, whoever just spoke. But is there the option to elevate? But otherwise, like for folks who don't want this, like what are our options if something washes away? It will happen again. Just because the tide comes up to one place and then it goes away, well, it's gonna come back. So we do need a solution. We can't just say, no, do nothing. And I think if you disagree with this, then you must propose something else and not just say, oh, well, let's vote it down and then do something and do nothing. Something has to happen. So thank you.
Laura Evans, 77 High Street, and I strongly support Article N and thank Mr. Mikas for putting it together. I've lived in town for 43 years, and even before that, played at the beach, and I think everybody knows if you're building a sandcastle and the tide's coming in, there's no way that you're going to stop Neptune from wiping your sandcastle away. And in the 43 years I've lived in town, I've seen personally the ocean is coming a lot closer. We have to move inland. We can't just keep rebuilding along the coast because it's not sustainable. And we can study and we can wait, but Neptune's not waiting, and I think we really need to support Article N. Thank you.
We have a woman here. We're going to get her a microphone. Right here. Right here.
Thank you. Stephanie Rossio, Beach Street. I just have a question. We're talking about coastal flooding, but I have a question about a fire. What happens in this scenario if, say, 2 or 3 of the houses on Bearskin Neck get destroyed by fire? Does that mean that they're just left to go to rubble? And if that's the case, what happens to the ones beside them? The whole Bearskin Neck would become a junkyard. You haven't considered fires in this.
The floodwaters will put it out.
I don't think so.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I would invite folks to look at this with a bit of skepticism as to what's going on further down the coast from us. In towns south of Boston and on the Cape Cod, where they've adopted this restriction, they've had it in place for as long as it generally takes to get the existing owners to surrender their property, and then they reverse course when the economics of the town suddenly favor redevelopment. Ask yourself, is this of benefit to the people who currently live there? Does it adequately compensate them for their losses? Or does it incentivize them to leave town? Thank you.
Today, sure.
Philip Hopkins, 18 Middle Road, Bearskin Neck. Having lived on Bearskin Neck for well over 30 years, we've lived through many things as residents. We suffer through the winter, we suffer through the summer. We suffer through many things. I remember growing up watching Channel 5 during the blizzard of '78. The entire motif was destroyed. What did the town do? The town grouped together, they rebuilt the motif. So technically we have motif number 2. I refuse to believe that the town would truly think that residents, in some cases, numerous generations that have lived there, would be displaced. My wife and I worked 20 years to have the ability to live on Bearskin Neck. We pay an exorbitant amount of money to have mandatory flood insurance. If we lose the flood insurance, we're on our own. We accept that. What we don't accept is the fact that if our house is destroyed, we should have thought about leaving. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tom. All right, let Laura speak. Yes, Laura.
Yes, Laura Hallowell, 37 High Street. Just a question. If property on Bearskin Neck is destroyed in a storm, do they have the right then to elevate so that their living floor is above the whatever the water line is. Isn't that what the federal regulations mean?
This is a confusing article where we're dealing with right here. The answer to the question the woman was just asking is, can we rebuild? I have a property, my family and I own a property down on the Inner Harbor, which is all part of this. Part of ours is elevated now out of the floodplain, and part of ours is still in, part of the building at 5 Dock Square. If your building got knocked down with the regulations in there saying that the Board of Appeals can give you relief, you would have to go to the state building code in Boston, and if you're more than 50%, you can end up in front of in Boston with the state building code review people unless you agree to go up on stilts to get the lowest horizontal member of your framing would have to be higher than the floodplain. Okay, so you might be the one person on Bearskin Neck where your store will be 6 feet in the air. We haven't got an answer to this, all right? But you will be able to rebuild. The Board of Appeals, in all likelihood, sees a house and a fellow neighbor here in our town. This is one of the reasons we were so adamant in getting this part back in, at least. I'm not sure where I stand the rest of this bylaw, frankly, because the last section was the section that knocked us over, where we had no ability to go to the Board of Appeals. I believe this thing deserves a study. I think Rockport should join the other communities in the Commonwealth along the coast that have done studies, and we probably can get federal dollars or state dollars to do that study and figure this stuff out before we start leaping. The idea of surrender and retreat makes no sense to me at all. But people on Middle Road and North Road and us on Dock Square, I'm not going to give up my property. That's not going to happen. So the idea you can get relief is a great thing from the Board of Appeals. That being put back in, the rest of it I haven't completely reviewed. I'm not sure we should just go to study on this, and we don't have to pay for it. Situate got money for the study. We can go and look at this. Bearskin Neck, elevation 15 on one side, elevation 17 are your floodplain elevations. Because one's on the Inner Harbor, one's up on the open ocean. Okay, so you have different vulnerabilities. You're all down in the floodplain as far as where you'd have to go structurally. This gets confusing, and on we go.
Yep.
So let me try to calmly reply to a lot of the misinformation that you've been hearing. There's nothing in this article that changes anything about Bearskin Neck. It is still subject to the federal flood things, and it's still able to have special permits from the Board of Appeals. So any argument about Bearskin Neck here is we're not changing anything. And the argument about what Situate does, elevating a building above the floodplain is something you can do by right. This is nothing that requires any special permission. One thing that Situate did is that they are providing funding to help people elevate in a proactive way. And I'm game, let's try to do that. But there's nothing that prevents someone from rebuilding as long as they get the living area above the floodplain. And again, there's nothing in this article that changes anything about Bearskin Neck. If you object to what's limiting your ability to rebuild below the floodplain, that's the federal law, and we can't change that.
Okay, you have heard the motion. We've discussed it. If you are in favor of the changes, you're going to hit 1 or A. If you are not in favor of the changes, you're going to hit 2 or B. It requires a 2/3 vote, starting now. Did not make it, 61%. We needed 66 2/3 and 40% against. So, and the numbers are 121 to 79. The motion did not carry. We move on to O.
Mr. Moderator, Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves Article O. Motion is printed on page 121 of the April 1st, 2023 Annual Town Meeting Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen and Planning Board support this article.
Second it?
I hope this will go quickly. It's Article O is the large-scale ground-mounted solar photovoltaic installations, meaning solar panels. It's just a renumbering and reorganization. There's no substantive changes whatsoever here, that's what it is. You know, I hope it's not going to have a lot of debate time because there's really nothing to debate. So that's pretty much it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're leaving, please leave quietly. If you must discuss things with your neighbors, please do so way out in the hallway, outside, in the cafeteria, at Pratty's. Yeah. Okay. Eric.
Yeah, Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. Just a descriptive question. I have a ground-mounted solar system at my house, probably one of the only ones in town, and I actually don't have a rough, really an honest idea of what a 250 kilowatt system spatially might be. And my guess is probably most of us don't. So how big is a 250 kilowatt? Is that a quarter acre, a half acre, or just roughly speaking, so everyone has an idea of what we're talking about from scale, where this is commercial oriented? Does anybody know?
It's a wicked lot.
Yeah, I just don't. How big is that?
I don't know the answer to that question, Eric. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Toby, do you know? Okay.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. At the current technology of 1 kilowatt per panel, that's roughly 250 panels. Future improvements will reduce this. Having this by a limitation of kilowatts instead of a limitation of physical size is hamstringing the intent. If we mean by large-scale installation that it takes up a large amount of space, we should be explicit. If we mean that it generates more than 250 kilowatts, we should also be explicit. Is the intent to limit the power generated, or is the intent to limit the size of the installation physically?
Okay, I will repeat. There are no substantive changes in this article. It's simply some spelling issues, capitalization, and reorganization. So, does that answer your question?
Toby, do you have questions about the grammar here?
No, I have carping questions, not questions, remarks about it. It was defective when it was passed, and it's defective now. The setbacks are, not properly defined because in the zoning, setbacks are from lot lines. And in this case, one of the boundaries of the district goes snaking across public property back of the dump. The area that's used for storing buses and tourist cards and people's yachts. So if anyone actually proposed to build one up there, you wouldn't get what you hope for in the way of setbacks. I can't imagine anyone is going to build one, so it probably does not matter.
Okay, you've heard the motion. If you are in favor of making these changes, you will press A or 1. If you are opposed, you will press B or 2. Starting now. And you've got 15 minutes to go to the cafeteria. I've been told they have lobster, steak. The sushi bar is closed, unfortunately.
Ready to move on?
Ready? Oh, this, I didn't announce the passing. 137 to 24, and the percentages are 85% to 15%, so this motion carries by more than 2/3. Now we go on to P.
Mr.
And
Moderator.
speaking of which, if anyone needs to use the restroom, now is a good time to do so.
Mr. Moderator, Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves Article P motion as printed on page 130 of the April 1st, 2023 Annual Town Meeting Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen and Planning Board recommend this article.
Okay.
Seconded?
Ready to go.
Okay, Article P involves with excavation and filling in. There's only one change to Article P, which is Section 13 in the bylaw now. It eliminates the provision that exempts refuse disposal filling in by the town from the site plan review section of Article P, because the town doesn't operate landfills anymore. This is an old provision where the town operated a landfill where you actually bury the waste under the ground. It doesn't do that. It has no relevance whatsoever, and it was eliminated when this was reviewed as part of a comprehensive review of these provisions. Other than that, Section 13, Article P, stays the same.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Any comments or questions? Requires a 2/3 vote. If you are in favor of this, you press 1 or A. If you are opposed, you press 2 or B, starting now. That motion carries by more than 2/3, 95% to 5%, or 138 to 7. We move on.
Okay, Article Q, this really...
Moderator,
I'm sorry.
Article Q. Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves Article Q motion printed on page 139 of the April 1st, 2023 Annual Town Meeting Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen and Planning Board recommend.
Moved and seconded. Yes.
Okay. Article Q, this is a short amendment to the Planning Board Site Plan Review procedural jurisdiction. Basically, what we're going to be requiring, assuming this is adopted, is that once a site plan review is approved by our board, it gets a certification from the town clerk that 20 days have elapsed without a legal challenge to the site plan. And once that certification is obtained, the site plan is then recorded with the Registry of Deeds down in Salem. It's the Essex County Registry of Deeds before the commencement of work. There is no other substantive change to Article Q.
And it's not GQ, Mr. Murphy, it's just Q.
Depends on how you dress.
Disappointed. Any questions on Article Q? Okay, you've heard the motion. If you are in favor, you press 1 or A. If you are opposed, it's 2 or B, starting now. That motion carries. 92 is more than 66 2/3, so it passes by more than 2/3, 92% to 8%, or 125 to 11. We move on.
Mr. Moderator, Article R, Planning Board Chair Jason Shaw moves the town approve Article R motion is printed on page 148 of the April 1st, 2023 Annual Town Meeting Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen and Planning Board recommend this article.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded.
Okay, Article R. This is something our building inspector, Paul Orlando, has been waiting for. Article R does a couple of things. First of all, it creates in the, this is under administration and enforcement, that's section 14. It creates a procedure for written zoning complaints. If you have a zoning complaint against someone in the town or your neighbor, you now, under this article, there's a file that written complaint with the building inspector, and it requires that he investigate the complaint within 14 days, and if a violation is found, excuse me, the building inspector is to give a written notice of the violation and demand a correction. If there's no violation found, the building inspector will notify the complaining person of his investigation. If a violation is found, the building inspector is authorized to commence a civil proceeding. And this is really important. He can commence that proceeding with the potential of a $300 a day fine if the violation is not corrected. There are no other substantive changes. This gives needed enforcement power to the building inspector, who doesn't have any of this now. And his only option is to go to town council, get town council involved, start a lawsuit, and cost the taxpayers of this town big money to correct a zoning violation. And that's really not the way it should be done. If there's a zoning violation, this provides a clear, quick process for that violation to be addressed, and it allows the building inspector to address it. And I believe he is in favor of this. That's why he's been sitting here for the last few hours. So there we go.
Mr. Orlando, would you like to come up?
As Mr. Shaw just stated, I am fully in support of this bylaw. The way the bylaw is right now, if there is a zoning violation, I do not have the power to impose a fine. We have to go to court and have a judge impose a fine. So if this is passed, it will allow me at the local level to impose a fine for a local bylaw, a zoning bylaw, and it will help me to do my job better. Thank you.
All righty. Charles?
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I support the idea that our current building inspector should have the right to assess zoning fines. However, I'd like to amend this so as to have means testing applied. I feel that an out-of-town...
We're not going to do any amendments unless they had been given to me 48 hours before the meeting.
Very good, then. I would simply ask that we reject this in favor of putting in means testing so as to separate out a zoning violation by an elderly homeowner from a zoning violation from a well-moneyed corporation doing development in our town. $300 a day is a pittance to $1 million company.
Yes, ma'am.
Amy Sieben, 5 Row Avenue. I just have a point of question, a clarification. A complaint within 14 days. Is that 14 work days? Also, if the building inspector is out of town on vacation, does that mean that there is no ability to put in a zoning complaint by a neighbor or any other question?
I couldn't hear that.
So let's move on to Toby.
Sorry, I couldn't hear your question.
I'll restate the question. Again, Amy Sieben, 5 Row Avenue. A question about the 14 days requirement for a complaint to be filed. If the zoning inspector is out of town on vacation, is there any remediation, or are you allowed to put in any type of complaint? The other question is it 14 business days or 14 calendar days?
Are you talking about the 14 days that he has to investigate the violation? Is that what we're talking about here?
Just asking a point of question. I don't know.
Are you talking about that or the correction of a violation?
I think I'm talking about bullet point 1 that's on the slide right there. It says that it should be investigated within 14 days.
Yeah, he requires him to investigate it within 14 days. Correct.
So if he is not in town,
So if
Can he
who's
go on
not in
vacation?
town?
We're not
the
going to
bill-
have conversations.
Yeah, I don't really understand. He has to investigate it. It's 14 days. It's not business days. It's 14 days. That's the
We're going to hear from town council on this.
Mr. Moderator, if I may, the courts have held that the 14 days is directory, not mandatory.
Okay. Mr. Arsenian.
Thank you. Yes, we would like to see the zoning code enforced, and it's a good thing if the building inspector is enthusiastic about it. But what's offered here, is not fair and doesn't make proper sense. The building inspector wants a complaint, a written complaint. This isn't drop a dime. You can't anonymously start denouncing people, as was earlier at a planning board meeting suggested. Written complaints, and they're a matter of public record, so we should all be straight on that. And you file the complaint, the building inspector, who is wise and fair, has 14 days to investigate. And supposing he then decides that the person you've complained of is innocent, you have the right, the person complaining, to go to the Board of Appeals, who are yet wiser and fairer than the building inspector, and will make the ultimate decision. What about the person who is complained of, the person who the complaint is lodged against? That person doesn't seem to have any rights as this is written. Whatever happened to due process? First we find you guilty and start fining you, and then afterwards, I suppose, you could go to court. That would be expensive and painful for all concerned. So I think that the idea, has promise, but as it's written up, it's badly defective. It's not fair. The presumption is, in American law, that you're innocent until proven guilty, and this seems to be on the opposite presumption. Once the building inspector has ruled against you, you're guilty, and then you can go to the Board of Appeals and prove yourself innocent. I guess I also have trouble with the $300 fine, although I think what was said about people with deep pockets as opposed to those who are poor has some merit. I don't know that you could reasonably hope to adjust that. But the timeline on it, it could be half a month before you got to go to sing your story to the Board of Appeals, by which time, at $300 a day, you would be $4,500 in the hole, and not all of us keep $4,500 stuffed under the mattress.
You would not get a good night's sleep. Yes, sir.
Yeah, John Kulikowski, 5 Phillips Avenue. My main concern is the dollar amount. I think it is excessive. And this may mean little money for some people that have a lot of money, but still in all, for the people who may not have that kind of income, this is a lot of money, and it could add up very quickly. So I think that that amount should be lowered significantly, if at all, to be passed, personally.
All right, you can be next.
Denise,
Denise, come on up. Yes.
Charles Brown, 140 South Street. I have a question about, how this might be applied. It would seem to me that if one has prepared plans, they've been approved, that the area where this might come into contention would be a layout area on the actual building site where a house or garage got built too close to, or didn't honor the approved setback. And the question then is, who's responsible for that $300 a day fine? Is it the homeowner or the contractor or whoever, failed to lay out the site properly?
Depend on, that's between them.
Wait a minute.
Mr. Moderator, if I may, the fines do not start immediately. There's a complaint lodged. There's time for the investigation. Paul will then, or Mr. Orlando will then issue some kind of determination to the homeowner. most likely give them time to fix the zoning violation. If they do not fix the zoning violation within that amount of time, then fines can be levied. With regard to who the fines are levied to, it's the homeowner as the property owner.
Thank you. Denise Donnelly, 72 Pigeon Hill Street. Toby, as you know, Town Council answered your concern during the pre-meeting, and I would like Town Council, if I could ask for Town Council to repeat the answer to the question about appeal of the person who is the complained upon.
Sure. Sorry about that. So Mr. Arsenian was concerned about if the person, the so-called violator, if they have any rights of appeal, and they do under 40A sections 8 and 15, if Mr. Orlando issues a cease and desist letter to someone, they have 30 days to appeal that to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
This is only for zoning violations. It's not building code violations. It's only for violations under the zoning law. And as council intimated, you know, it's the building inspector can give the person who's committed the violation, you know, a significant time based on the circumstances to correct it, what he thinks is reasonable for the correction of the violation. It is not a criminal violation. There's no guilt or innocence criminally. This is a civil matter. It's authority that under the current zoning, the building inspector has essentially no enforcement power at all. And this remedies that.
Mr. Sepula.
Yes, Z. Sepula, 92 Granite Street. When the town council answered regarding the appeal, I'd like to know, is there a standard format, like when Paul Orlando would issue a violation letter? Usually, typically, down at the bottom paragraph, there's a sort of a thing. If you disagree with this determination, you have appeal rights for 30 days, blah, blah, blah. Is it all spelled out in some law that the person who is being affected completely understands their appeal rights and things like that? In other words, you know, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, we don't have this yet.
Well, I'd like to, if I ever got one, I'd like to have it.
I can answer that for you. Typically, when I issue a violation order, at the bottom of that notice, it will say, in accordance with Chapter 40A, Section 8, and Section 15, you are entitled to appeal my decision. So, and that is an appeal to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
And does it also say that during the period of appeal, you're exempt from the fine, or would that be possibly retroactive to the date of the violation?
Sir, it's they're two separate issues. So the appeal would go to the board of appeals. The fine is under the discretion of the building official, and most likely the fines would not be due until the Board of Appeals hears the appeal.
But we're not going to have a conversation. Anybody else?
Maybe we'll have one in court.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I'd respectfully suggest that this is incomplete without a minimum period before which the fine can be collected. As we have Paul Orlando, he's done his job dutifully. We have no idea of who's going to be his successor. I don't like having the option of somebody assessing fines that become immediately due solely based on their discretion. Let's put in some guardrails.
Anybody else before we vote? All right, you have heard the motion. If you are in favor, you're going to press 1 or A. If you are opposed, you're going to press 2 or B. It requires a 2/3 vote, starting Now. Then what, BB? BB. And this passed. 82% is more than 2/3. And it was 82 to 18, and numerically, 130 to 28. We move on now to the other two articles. We have BB and then DD.
Mr. Moderator, lead the...
And I'd like to give a round of applause to Jason and to the planning board. This was an awful lot of effort. And to all of you. All right.
Mr. Moderator, Diane Vella moves Article BB as indicated in the motion printed on page 166 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet.
Second it?
Moved and seconded.
Hi, I'm Diane Vella at 17 King Street. I am one of the founding mothers of the Rockport Affordable Housing Coalition and a newly appointed trustee to the Rockport Affordable Housing Trust Fund that has been on our books since 2017, but just got appointed. I'm asking that the residents approve my citizens petition to increase the bylaw from the planning board for the ADU's minimum rental period from 6 months to the standard 12 months, contiguous months in a row. ADUs were passed a year ago, so that's not the question. The question is to amend from 6 months minimum lease to 12 months. A 12-month rental of ADUs in Rockport will begin to plug some of the loss of rental housing which has been taken up by Airbnbs, VRBOs, and not only shrink our year-round housing stock, but also has contributed to the closing of our historic inns. 12-month rentals promote what's called entry growth in the rental housing market by filling in the niche for small families, couples, and seniors. 6 months is still considered seasonal rental. The 12-month minimum will support Rockport's moderate housing needs by increasing our housing stock and moderating rental prices as ADUs are smaller homes. I urge you to vote for this, and it is supported by the Planning Board of Rockport. Thank you.
All right, Toby.
Toby Arsenian, Cavil and Carp. The word contiguous is a mistake. 12 contiguous months. Contiguous is spatial, and what you want is duration. You might go for the word continuous or sequential. I could offer an amendment, but with my teddy bear to defend me, I could offer an amendment. Maybe Diane Vella would be allowed to offer an amendment so we don't put things that are semi-literate into the zoning code. Not that there isn't a lot like that there already. People, had high hopes of the ADUs, voted last May. They were sold to the public as being affordable housing. In fact, would be no such thing unless you were building them yourself to put your aged parent in or your shiftless 20-year-old. They would be market rate apartments. So all of this was sold on false pretenses, and indeed they might all be snapped up by uppity yuppies from Cambridge and Boston. When people arrive on your doorstep and propose to rent the unit, you would be hard-pressed to say no to them. And woe betide you if the people who arrived on your doorstep to rent them were college students 4 or 5 you'd rather not have, immigrants 4 or 5 you'd rather not have. Those people might actually need affordable housing. But what you're going to get here is nothing of the sort. So I can't offer the amendment, even with the protection of my teddy bear. Maybe Diane Vella would be allowed to correct the mess here.
Well, I love your teddy bear, but we're going to not hear the amendment because we're not going to do it with these zoning articles unless it was given 48 hours ahead of time. But I do like your teddy bear. Do you have a teddy bear, John?
No, not for many years. Do you? Maybe you need one. Anyway, John Kulikowski, 5 Phillips Avenue. I have a question concerning it. How does this affect winter rentals?
How does it affect winter rentals?
Wouldn't this eliminate winter
Yeah,
rentals?
in ADUs, if it went to 12 months, then
Yeah, because
it's not going to be a winter rental unless it's a very long winter.
Yeah, I was introduced to Rockport because of a winter rental. I had a winter rental when I moved up here, and I grew to love the town because of that. And I think you're preclude. I don't have a house to rent for the winter now, and it's not me personally, but I do think it is somewhat unfair to the people who use the houses seasonally, and they're just trying to pay the tax bill, and they want to rent their house out for the winter to some resident who would like a winter rental. I've also seen that winter rentals sometimes help ease the housing issues for some people. They have some place to stay for a short duration while they're looking for something more permanent. So I have a problem with the time period, and I would think this should be considered. Thank you.
David Kaplan, 14 Drumlin Road. The complaint about the exact word used to denote a continuous period is actually correct, but I'd like to suggest that that be forwarded to the town clerk, since that is in fact a grammatical correction.
So noted.
Laurie McKenna, 31 High Street. I understand the rationale for this motion, and I support it. But I, too, am troubled by the 12 months that's specified here. I think, aside from winter rentals, there are situations where students might be in the area for the academic year, which is about 9 months. And also, if people are moving to the area for a job for the first time, they may be hard-pressed to find something right away and would be interested in a shorter-term rental. So I'm going to vote against this unless somehow it's less than 12 months.
Hi, everyone. Barbara Kaplan, 4 Ocean Avenue. I would just like to say I think this word affordable is bandied about. And Toby, we're not talking about increasing affordable housing here. We're talking about just increasing the opportunity for housing. Most of the time when you rent an apartment, it's a one-year lease. So this would be in sync with renting a one-year lease. It would give people an opportunity to come into our town. Maybe they're got a new job and they're thinking about buying. Maybe they're thinking about living in another town. But it makes so much more sense to have a year rental than a 6-month rental. And it has nothing to do with affordable, the real definition of affordable housing. It just has to do with increasing housing and making more housing available for people. And they are smaller units, so they are going to be less. And that's all I have to say.
Okay, we're going to hear from Sarah Wilkinson next. Go ahead, Sarah.
Sure, Sarah Wilkinson, and I will say that the Board of Selectmen was split on this, 2-2. Just for a second, I'd like to speak my personal view, not on behalf of the board, but when my husband and I were first married, I actually completely agree with the theory of this article, but when my husband and I were first married, we did a winter rental while we saved up for a down payment for 12 years, and then were able to afford a house here. So I like to think that we were able to establish roots here on our own while supporting a family who lived here in the summer, and they were able to afford keeping the house that they had actually inherited. So it seemed like a win-win for me that supported the community. So I personally would be in favor of even making this 9 or 10 months, but 12 months just seems a little bit too stringent and may just kind of tie our hands too much. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, Jonathan Lillia, 3 Pigeon Hill Street. I'm going to piggyback on something that Mrs. Wilkinson just said. At this time of year, the yacht club is always looking for space for staff to live for 3 or 4 months of time. And they're always backs pressed against the wall in a scramble to try to find these types of places. And to say that we need to have a lease of 12 months where there are particular circumstances, her experience, the back 9 months of the year, I'm saying the middle 3 months of the year, you need a little more flexibility, and 12 months does not do it. Thank you.
Peter Goodwin, 6 North Road. I don't care what the time period is, but would you please fix the word contiguous? It's wrong. Would the petitioner accept the word consecutive, which is much more to the point? If that would happen, take care.
Laura Evans, 77 High Street. I very much support Article BB. I think there seems to be a real dearth of year-round housing stock in town these days, and to bring in families that are not high earners and can buy houses. There's very few even winter rentals these days. Along with Diane, I'm one of the founders of the Rockport Affordable Housing Coalition, and in that capacity spoke to one of the representatives of Harbor Lights on what would it take to turn these 12-month leases of ADUs into kind of an organic way to increase Rockport's affordable housing stock. And she said that possibly working with the housing authority, if the leases and the person who's leasing W-2 became something that is approved by the town, this might be a way to increase Rockport's currently 4.9%. We need 10% of our housing stock to be affordable. Renting ADUs may be one way to achieve that. As well as the former speaker said, to increase the housing stock for people who are of lower income. Thank you.
Monica Lawton, 11 Story Street. I think we have to remember that these ADUs are, we're talking about accessory dwellings that are now allowed by virtue of amending our zoning bylaws. So these are newly constructed units. It does not affect the right of people currently to lease out or rent out their homes for any period of time they may choose. But now we're allowing, through a zoning variance basically, the construction of a new unit. And the purpose of that was really to create more permanent housing in town for families who want to be able to move here, for families who may need an in-law unit, etc. So this is a totally new construction. And in order to achieve the goal of providing permanent housing, the thought was a lease, a one-year lease, would be most desirable. As soon as you start reducing it to 9 months, 6 months, it becomes transient housing. And I don't think that's what the purpose of this was initially, and I think we need to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Yeah, Eric, we're just going to hear from the 3 people here, and then I sense we're ready to vote.
45 Pools Lane. I want to piggyback some additional information on what Monica, the prior speaker, just brought up. First of all, just to emphasize, this is only for new ADUs. So anyone that sees the need or desire for anything from 1 day to 364 days of a rental for a student or anybody, or someone wants to do a winter rental, there are a couple hundred minimum rental places that are relatively short-term that can be extended. This doesn't affect those at all. Any long-term rentals that exist in Rockport that might be 6 to 9 months right now, this doesn't affect those. Those continue in perpetuity. And all existing houses. So anyone that's saying, I want to go to Florida when I get older for 6 months, this doesn't affect you. You can rent for 6 months. This is only for new constructed ADUs, not all of the existing structures and rentals of any sort, only new ones that are built or permitted.
Beth Shapiro, 40 Stockholm Ave. I just want to give a slightly different take on this than the last few speakers, and even than the thinking of the proposal, because as someone who's fairly new to Rockport, who stayed at lots of Airbnbs while deciding to come here and also while working on renovating the house I bought, we'd very much like to build an ADU, but there's no way we can afford to do that if all we can rent it for is a small unit for 12-month regular housing. We very much want to build it so that when we're older, we can have someone stay in it who can care for us and we can stay in place. I think it's a very viable alternative for a lot of people who own houses here to be able to rent an ADU in a shorter term way to increase their ability to live here. But if it's a matter of the only way you can, if you build an ADU now, the only option is to rent it for 12 months, I just want to have everybody think about that. Most people won't be able to afford an ADU for that kind of income from it. And so it defeats the purpose of creating more rental housing. It won't be able to be built.
John Penaloza, 46 Main Street. The entire ADU proposal originally was definitely targeted at a dire need of Rockport, which is to have moderate and lower income housing available for us in the face of the gentrification that the whole country is facing in terms of housing ownership. The ADUs being rented doesn't directly help ownership of moderate or lower income people in Rockport, but it does ameliorate the issue in the short term. I think it's an important step to allow the 12-month rental, to have people living here permanently, to minimize the incentive to create Airbnbs, and it's also an important step for us to wrap our minds around other measures that will help protect Rockport for residents of Rockport and not for non-resident owners. Which we can take up again in the future, hopefully. Thank you.
Okay. You've heard the motion. If you are in favor of it, you're going to press 1 or A. If you are opposed, you're going to press 2 or B. It requires a majority vote starting now.
Point of order. What are we voting yes and no for? The 12 months is yes or no?
As the article says, it's to change the 6 to a 12.
So voting yes would change it from 6 to 12.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Wow, you already voted. I'm kidding. What are you guys doing? We're resetting the clock. The clock will be reset. I will let you know. I will go through the same spiel I've gone through 50 times today, and then we will vote. We need to clear the deck. Clear the deck on the screen. Oh. Ready to vote? Now. "59% voted yes, 47% voted no, so the motion carries. 41. What's that? It was told me that it was a majority is what it listed. It's already changed? So it was wrong in the book? Huh.
It's printed in the voters' review. It doesn't change the zoning. I mean, it has to do with ADUs that are allowed.
So well, I want to know. I want to do it right. Majority? That's how it is.
That's what we're discussing.
We have an opinion from town council that will require us to revote this.
It's my opinion that this vote needs a two-thirds vote. Under the change to 48 Section 5 that happened about a year ago, to allow for majority vote under Section 5, there's only certain reasons that you can do a majority vote, and one of them is to allow ADUs by right or by special permit. In my opinion, this isn't allowing ADUs, this is restricting the time period for renting ADUs. So in my opinion, this needs a two-thirds vote.
So we're going to revote. Yeah. Yep. Okay. So we are going to revote this thing. It needs two-thirds, so let's write that in the slide. I'm going to revote it because it's fundamentally changed. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Because it's a different,
It's just a different quantum of vote. Okay, this now
Point of
requires
order.
this requires two-thirds.
Point
And
of
so-
order.
Wait till I finish my sentence and then you can point of order. This requires a two-thirds vote per town council, and I believe it's fundamentally fair to revote it. And that's what we're going to do. Point of order? Yes.
I feel it's unfair to revote it. We already did, and the interpretation which might have been there before wasn't there when it might have been yet more useful. Thank you for the interpretation.
Okay. All right. If you are in favor of this, you're going to press 1 or A. If you are opposed, you're going to press 2 or B, starting now. Okay, so the motion fails. It's 58 in favor, 42% opposed, required a two-thirds vote, did not get it. 97 in favor, 69 opposed. We move on to Article DD.
Mr. Moderator, Article DD, lead petitioner Toby Arsenian moves Article DD as indicated in the motion printed on page 168 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen does not recommend this article.
Okay, Mr. Arsenian.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. Somebody should pat me on the back. I would withdraw it if that were possible, but I don't believe that that's proper because all of the other people who signed the petition have an equal right to it. The town meeting has already chosen to go with Jason Shaw's proposal that such units be approved. This is the same coin, the other side of it. If anyone who signed my petition wishes to forward it, good luck to them. I think we've made the wrong choice, but we've done it.
I think he wants to withdraw it, but he wants to see if anybody else wants to move it. Fitch, did you read it? You read the motion? Yeah.
Toby, you want to come up here? I'm not exactly sure what you want.
I didn't second it yet, so I didn't. I don't believe I did. No, because you didn't know what motion. I did. Yeah, I haven't yet, so. Yeah, I know. So are you just?
Are you not moving it?
So there's no second.
So there's no second to the motion?
Okay. Great, I'll give him a second. Sure. Okay. This was a different context. Okay, I think I get it now. Toby is not wishing to move this. The motion hasn't been seconded. If somebody wants to go forward on this, I guess they just shout out second and we'll go forward. If not, we'll move on to the next fun thing. I don't hear the word second. So we move on to the next fun thing, which is tea, and then tea is going to be followed by crackers. No, tea is going to be followed by H, V, W, Z, and then S. So we have a lot of fun things to accomplish here.
Okay,
So
Mr. Moderator.
we have tea.
Article T, lead petitioner Zena Cephala moves Article T as indicated in the motion printed on page 154 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen does not recommend this article.
Seconded?
$154. No. No, it was T and then H, V, W, Z. T, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, Z Cephala, 92 Granite Street. This is a fairly straightforward correction to the town charter, where the town charter specifies, which is a constitution of the town, specifies that there are certain prohibitions on multiple office holding. So what it says in section 5 of, I haven't got the actual, I think it's chapter 242 of the Acts of 1959, and is most recently amended by Chapter 133 of the Acts of 1995. In Section 5, it said, multiple offices. A member of the Board of Selectmen or of the School Committee or of the Finance Committee or Board of Commissioners of Public Works shall, during the term for which he was elected or appointed, be ineligible to hold any other elective or appointive town office or position. I've been involved with the town contesting the fact that they appoint members of those boards to other town appointed committees. And they had gotten a ruling a number of years ago that the town council at that time had ruled something to the extent that these positions were guided or governed by ex officio status. And while the town council did document what ex officio means and how it applies, the fact of the matter remains, if you look at the town meeting booklets that the Secretary of State puts out, it says that ex officio positions may be put in the town bylaws. There has to be a written governing document that defines who can be ex officio appointees, and we've never had that. So the reason why I'm asking for this change to the charter is because certain state laws now mandate that Board of Selectmen or DPW commissioners be appointed to various boards by their law. So, for example, for the Affordable Housing Trust, it states that a Board of Selectmen will be a member, one member of the Board of Selectmen. And for the Community Preservation Act, it states that one member of the DPW commissioners acting as a park commissioner will be a member of that Community Preservation Act. So what I'm doing is just asking the town to send to the legislature a request to change the charter so that we are in compliance with the state law as they see it on having those added official duties, so that the Community Preservation Committee and the Affordable Housing Trust are in concurrence or in agreement with the state law, but also in agreement with our town constitution. And so, it's been my experience that when we've had these people put onto committees before, they don't have the time to do both jobs. And so I'll offer up for an example, about 10 or 11 years ago, one of the selectmen was appointed to a tool company task force of which I was a member, and she, at the very first meeting, December 8th, 2011, offered to do the environmental assessment of the tool company to tell the town what the likely pollution things would be there and whether or not it was a big risk to the town to consider purchasing it. It never happened. It never got it. We never got the environmental assessment. So consequently, and I think the thing is that when people have a demanding job, such as a selectman or other town officials, they can't be expected to give the time that's necessary to do these things. It certainly cost us a major opportunity to pick up 5 acres of waterfront property for an astoundingly low price of $1,500,000. And that's attributable, I think, just directly to the fact that this charter provision was not applied to. So there it is. I don't know where I am in the time, but I think I probably got a few minutes. Anyway, I'll stand aside and entertain or answer whatever I can.
All right, any questions on this? We have one, and then we have, in the second, we'll need the microphone up here. But go ahead, Laura.
Laura Evans, 77 High Street. Point of order. I'm wondering, do we need a quorum of 150?
No.
We don't?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll get the microphone up to Pat, and then we'll go from there.
I just have a question. This is authorizing the Board of Selectmen to do something, but is it binding? Do they have to do it? That's my question.
I don't believe they do.
So this
No.
is a non-binding question.
In the manner of speaking, yes. All right, Denise, we'll hear from you. Get the microphone going.
Sure. Denise Donnelly, what's that? 72 Pigeon Hill Street. Zenas, you filed a lawsuit against the town on this very matter, and it was dismissed under summary judgment in 2021.
I don't recall that. I recall filing a lawsuit against the town for what was it? It wasn't this.
Well, while you figure that out, why don't we vote on this? Oh, Toby.
I think there's another reason why you don't want members of the Board of Selectmen, the DPW commissioners, and the Finance Committee, what was the other one, serving on other town committees. Not only do they have more than enough work doing what they're supposed to be doing, but it's inappropriate for people to be wearing two hats at once. The Board of Selectmen has a policy to limit the number of committees that people can serve on, although they have the possibility of waiving it. People can be spread too thin, and it's not a good idea to give anyone, too much power. You could have the expertise of these people, which you might very much want. These are the people who know about lots of things, some of it good and some of it bad. But you could have that. They could simply audit the committees, serve as auxiliary members, not voting members. That's the key thing, not voting members. And as for it going to being forwarded by the Board of Selectmen, Town Council can tell you that anything to do with the charter, they don't have to forward it at all. But in theory, this is a functioning democracy, and if we vote it, they're not legally obliged, but I would say common sense and fair play, and although it sounds pretentious, morally, they are obliged.
Yes, sir.
Charlie CV, 19 Ridgewood Road. Look, if I'm reading Z's proposal here correctly, what he wants to do is eliminate or insert the words after multiple offices, except where mandated by state law. Well, apparently there are some state laws on the topic, so it seems to me that given the fact that state law supersedes everything else, we can't offhandedly reject this. Now, I have no idea what state law says, but we certainly need to look at it. I don't think we can reject this out of hand.
Okay. Z, do you have any comments on anything before we vote?
Yes, I do now recall what Denise Donnelly was talking about with the lawsuit. This was part of a lawsuit that I did challenge the town's actions and asked to have a new tool company task force reappointed that was in strict legal accordance with the town's constitution. That lawsuit went before a judge up in the Newburyport District Court and was dismissed on the basis of standing. And standing means I wasn't able to show that I had been personally hurt or affected or financially abused by that vote. So the question was, the judge dismissed it on the basis of standing, and that was because she did that, she didn't look into any of the other aspects of the case. So Denise is right. It did go to court. It was dismissed, but it was never really adjudicated on the basis of what I wanted to have happen. It was adjudicated on the basis that I didn't show that I had been affected. So she's right on that respect.
And just for the record, you named me as a defendant as well, if you may recall. Just saying. Anything further before we vote?
Sure. Can I say something, Bob?
Sure.
Sarah Wilkinson, I know we're all laughing in jest, but just so people know, each of these lawsuits that ends up in front of a judge in court in Newburyport that I believe Bob was named, and several of us may have been named, as we often are, individually as well as the town. Cost the town, I don't have an exact amount on this one, but have the potential to cost the town several $1,000s for each lawsuit. So I think it's important that people just take pause and take note of that, that when we're kind of casually joking and looking at changing the town charter to do something like this, that there was already a lawsuit about this that was dismissed. Thanks.
I think we're ready to vote. I believe we're ready to
Answer that
vote.
charge.
See,
We lost
see.
$6 million by not buying the tool company. If you look at what the assessors...
All right, if you are in favor of this, you're going to hit 1 or A, and if you are opposed, 2 or B, starting now. Alas, it failed 34 to 66, or 50 to 97. We move on to Article H.
Mr. Moderator, lead petition Tom Meekus moves Article H as indicated in the motion printed on page 60 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen does not recommend this article. Government and Bylaw Committee recommends unfavorably.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Anybody here to discuss Article H? Anybody want to discuss it? All righty. Oh, Toby.
Toby Arsenian. It's not my article. It's Tom Meekis's article. I believe it's a petition article.
Turn the mics back. Turn the mics back. Yeah.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. It is a petition article, I do believe. You recall, we now have 35 articles on the warrant, of which I believe 15 are petition articles. One just wasn't moved. That's a great many to load onto the Springtown meeting, which of necessity has to deal with the budget. By law, it comes first. And it certainly would make sense to reserve the petition articles, where possible, to the fall town meeting. And in the Code of Bylaws, in the section that deals with town meetings, I wasn't prepared to speak for this, or I could quote it. In a moment, I could find it for you. It says, but the wording isn't binding, that the Springtown meeting is meant for financial articles and the fall town meeting meant for bylaw and zoning articles. Now, the Board of Selectmen has never held with that. And of course, if people bring petition articles, they have a right. They have to go on the warrant. But it would make sense to do this, because rather than overloading the Springtown meeting with all of the petition articles for zoning matters and bylaw matters, you could have them on the fall town meeting article. And people bring the petition articles to the Springtown meeting because it only requires 10 signatures. And you can get 10 signatures in a short amble around your neighborhood. But getting 100 signatures, which is what's required for the fall town meeting or any special town meeting, requires 100 signatures, which is a day at the dump at least. It's a minor ordeal. So if you'd rather that the town meetings didn't go on forever, this is a helpful proposal. The Board of Selectmen could choose, it's up to them, to add to their policy on town meeting articles a provision, although they can't be ordered to do this, a provision that would put the articles on for the Springtown meeting if somebody came forward with, I believe it's 20, is it 20 signatures? It's only 10 to get a petition article going, so it's a slightly higher hurdle to leap over, but still something that's easily doable. If you don't want meetings overloaded like this one, you might consider voting for it.
Okay, Town Council.
Through you, Mr. Moderator, the reason we gave an opinion that this would be in violation of law is because the general laws provide for a citizen petition to get on a town meeting warrant. For an annual town meeting, you only need 10 signatures, as was said. Then the board's required to put it on the warrant. It also says for any other meeting, a special town meeting, it requires 100 signatures, which I agree is a lot. But that's what the state law says, and so if this was submitted as a bylaw to reduce that 100 down to 20, the Attorney General would disapprove it, saying it's not consistent with state law.
Tom Meekus, 73 Marmion Way. What Toby said, plus I must give a different opinion to the opinion we just got from Town Council. I read the Mass General Law on this, and it says the Select Board shall place on the warrant for annual town meeting anything with 10 signatures, and shall place on the warrant for any other meeting 100 signatures. It doesn't say they shall not place anything with a fewer number of signatures. I know that the Select Board has latitude to place items on the warrant, and this is simply asking them to exercise that latitude for the benefits, as Toby said, of breaking the logjam of everything coming into the annual town meeting, and also preventing people from having to wait a whole year if they got something they want to address. They can do that more than once a year. I respect Town Council's opinion, but I know as the child of two lawyers that lawyers can have different opinions. And I'd like to see what the Attorney General has to say about this, and the only way to find that out is to pass this.
All right, you've heard the motion. If you are in favor, you're going to hit A or 1. If you are opposed, B or no. Requires a majority vote starting now. And that motion carried 53 to 47, or 53 to 47%, 73 to 65. All right, we move on.
Mr. Moderator, can I have a point of order, please?
Yes.
I hate to be a sore loser, but I know that this was looked at by Town Council, and it says on Article BB, it very clearly says it requires a majority vote. And they changed their mind. They obviously looked at this before, and I was very concerned that a lot of people, when the majority vote, they got up and left, and then it turned into a 2/3 vote. So I don't know if there's any recourse, but it just doesn't seem right to me.
Understand. Okay. We move on to Article V, as in Victor.
Mr. Moderator, the petitioner Toby Arsenian moves Article V as indicated in the motion printed on page 156 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen does not recommend this article.
I move to delete from the Code of Bylaws, Chapter 2, Town Meetings, Section 3, Preparation for Town Meetings, subsection B, reading. Amendments, where practical. Anticipated motions to amend main motion under any warrant article shall be provided to the moderator in writing 48 hours prior to town meeting. Now, it's certainly polite and sensible if you're able to provide the motions to the moderator beforehand, the 48 hours that's asked for. But requiring it as a condition for the articles, several have been rejected today, is a mistake. Many people, maybe most of us, lead very busy lives. We come here, we may or may not have had a chance to even read the warrant. So as the motion, the main motion under an article is read, you're seized with inspiration and you have an amendment to offer. Well, your amendment may be off the wall, it may be barely relevant, or it may be the very thing we all need, hitting the nail on the head. And if you are deprived of your opportunity to offer the amendment, then you are deprived of your rights as a citizen, and the town meeting is deprived of your insight. Now, springing something on the moderator and town council at the last moment is unfortunate for them, and they might well resent it. It's odd that somebody has to make the determination where practical, and as it turns out, that's the moderator, who is, of course, an interested party. He's the one who may be caught unawares or perhaps not sure of which way to jump. About the moderator, our moderator has the ability to think on his feet, and anyone who succeeds him needs to have that ability too. And town council is paid to know everything when it comes to the law. And if by some terrible mischance he's forgotten anything, he has a laptop, he has fingers, tappity tap, 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 and there is the answer. So it comes down to whether the rights of citizens are more important than the comfort and convenience of the moderator. Now, 1 second, and I will get the quotes from 2017 when we passed this mistaken venture. Brian Sullivan, who at the time was chair of the Government and Bylaw Committee meeting, said, "We spent quite a bit of time discussing this. And again, I'll just state that the intent is to encourage prior notice. The wording was specifically designed to prevent it becoming an ironclad restriction." Okay? And then further down, a different town council, but of course knowing everything as well. Obviously, the way that the proposed bylaw, this was Darren Klein, the proposed bylaw amendment is worded, it's directory. It's not mandatory, but also everyone should know that under the law, the moderator has the authority to determine all questions of order during a town meeting in Chapter 39. So even without the bylaw, when questions come up as to procedure and order, the moderator is the one who legally has the authority to make those determinations. So this just gives some direction, and like has been stated, encourages some sort of best practices. It's not creating any type of legal requirement, in my opinion. Well, it may not be creating a legal requirement, but it might just as well be. And then, if I can find, oh, here we go. This, I believe, was Robert Wisnick. And so, when they do look through the articles, if they do, they might think to do that ahead of time. So it's just to encourage people to do this. I'm not going to turn any aside. Although, if you're a regular town meeting and you don't do it, I might make a sarcastic comment and suggest that you do it in the future. No sarcastic comments.
So I'm going to comment a little bit. I typically don't, but I think it's appropriate in these next several that affect town meeting. And as they used to say in the Navy, the sailors at sea, what are they going to do? Send me to sea? So you're going to hear from me. It's been one of, I think, my important missions as moderator to try to increase participation in the meetings. And so I listen to what people tell me. And they tell me three things. They tell me that the meetings take too long. They tell me that there are too many stoppages in play, as it were. And they tell me that too few people participate and they ask all the questions and make all the comments. And I think due process, there's not much I can do about that. If there's somebody that's always springing to their feet, that's just the way it is. But to try to move the meetings along, and what I noticed before I became the moderator, was that somebody would come up with a typed piece of paper, they would spring it on the meeting at the last minute, like, aha, gotcha. And then everything would come to a halt, and everybody would look at what the amendment was, and we'd wait several minutes, and we'd move forward. So this was an attempt to try to minimize that. Now, if there are rookies and they just don't know, and they're making amendments, or sometimes it's appropriate, that happens. But if there are things like zoning, where we have hundreds of pages and we have public hearings on these things, not so much. Now, Toby, bless his heart, over the years, has done this. Many times he's given me the amendments, we've looked them over, and we've proceeded. And you can see, though, even when that happens, how much it slows down the meeting. You saw it happen today on several occasions. Some of these things are quite complex. But when people spring them on the meeting, it just makes it kind of grind to a halt. The other thing was stoppages for voting and moving the question, and we would have people put their votes in a box, and we'd count them, or we'd have people stand up, and we developed clickers. So we were able to deal with that. The thing that so far we haven't been able to do is people would like to be able to vote from the privacy of their home or their mother's bedroom or out on the soccer field, and we've worked on that, but we haven't quite gotten there. So I think that I would be in opposition to Toby's motion today. I think it's worked well over the years, and I think that whoever the next moderator is, it's going to be somebody, hopefully, that has good judgment and in whom you will trust, and they have discretion, and they have it for a reason. Thank you.
Nathan Ives, 19R Norwood Ave. I wholeheartedly oppose this measure. There are many people that come to this town meeting and heal amendments like they're grenades when that measure has not been in place, and it's not fair. Today's a classic example where you were able to move this along periodically when we weren't taking amendments that hadn't been submitted ahead of time. There's ample opportunity people have to consult the town website, read ahead, and prepare their motions in advance and get some clarity on it. So, thank you.
Aidan McCarthy, 58 High Street. Yeah, I think we should keep this on the books, because otherwise perhaps because obviously the point of this is to create more democracy, I'd say, but I think you could gum down the works sort of by having amendments over and over and over and over again. I think that would make things actually, ironically, less democratic, because then people lose the train of thought, and then they can't actually think about what they're actually voting on. And yeah, so I think that we should keep the way things as they are in this matter.
Okay, you've heard the motion. If you are in favor of it, you're going to press 1 or A, and if you are opposed, you're going to press 2 or B, starting now. And that motion failed, 19% to 81%. Or 27 to 112. I don't think the teddy bear voted, but we move on.
Mr. Moderator, Article W, Toby Arsenian moves Article W as indicated in the motion that is printed on page 157 of the April 1st, 2023 Voters Booklet. Board of Selectmen recommends this article.
Second it.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I move to amend the Code of Bylaws, Chapter 2, Town Meetings, Section 4C, Order of Action, by adding a new subsection, small Roman numeral 2, for any article that is non-binding. Before the article is moved, the moderator shall state why the article is non-binding. You'll notice with the articles that some are marked non-binding, some are marked 2/3, and so forth. We presumably trust the people who are running the meeting, the moderator and town council. When they make those decisions, it's not whimsy, it's on the basis of law, whether the local bylaws or state laws. And we're not sheep to be driven, and those up front are not shepherds to drive us. We're all free citizens and have a right to know what we're doing. So this is the right to know what you're doing and why it is non-binding. When I wrote this and handed it in, as required, the 48 hours and more for town council to vet it, it contained a provision that we would also be told the statute, both out of local bylaw or out of state law, on which the determination was made, that it was unbinding. But town council took that out of there. I think that that's unfortunate, since we're told that this is not binding. But anyway, the idea is that we would all know what we were doing. And I would remind you of a year and more ago with John Penalosa's petition for a surcharge on those with high-end properties. We spent something like 35 or 40 minutes discussing that before the moderator reminded us, it was there at the beginning, that all of this is non-binding, meaning you may not get anything out of it. Now, it's my feeling, it's not part of this article, that if we vote something and it legally can be done, that the selectmen are common sense, fair play, and morally obliged to do it. That's not the law, and that's not part of this article. This would just tell us what the law is and what we're going to get, what we're not going to get. It strikes me as mom the flag and apple pie. I hope we can vote for it.
Sarah Wilkinson for the Board of Selectmen. The Board of Selectmen voted to support this article, and to repeat Toby's words, we think that anything that makes us all, I think he said, feel better and know what we're doing is a good thing. And this seems like it would be really helpful to us as well.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Charlie Seavey for the Government and Bylaws Committee. We said essentially the same thing the Select Board did. It helps people understand what the heck's going on. Let's pass it.
All right, you've heard the motion. If you are in favor of it, you're going to press A or 1, and opposed B or no, or B, 2 or B if you want to vote no. Ready, starting now. And I believe there are 9 left. We've gone down from 512 to 9. Okay. This motion looks like it carried 127 to 6, or 95% to 5%. We move on.
Mr. Moderator, Article Z. Lead petitioner William Tobin moves Article Z as indicated in the motion printed on page 162 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen does not recommend this article. Government and Bylaw Committee reports unfavorably.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded. Sure.
Wow, huh? 407. But we made it. One of the things about this article is very
Please
important.
just state
People
your
have
name.
been...
State your name for the record.
Oh, William Tobin, 24 Beach Street.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can you all hear well? And me? Good. Thank you. So I move to see if the town registered voters present will vote to approve a citizen's petition article to change the quorum of the current in-use town bylaw in Chapter 2, Section 4B, line 3 in the paragraph by striking out the words, "those persons." Right? Because Currently, the law reads, those persons present constitutes a quorum. So if you wonderful legislators who remain wanted to call a quorum today or at the fall town meeting, you cannot. However, if you pass this, you will have a quorum. And I must say, 150 for a quorum is abysmally low, 2%, not much. Out of 6,114 registered voters. All right? So one of the things we want to do, really work at in this town, is figure out why. And I challenge you all on this today. I want the next meeting to have 1,000 people. Now that will be a heck of an accomplishment. And I know we can do it. Out of 6,000, call your neighbors, call your friends. So please vote this 150 quorum today, so we will have a quorum forever. Thank you so much. What are your questions? Go ahead, sir.
Now, Mr. Tobin?
Yes.
Why don't you step aside and I'll
of course.
make the determination as to who answers the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Alan Macmillan, 18 Story Street, Pigeon Cove. I am opposed to this, and I'll tell you why. Because I was here in this room 30 years ago when we didn't have a quorum, and the town moderator sent everyone home before people had cell phones to call as many people as we could get to have a quorum to run the town meeting, because there were so few people that showed up. The people who care about this town and want to be involved in government are all here. The part-timers who show up for their issues aren't here. To go through that process actually increased town meeting attendance by not having a quorum. Whoever shows up would be the quorum for regular scheduled town meetings. Special town meeting, yes, that's a different issue, but I'm totally opposed to this because I was here when we had to all go home and call other people to get here to have a town meeting, and it actually increased town meeting attendance, so I'm opposed to this. Thank you.
Sarah.
Sorry, Sarah Wilkinson, Board of Selectmen. The Selectmen are opposed to this petition. Basically, the reason why there is no quorum for the annual town meeting is because it is of the utmost importance that the town passes a budget. If the town doesn't pass a budget, the state eventually, well, if we had a quorum that we couldn't meet, we would have to call town meeting after town meeting until we had a quorum. A town meeting costs between $6,000 and $8,000 just to operate. And eventually the state would come in and they would put the whole town on a 1/12 budget, which basically means that until we pass the budget, they would only give us 1/12, so 1 month's worth of operating funds. And doing that would absolutely strangle the town payroll operating funds, the school payroll, school operating funds, and the effect of that would be that it would absolutely affect the town's bond rating, which traditionally has been excellent for years and years now. So that's the reasoning behind why there is no quorum for the annual town meeting. While we all do our part to get people, encourage people to come, and I think today was a great example of people who have been here all day, people coming for an hour. It is what it is, but there is town business that absolutely has to be conducted at the annual town meeting.
And I'm going to comment also from a pragmatic perspective. We did have a quorum requirement for the recent special town meeting for zoning, and that started about 40 minutes late because we didn't have a quorum. And I actually saw people going in and out to try to monkey around with the quorum where they didn't like the meeting was going. They were sneaking out while we were counting. And then, of course, that meeting didn't finish because we called the quorum and it didn't exist. So it's, unfortunately, we live in a hyper-partisan world, and that type of hanky-panky is what we would see on a regular basis. And so I think it would diminish the ability for our town meeting to operate. The best way to get a lot of people in here is to have brisk meetings, to, respect everybody, to let everybody participate, and to try to look for perhaps a better venue. I agree with you. I'd love to see 1,000 people at a meeting, and maybe we'll have a day someday where we can, meet by Zoom and sit around and vote in a non-personal way, but we don't have that yet. And so I think to try to force it artificially with a quorum, it has been tried before, and it was not successful, and I think it would be even less successful right now. Charlie.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I respectfully suggest that the onus is on the moderation and on the things brought to vote. I look around today, and I'd say that the average age in this room is substantially higher than the average age of the town. You aren't attracting younger people who have young children because Saturday is the day that people are trying to go to games and have family time. This meeting is an endurance event, and it requires people who have endurance and a sense of history, which gets us the present collective. It's not representative of the younger aspect of the town because they're unwilling to commit this amount of time to vote on Picayune matters. If we want to have attendance and participation, this should be restricted to budgetary matters, and that way it can fall within a reasonable set of time. I support the quorum on the basis that the onus has to be pushed back onto the duration and itinerary of this meeting so as to make it attendable at the quorum level. To have 150 people voting on budgetary matters of a town of 6,000 is narrowing at best. Thank you.
Yeah,
Mr.
what
Sepla.
a tough act to follow. Z. Sepla, 92 Granite Street. Every explanation I've heard in the last perhaps 20 years of why people don't come to town meeting is because it's slow, it's not fast enough. I wonder myself if those are the only reasons. I've heard, talking to other people, that there are many other reasons why people don't come to town meeting. And I think that it would be a great thing if this town instituted a survey, went right out to every person in this town and said, why don't you come to town meeting? And get that survey response and put it up for public view. I don't think that just the speed and duration of these meetings is necessarily the reason why people won't come. And I thank you.
Barbara Kaplan, 4 Ocean Avenue. I'm confused because I was at the last town meeting and we couldn't finish voting because we were told we needed a quorum of 150 and we couldn't start the meeting, as you said, moderator, because we didn't have 150. So do we have 150 quorum for meetings that are not annual? I'm very confused on
We don't have a quorum requirement for our two normal meetings, right? The spring meeting, the annual meeting, and the fall town meeting. But if we have other special or unusual town meetings, we have a quorum requirement. Is that right? Yeah, but it doesn't have a...
Special, but it falls under where you don't.
No, it doesn't. I think we changed that bylaw.
I'll show you the bylaw. Yep. It's considered.
But it's a special, but we don't have a quorum requirement.
And or the standing fall town meeting, which is called a special, but it's the standing fall. So there is
If I may, Mr. Moderator,
No.
it's right here.
I was going to move it along. Special town meetings are all have a quorum of 150. Thank you. Trying to speed it up?
No, because I want to be accurate.
This is the most, see, it says for any session, including, any adjourned session.
But isn't the issue, though, you get one?
So, here's how it reads. Here's how it reads. For any session, including any adjourned session of the annual spring or the standing fall town meeting, the quorum shall be those persons present. So the two normal meetings we have, there's no quorum. For any other meeting, any other town meeting, 150 voters shall constitute a quorum. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
Yeah, John Kulikowski, 5 Phillips Avenue. We've been here an awful long time already, and I do think the burden of making these meetings more efficient is up to the selectmen and various committees in town. They are to try to make it as easy as possible for people to participate. This is ridiculously long for a session to be here. A lot of people have other obligations as well. I think the burden is on you guys. As far as the quorum, I think the quorum is necessary to assure that at least some people are voting for it. You're not getting a good representation on these meetings, and you need the best representation as possible to be fair to the rest of the community. Thank you.
Go ahead. We'll get back to you. We want to hear from as many people as we can. Go ahead.
David Kaplan, 14 Drumlin Road. I am very much in sympathy with the general sentiment, but it is my strong opinion that the information offered in terms of what it would do to the town if we accept this is so compelling that very, very few people are undecided. I call the question.
Okay. He's moved the question. That's a 2/3 vote. We'll set it up on the computer. 2/3 to call the question. We're moving the question for Z. And that's 2/3. Moving the question. Okay, so we are now moving the question, which means if you vote yes, then all debate stops, and then we go back and vote on the thing. And it requires a 2/3 vote. You press 1 for yes and 2 for no. Any questions on what we're voting on? Okay, starting now. Okay, looks like we're ready to vote. 90% is more than 2/3, so it's 90-10 or 115 to 13. So now we will vote on Article Z. It's a majority vote, and it's going to be 1 for yes to reinstitute a quorum, and 2 or B for no. Starting now. And that motion failed, 23% to 77%. We now move on to Article S for Sam.
Moderator Zena Sepulveda moves Article S as indicated in the motion printed on page 153 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen does not recommend approval. Government bylaw reports in favor.
Second.
Yeah, Z. Sepula, 92 Granite Street. I hope I'll get at least 2 votes on this one, the 2 people that were standing in line when that question was called. I feel that this is a situation where I've made a motion that the moderator be able to interrupt after a motion to call a question and a second, the moderator be allowed to ask, does anybody have anything new to add to this debate? And I've asked that if those people raise their hands or so others signified, that the moderator would give them 2 minutes to bring up anything new. And in that course of the action, we would allow those people that have not yet spoken on an article but would like to have that ability to do so. I don't think it's a great thing to be able to extend a meeting or a person's speaking time 2 minutes, and I do think that it bears the fact that it's more important for those people that come here, that sit here for 8 hours, to have their opinions heard than to be able to push this thing a little bit quicker. So I think that the problem I have is that it's up to the moderator to make decisions on running the meeting. We don't elect people out here in the audience to run the meeting. We elect the moderator to run the meeting. And he's the one that can make the judgment as to whether or not people are just arguing back and forth or having something new to offer. That's all I have on this one. It's just a simple thing, and I'll pipe down.
Okay, we're going to hear from the Board of Selectmen first.
Ross Brackett, Board of Selectmen. As you know, we don't recommend this article, and one of the reasons I gave was because it's essentially taking the power away from you guys as individuals. I know you also have the power to speak, but as you've seen, some people have the power to call the questions at time, and they think the discussion isn't going anywhere. So by putting this in place, it takes that power away from you and gives it to the moderator, essentially. So that's one of the reasons I gave during when we're discussing.
All right. Okay.
Am I good?
Yep, we'll hear from you, Aiden, and then if you can bring the microphone down and give it to Pat when you're done, that would be great.
Simon ran off.
Aiden, thank you.
Yes, yeah. Aiden McCarthy, 58 High Street. Just real quick, I think that if there is anything new to be said, like genuinely, if anyone has anything new to be said, then the thing we're voting, the vote we just took, oh my God, move to question, will be, will be less than 2/3, and then we will go back to debating anyway. So I think if there genuinely is new stuff to go on, then that 2/3 threshold will not pass anyway. So I think we should keep it the way it is. And then I'll bring the down here. There you go. Yeah, I got it.
I just want to make a point that this town meeting is run by Robert's Rules of Order. And in Robert's Rules of Order, if I'm not wrong, it states that when someone calls the question, all debate ends. So if we're following Robert's Rules of Order, then this would be out of order.
Charlie CV, Pat's right that Robert's Rules of Order does say that, but the town bylaws also say that we can modify Robert's Rules of Orders. Robert's Rules 16, Section 5, 4, 5, and 6, calling the question must be seconded, is not debatable, and cannot be amended, which again doesn't mean we can't change that. On the other hand, Robert's Rules of Orders is 633 pages long. Let's not make it any more damn complicated. If you don't like a calling the question motion, vote against it.
Yeah, I want to hear from anyone else, and then I'm going to speak, and then you can speak. Yeah, since it's a moderator type question. I guess I'll comment on this one as well. So I have great belief in you, the legislators, and if somebody moves the question, I think it goes immediately to a vote, and if it has to be a supermajority, 2/3 of you, if 2/3 of you are ready to vote, I think you're ready to vote, and I think to tinker with this would be a very bad idea. Go ahead, Z.
Yes, I'd like to rebut both of those claims. A supermajority is 66 people out of 100, leaving 33 out of the 100 dissatisfied. That's what they call a supermajority. There's also such a thing as unanimous consent. If everybody in this room decided that they wanted to call a question, then I wouldn't have any problem with that. That is a supermajority. The problem I have with the idea of Robert's rules being guiding, Robert's rules is only a rule for this meeting. It's very, very low on the town hierarchy of laws and regulations. We have a constitution, we have bylaws, we have selectmen policies, we have all kinds of other regulations. The Robert's Rules of Order only governs the conduct of this meeting. It's about 4th on the list of a hierarchy of rules. So if the town wants to change Robert's Rules via a town bylaw, which they have done on reconsideration articles in this in our town bylaws, it's easily done. So I'm just saying, Robert's Rules is Robert's Rules, but they are not govern the town of Rockport. They only govern town meeting.
And my name is Robert. I sense that you are ready to vote. If you are in favor of this article, you're going to press A or 1. If you are opposed, you're going to press B or no, starting now. It appears that failed. 13% in favor, 87% opposed. We move on to FF.
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner Toby Arsenian moves Article FF resolution as indicated in the motion printed on page 170 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen do not recommend.
And that previous vote was 110 opposed and 16 in favor. FF.
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. I went around gathering signatures, assuming this was a town meeting article, but it's been demoted. It's merely a resolution. As I said before, if the Board of Selectmen and other town officials really wish to have a participatory democracy, you would honor a resolution. It reads as follows: the town meeting respectfully requests that all town officials make every effort to answer citizen questions relating to any article which is moved at town meeting. The town meeting respectfully requests that the moderator instruct town council to answer any citizen questions related to any article being moved at town meeting. It's simple. We all come here to vote out of concern for the town's affairs. To be honest about it, we're concerned about our own interests as well. But however we are motivated, we hope that people are as well informed as possible. Some people have the time and energy and inclination to attend meetings of town boards and committees, and some people have other endeavors which they feel are more important. Those people have absolutely as much right as anyone who has spent weeks and months immersing themselves in town affairs. And if you want the answers to a question at town meeting, town officials should be obliged, feel obliged. We can't order it to get up and answer your questions. I don't know that I can say any more about it. Originally, I'd included department heads, town council reviewing it, crossed that out. Since it's only advisory and not binding, you might consider that as well. The idea being that if the information is out there, we should all be free to have it. Thank you.
Anyone want to speak on this? Yes. Oh. You don't have to, because I think we're ready to vote. If you are in favor, vote yes. If you are opposed, vote no. Uh-oh.
It's okay. Everything's okay. We're fine. We're all fine.
If you're in favor, vote yes. If you're opposed, vote no. It's a majority. It's not binding because it's a resolution, but it is respectful. There we go. Starting now. Okay. And that motion carries 53% to 47%, or 65 legislators to 58 legislators. We have some pretty big, we have only a few, but some pretty big articles, and it is suggested that we take a 5-minute break, so this meeting will be in recess for 5 minutes.
She said down by the auditorium.
All right, fellow legislators, we're kind of sort of in the home stretch. Article AA is at page 163 of your voters' booklet, and we will begin.
Mr. Moderator, Zena Sepulveda moves Article AA as indicated in the motion printed on page 163 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen does not recommend this article.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Mr. Sepulveda.
Yes, Z. Sepulveda, 92 Granite Street. This bill, or this petition for a recall, is actually an outgrowth of last year's town meeting, which was conducted on April 2nd, 364 days ago. And at that meeting, term limit petition was discussed. And during the time that was discussed, what became apparent to me was that the people that were against term limits felt that you should not penalize good public servants who are doing a good job and rather than have some other way. So basically what I heard was that if you wanted to get rid of people that you thought were substandard or underperforming, the way to do that was to vote them out. And so I actually spent some time this past year watching that town meeting over and over again and taking down the comments that were made. And One of them that started out was, you don't like them, vote them out. We're too small to fool with this. Another one was, if you don't like the job I do, just don't vote for me. And finally, if you don't like the job we are doing, go to the polls and vote. I urge people to vote. So I took that as a message that the important way to get rid of people, or have a process that you can get rid of people that you don't think are doing the job, is by voting. And the only way I know of that other towns and communities in Massachusetts that have done this is with recall petitions. So I have, over the course of the last year, went and looked at every town and community in Massachusetts that does have recalls. And if we can put the view graph up of the map of Massachusetts, you can see it, the ones that do.
Just a minute.
We're working it.
Yep. I got nothing but time.
It's behind you on that one.
Wrong.
Just a moment.
Yeah, okay, that's it. Is the picture on those screens up there midway? No. All right. Basically, there's about 84 or 85 communities that are highlighted. They were highlighted in pink. Came out in some kind of a gray. Those are the ones that have instituted recall provisions. So there's a fair number of them. And every one of them is basically different in their parameters, but all follow the same basic pattern. So if you'll take this screen down and show me the flow chart, I'll walk you through that.
Flow chart.
Okay, yeah. A little further, yeah, well. All right, I'll read it off. The highlight up there is typical recall process for elected officials. And it starts out with a specified number of residents file an affidavit with name of official and the grounds for a recall. The town clerk issues petition blanks with the above information to the petitioners. A specified number of signed petitions are returned to the town clerk by a specific date. The town registers of voters validate and certify the signatures as legal voters. The town clerk gives the certified and validated petitions to the select board, and selectmen notify the person subject to recall that he or she may choose to resign or be subject to being recalled from office. Then we come to the decision point where the official either resigns or doesn't. And if he does, it's the end of the recall process. If not, it's that the selectmen order a special election. Now, that process is the same for just about every community in Massachusetts that has this. So there's nothing oddball or strange about it. The only thing that can be differing is the parameters, the numbers of the quantity of signers and things like that. So it's essentially a process that has been approved by towns, communities, cities, and submitted to the legislature and approved and put into their town bylaw. And what this does, as I've said, is it establishes a process, the only process, the only way that you can get rid of elected officials. So the question becomes, if you find that you are dealing with elected officials that are not conforming to town bylaws are renegades or whatever. The only way that they can be removed is by the way that they were elected. I'm getting an echo?
There's just a report of a renegade official, and they're reporting to the police.
So all I'm saying is, this is a process to do it. And I brought that forth because of the fact that when I saw the meeting last year on the term limits, I saw the major question was voting, voting, voting. And this is voting in its purest sense.
Okay. Anyone want to speak on this? Yes.
Thank you, Denise Donnelly, Select Board. I'd like to remind everyone that our term is 3 years. By the time you solicit the signatures, get the vote prepared, conduct the vote, have the attorneys involved, town attorneys involved to oversee the recall process, which you must do. You can't conduct a recall petition during the first 3 months or the last 3 months of a Board of Selectmen members' service, so there's really not that much time on a term. It's already time for the election, and I will remind everyone that to conduct an election, in addition to the attorney's fees that would be involved in overseeing this process, elections cost the town between $12,000 and $14,000 each to conduct. So this is not something that we can just take lightly. There's an expense associated with this as well. I think if somebody is committing, is a felon, it will be pretty clear that they will not be serving on the Board of Selectmen.
Okay, well, let's see. Well, hold on, Pat. Let's let Charlie talk, and then he'll bring the microphone down to you.
Okay, Charlie CV, Ridgewood Road. This is partly from the Government Bylaws Committee. A lot of it is from me. In fact, proof of advertising, Z and I talked about a lot about this thing last year. And as you know, I'm really opposed to term limits, but I do think we should have a mechanism. And I think the process that he's laid out here is a very good one. And pretty clearly, there are a whole bunch of other towns in Massachusetts that do have recall processes or recalls in their bylaws. So no argument with the overall idea. Unfortunately, I just can't go along with a great deal of the rest of what Z has laid out here. I think 20 people is just way too small a sample to kick off a recall process. You know, what if Ross turns out a bunch of crappy donuts someday and 20 people decide? It's just, and there are other things in here, you know, grounds for recall. Lack of fitness is defined by whom? Neglect of duties, again, is defined by whom? This almost anything will trigger off those 20 people. If there are actual indictable things, let's say we catch somebody with their fingers in the till, although as far as I know, there's only one elected official in town that actually makes money on the deal, you know, then the cops are going to get involved. There are a number of other things where the Massachusetts State Ethics Commission comes into play. Again, I think this is an important issue. I think we need one, but I think we need one that's a lot better worded. It's a lot tighter with some very precise definitions of what can get you into trouble and what cannot get you into trouble, and a considerably larger number of petitioners to kick this thing off. It's a good idea, or as they used to say in academic circles, the theory is great, the implementation is not so hot. Well, we're going to go through everybody. And that's, so let's kick this one down the road. I think as part of the Government and Bylaws Committee, I'm going to say I think we ought to look at this and put something together that is a lot tighter and a lot more workable than what Z has done. Although, again, he's got a really great process here, and I think he's given us something to work with.
Charlie, am I interpreting your comments to say you're requesting to move it back to your committee for?
No. I'm suggesting. I'm just suggesting.
Okay.
I'm not going to get into that.
Okay.
I'd like to.
All right, no, we're going to go through everybody. A lot of people. But yeah, Charlie, you're going to bring that down to Pat? Or Simon can do it? Thank you, Simon.
My pleasure.
I want to say thank you to the runner because my knees are in such a condition that I can't stand in line for a long time. So thank you for bringing the mic to me. I will make that motion to refer it to study because at this time there's a handful of people here and I don't think we should be making the decision for the whole town at this point. Let's talk about it. Let's think about it. Let's kick it around a little bit. Let's make sure it's exactly what we want and then bring it back to town meeting. I don't think this should be done by a citizen's petition at this point.
Okay.
The other thing I want to say is, again, the motion that passed saying whether this is binding or non-binding, I see this as non-binding. We can't, again, tell the Board of Selectmen what to do, and that's what this motion is doing. So thank you.
Okay, and for the record, that's Pat Brown, and moved and seconded. So now the motion before us is to refer this to committee, specifically the Town Government and Bylaw Committee for further review, and to report back to refer it back to us when they're done. Okay. Point of order? I can't hear you. Point of order?
I just want to make clear that Charlie, my
State-
name is
state your name, please.
Penny Pilser, 71 Eden Road, Vice Chair of the Government and Bylaws Committee. I just wanted to make clear that the request from Charlie for further consideration did not originate and was never discussed by our committee, and that we voted to make an unfavorable report on it for any number of reasons, not all of them having to do with the language. In fact, that isn't really what we discussed at all. Thank you.
Well, you may have it back. Okay, so the motion before us is to refer this to the Government and Bylaw Committee. Second. And it's a majority, and it has been seconded. If you want to do that, you're going to press 1 for yes. And if you don't, you're going to press 2 or B for no. Starting now. Okay, that motion carries, so this will go to the Government and Bylaw Committee. It's 64 to 36, or 77 to 44. So now we have Article I.
Mr. Moderator, lead petitioner Jonathan Ring moves Article I as indicated in the motion printed on page 61 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen does not recommend this article. Government and Bylaw reports unfavorably.
And is this binding, would you say? That question can be to Town Council, I guess?
Mr. Moderator, this first paragraph here, as it has been for the other proposed special acts, is the language that is recommended by the House and Senate Council. So in order for it to get to the legislature, it would have to be approved by town meeting, and the Board of Selectmen would have to decide to ask that it be filed.
So they wouldn't have to do it? They do have to do it.
It would have to be referred to the legislature through your representatives by the Board of Selectmen.
So,
They would make that.
So they would be bound to do
They would
it?
make that choice.
They wouldn't have to do it?
Correct.
Okay. So this is technically not binding because the selectmen could choose not to do it. Okay. Mr. Ring.
Thank you, Jonathan Ring, 9 Pools Lane. And that is true. The Board of Selectmen would not be required to do it, but the town meeting is authorizing the Board of Selectmen to do it if the majority votes to do it. There were 3 principal arguments made against it during the bylaw committee meeting. One argument about it was that it was not substantially different than past bylaws, but that's not true. The substantial difference of my term limit proposal is that it does not make term limits permanent. It makes them temporary and rotational. That is, if somebody serves 2 consecutive or non-consecutive terms, then they would be off for a term, and then they could come back for another 2 consecutive or non-consecutive terms, then off for another term, and so forth, rotational. That's the substantial difference. Another argument that was proposed, there was a power play, but I've always believed that all elected positions, so it involves all the boards, town moderator, town clerk, all of the positions, because I've said that before in many different forums when this has come up, that it shouldn't just be targeted at one board, because that's not fair, but that it should be all elected positions, and we want to increase the amount of people. And the other argument was that, well, I can't remember that argument at the moment, but let me tell you why you should vote for it. You should vote for it because you want to increase citizen involvement and participation. New opportunities created by open seats allow new people to enter the political field, which creates an influx of new ideas and new ways of doing things. It also prevents special interests from forming permanent relationships with elected officials and forces those special interests to make arguments on the merits rather than rely on sentimental relationships. You can increase voter turnout. A study by Dan Lewis and Siena College and Robin Coleman of the University of Central Missouri found that term limits can significantly increase voter turnout, as well as encouraging people to vote in down ballot races. Depending on term limit stringency and the typical turnout levels in a state, these effects could increase the size of the electorate by a quarter. You motivate elected officials to get important things done with a fixed horizon and a definitive due date. Term-limited elected officials are more motivated to achieve goals and pass important legislation while in office. In a study of 15 states with legislative term limits, Woods and Bronowski found that an increase in the legislator turnover positively correlates with legislature influence over the bureaucracy. And the majority of Americans support it. Well over 75% of Americans in most recent surveys have supported term limits. Oh, I just remembered the other argument that was posited by the members of the bylaw committee is that if the majority of you voted to pass this, the Board of Selectmen would never send it. So in other words, the argument is that the Board of Selectmen would never honor a democratic vote by town meeting. I think those 3 arguments against it are faulty because I do believe that the Board of Selectmen, even if you're not required to, would honor the democratic vote of the town meeting. At least that's my high hope. But I believe that you should pass these term limits amendment in order to increase democratic participation in our town and to create a way for new people to come in to elected office without having to challenge incumbents that they may like or agree with and would never want to challenge on a personal level. I think that would be good for our town, and I think that it would be good for democracy overall. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I will enjoy this debate. Thank you.
Mr. Lilia.
Yes, sir, Mr. Moderator. Jonathan Lilia, 3 Pigeon Hill Street. I'd like to vote in favor of this term limits petition. You don't have in corporate America CEOs staying for 10 plus years. They become stale, new ideas are needed to be brought forward, and by having politicians move out of a position, there creates vacancies. I think term limits is probably a less dramatic approach than a recall vote where someone is yanked out of office. Much simpler. Everyone understands what the playing rules are. And last, as we heard this morning, even the poet laureate from town is stepping down. So there are terms where people ought to stay, remain, and then leave. Thank you.
I'll get you in a minute. Go ahead. Yes.
William Tobin, 24 Beach Street. I'm totally in favor of the term limits Mr. Ring has proposed. They are substantially different than the petition that I began with Mr. Wagner. And I really like Jonathan's ideas because he gives new people a chance. He allows previous people who serve a chance to come back. And I think it's a very intelligent way, and well-researched way, and proven way to allow the Rockport voter to have more choice and not people who spend 10 or more years and totally start to game the system. And an awful lot of people will tell you what happens at town meeting. They'll say that to you. Oh, it's gamed. I'm not going to waste my time. So I think this really could help town meeting attendance and democracy in Rockport to thrive. Thank you.
Bill, can you bring that microphone up to Pat Brown?
Yes, I certainly will.
Simon left, and I'd like to thank Simon for being the microphone guy today, and we'll get to you guys over there.
Thank you. Get that. Ross?
No, go ahead, Pat.
Pat Brown, as your former town clerk for many years, I'd just like to say that it's a job. It's something that you need to be up on. You need to know Mass General laws. Elections don't run themselves. It's prior to the presidential election, the town clerk puts in more hours than you can imagine between early voting now and counting votes, and it's just a job. But it takes 3 years to even begin to understand what needs to be done. The other thing is, if town clerks actually have a network, there's always somebody there to talk to. Town council is always there for town clerks as well. But once you learn something, you don't need to have to be constantly asking the same questions over and over again. And if you replace the town clerk every 3 or 6 years, you're starting from step one. I'd like to say the same thing about the Board of Selectmen. It takes years to come up to snuff. Our Board of Selectmen is there because we put them there. We vote them in on a regular basis. If we don't vote them in, then they understand they're not doing the job that we expect them to do. They learn. It takes years. This town is involved in a lot of stuff that we don't know about. And it takes years for them to come up to snuff just knowing about what this town is going through. I would vote against this. And even though it is a non-binding question, I understand that maybe the 100 of us here have a say, but I don't think we should speak for the whole town, especially with something this important. Thank you.
Aiden, could you grab that microphone? In the meantime, we'll hear from the select persons.
Ross Brackett.
Oh, Charles, okay.
These
Thank you.
remarks are from Selectman Lilia. The entire board does agree with them, though. Only 3 towns out of 351 in Mass have term limits, hence the popularity and usefulness is not thought to be great. Second, the historic perspective of any select board member of past select board actions is minimized because of the absence of personal involvement. Third, the skill level of each member with regards to municipality decisions and functions is limited and stated alternatively. At any moment in time, no one on the select board will have more than 6 years overall experience, and 1 or possibly 2 members, depending upon the year, will be in the first year of their term. Lastly, the productivity of the select board can be expected to be reduced by the virtue of limited and or lack of experience on the individual members. And those are remarks from Selectman Lilia.
Okay, Charles.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street. I really appreciate the thought that went into Mr. Ring's proposal in that it allows for people to return. It does not automatically dissuade you from contributing your intelligence to the next person to sit in that chair. And it does allow for new blood. And one of the reasons I would advocate for something that does encourage turnover is we all remember when people were first elected. And we all remember how much they learned and how much they were willing to talk about when they first came to office. And that informed our democracy greatly. We all know that as they've served longer, they've grown more silent. So in the efforts to increase transparency and participation, but not lose the benefit of the experience and the mechanical knowledge that they have about statecraft in Massachusetts, I see Mr. Ring's proposal as a reasonable compromise. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we'll hear from Z and then Denise and then back to the line. Okay, Z.
Okay. Yeah, Z Seppala, 92 Granite Street. When I talked earlier about the meeting a year ago, there was that discussion on term limits. And what I found on that was it started out by people saying that this is a small town and we can't dicker with things like that. At the end of the meeting, I think it was Charmaine Blanchette said that, yes, it is a small town and people may not be willing to run against people that are their friends and neighbors. So I thought there really was a general aspect to term limits that doesn't exist with recall. Recall would be a specific thing. Term limits are general. And I think there was a huge, huge difference in the fact that these term limits don't become permanent. And anybody can attend a selectmen's meeting and avail themselves of their knowledge and advise the selectmen as town citizens. So I do think that there is a good reason for these, and I would support it. Thank you.
Okay. Denise.
Denise Donnelly, Select Board. When I ran, the last time I ran for Select Board, I was unopposed. So there's certainly opportunity for people to get involved. My predecessor, who fills the term, there are 3 different rotating terms of Select Board members. 2 people for 2 years, 2 people for 2 years, and 1 person for, 2 people for 3 years, 2 people for 3 years, and 1 person for 3 years. So I was the only one running. I ran unopposed. My predecessor, who filled the one person seat, also ran unopposed. So there's plenty of opportunity for people to get involved. That is not an issue in this town. What's an issue is that we do need lots more volunteers. We have plenty of openings on committees and are eagerly looking for people to step forward. So there's plenty of opportunity to get involved.
Colleen Coogan, 7 South Street Court. I'm in my final few months as a school committee member after 9 years. So I ran 3 times. You don't know who I am. I never purchased a sign. No one ever ran against me. Every time I ran, I asked people to compete with me. I am not a scary person. People were not afraid to compete against me. I ditto what was just said, that there are not enough people in this town sometimes. I'll also agree that the first 3 years, it's a steep learning curve. It's really in your second 3 years that you can come to your full skills and abilities. And in my last 3, I hope I've mentored some of the other folks and also provided some corporate history. So I am not going to vote for this.
Thank you.
Aidan McCarthy, 58 High Street. I think term limits is one of those things that is really great at like the federal level, but I think locally, though, it's a different story. We're really working with a different sort of model of governance, I think, and I think maybe at the federal level, you know, people all the way up in Congress, they're way away, maybe they're losing touch. But I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that the select board in town is losing touch with the town, at least fully. I mean, that might be controversial. I think that this idea for the local government isn't quite applicable. I also just think that something of this magnitude really would be better served on the town-wide ballot rather than just a couple hundred people, because it's really big. I think that's all I had.
Thank you. Commander Sullivan.
Thank you, Brian Sullivan, 6 Mary Helen Way. This may be clear from Colleen's remarks and Pat Brown's remarks, but in case it's missed by anybody, because it would have been missed by me, the motion goes to all elected officials, so not just the school committee, not just the selectmen, and most of the comments seem to be discussing the Board of Selectmen. But if I understand the motion as it's written, this would be the assessor of taxes, not only the town clerk, the planning board, the library trustees, and the school committee, and the housing authority, and the moderator. And I don't, frankly, picture that number of interested citizens coming out to replace all the experienced people on those various boards and committees. So I would vote against the motion. Thank you.
So that means I might come back.
Yes, John Kulikowski, 5 Phillips Avenue. It seems like a lot of people commented on the quorum that we have right now, and they didn't like it, so that seems to add more merit to the fact that we do need a quorum in the town meetings. But anyway, getting back to the point, no matter whether they recognized you or not, generally speaking, you have a name recognition factor. When you have selectmen or other positions running over and over again, people notice the name and they tend to vote name. So I think it's an unfair factor that has to be neutralized to a certain extent, and I do think you need new blood periodically to things freshen up a town and get new ideas into the system. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
I sense you are ready to vote. If you are, I still sense you're ready to vote. If you are in favor of this, it's just a sense I have. If you're in favor of this, you're going to vote A or 1. If you are opposed, you're going to vote B or 2, starting, and it's majority, now. Yeah, I sensed it. All right, 19% in favor, 81% opposed. The motion fails. The numbers are 24 and 102. We move on to X, Y, and G.
Thank you.
And
Back to the drawing board.
One? U. Oh, U is next. Yeah, after U, X, Y, and G. So U.
Mr. Moderator, Zena Sepulveda moves Article U as indicated in the motion printed on page 155 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. Board of Selectmen does not recommend this article.
Hello, everyone can hear me? At this point of the day, my brain is dead, and I wonder if Toby's teddy bear might speak more articulately, but I will give it a try. Okay, so I'm speaking on behalf of Jenny Armory, who actually submitted this motion. She's in California.
No, it's you.
Yep.
Hold just one moment, please.
Oh, we're doing X and Y, right?
U is next.
U is next.
Wait a minute.
Article U.
Article U, you're right after this next one. It's one more between.
But that's good. It's good to have practice. All right, is there anybody making a motion under Article U?
Sorry. Yeah.
Z for you.
Nothing. I'll just say it.
Z. Seppala, 92 Granite Street. Yeah, this is a real piece of cake. The Affordable Housing Trust has a state law that establishes it, and it says that there shall be a board of trustees in this section called the board, which shall include no less than 5 trustees, including the chief executive officer, as defined by Section 7 of Chapter 4. So what that means is that there's in Rockport, a chief executive officer would not be a mayor, it would be one of the selectmen. So the state law puts one of those selectmen on the Affordable Housing Trust. Our town bylaw says 1 members of the Board of Selectmen or their designee. And that clearly is in conflict with the state law. So I saw that and put this forth as a motion to correct that in our town bylaw. And I think the government bylaw is was going to do that anyway, but it had already been put forth as something we should do by a civic group I'm a member of. So it's a piece of cake. It just takes the S out of the members of the Board of Selectmen and its designates, and makes it in conformance with the state law. I hope.
Just ended.
Anyone want to discuss this? Is it a piece of cake or pieces of cake? All right.
Well, I
Penny?
find nothing a piece of cake here, but that's beside the point.
Penny Pilzer, Assistant Chair of the Government and Bylaws Committee. We would like to wait until we have a chance to look this over entirely. We're going to be revisiting the whole article as part of our 5-year review, and we had asked that, taken this on board and asked that we please just do this as part of our revision to the whole Affordable Housing Trust language. We still would like to do that. If we vote in favor of it today, it has to go up and get AG approval and this and that. We may not have it back for the fall town meeting, which is when we want to be bringing a bunch of our language approvals forward, and it just kind of gums up the works. And so we do oppose this motion.
Cake, gum, anyone else have any food items they want to talk about?
Toby Arsenian, 95 Granite Street. What Penny Pilsner just said was not an objection to what Mr. Seppala is proposing. It was basically saying that revisions to the Code of Bylaw are their territory and no one else should trespass upon it. And yet, if you go to Government and Bylaw Committee meetings with a hope of changing things or hope to make things better, you will find that you are only allowed to comment at the end after things have been discussed. So, it's like the moderator saying we're not going to have any back and forth. So, yes, you could leave it all to the Government and Bylaw Committee and hope that they might listen to citizens' concerns, and they might, or they might not, at which point you would be 6 months later and come here again. And unless you had got your amendment in 48 hours beforehand, rough luck for you.
Okay, you have heard the motion. If you are in favor, press 1 for A. If you are opposed, press 2 for B. Starting now. And that motion fails, 28% in favor, 72% opposed, or 30 and 76. We move on to X, which will be followed by Y, which would be followed by G.
Mr. Moderator, Diane Finch moves Article X as indicated in the motion printed on page 158 of the April 1st, 2023 voter's booklet. Board of Selectmen does not support the article.
Seconded.
You don't need to read it, you could just talk about it.
Okay, it's really my turn. Again, Jen Armory actually designed this motion and got all the signatures, more than enough signatures for it. And I'm reading for her because she prepared some notes, and then I'll give you a quick opinion of my own. I agree with everything that Jenny wrote, though. So basically, she says that the essence of the freedom to serve article is to state Rockport voters' preference for residents to be able to serve on multiple town committees. Before I read more of her, what I'd like to say is volunteers in this town, well, including the selectmen, we're all volunteers, work really hard, and there aren't enough of us. And there are some who have more time because they're fully retired and don't have to work at all, and bring with them decades of experience in engineering, solar, all different types of topics, and they should be highly appreciated and applauded, I think. I don't have as much time as some others. So that's the essence of what I think we're dealing with here is we need to appreciate our volunteers. Why limit volunteers to only 3 committees if some have a lot of time and a lot of experience? So what Jenny wrote also is that why is this needed? Well, as Denise said earlier, we don't have enough volunteers. So why get rid of those that are working so hard? Unless they've done something wrong, but the board has the ability to remove anyone that is not following the rules of committees. You know, maybe they're not showing up enough, maybe there are other reasons that they should not be representing the town in any way. I think that's been used in the past. But so the power is there. The Board of Selectmen rightfully has that power. They can say, this volunteer has been troublesome. I hope they don't do that to me, but you know, this ability is there. So I think all of you know that what we're trying to say is let's add to the bylaws the right for citizens to work on as many committees as they can handle. We are all different. We all have different time constraints. Some have kids. Some are partially retired. Let's take advantage of those who actually have the desire to contribute to Rockport. I don't see why this policy was implemented last year. It made no sense to me at the time, and I had expressed that to 2 of the selectmen. I also wondered if it was partly a personal issue with a former selectman when he created said policy. One who didn't get along with the only person that this policy has affected. So there were only 2 volunteers in this town that worked on more than 3 committees. One is very intelligent. No, actually, both are very intelligent and both are very hardworking. I'm glad I'm not using names. And both work harder than they should. I mean, obviously, I don't know, they have more time than I do, but they also are both very well versed on how municipalities work. They both bring different skills, but this new policy that started last year actually allows exemptions. Well, they both applied for an exemption because they're working hard and they don't want to let other people down that are working with them. And one got the exemption and one didn't. If anyone wants to know more about why I think that was, I'll talk to you off the public record, but the policy makes no sense. So Jenny's motion says to add the following terminology and to the bylaw, Chapter 6 on appointed boards and committees. There's A and B, she wants to add C that says encourage residents to volunteer for committees with no limit on the number of boards in which the resident can serve. And that one was Article Y. Article X actually says in Chapter 3, elected officers, Section 4, under Board of Selectmen, residents may serve on any number of multiple member bodies. Please allow it. Please allow people who want to work for the town to work for the town. And in the case of one of them who did not get the exemption, and you probably all know who it is, but under his leadership on the Green Committee, he brought in $1 million to the town. Why would you take someone like that and tell him not to work on too many committees? Can somebody explain that to me? I wish I could work as hard as he did. So that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. We'll hear from the board and then we'll open it up for other comment.
Sure. Sarah Wilkinson, Board of Selectmen. I will say, just so that everyone knows, this is non-binding in the sense that while it would add the, I believe, shall to the bylaw, Board of Selectmen can't be forced to appoint people to committees. So because we are elected, and obviously we're elected to make decisions that we believe in, we can't be forced, similar to other times today we've seen where elected officials can't be forced to say certain things or vote a certain way. We can't be forced to put people on committees. But the Board of Selectmen doesn't support this. I will say that this is this petition article I feel is a bit of a red herring in that the whole let the people serve. Of course we want people to serve. The reason this policy was made was to actually increase the number of volunteers to town committees. We've noticed over the past few years that certain committees had a monopoly of people, and we had people that were serving on 2 and 3 committees, and this is nothing personal. We aren't talking about just 2 individuals. Over the past several years, we have seen an increase in the same people kind of volunteering for multiple committees. So when we would recruit a new volunteer, they would go to a committee and they would feel totally uncomfortable. And I actually sent people to committee meetings and they came back to me and said, I'm really sorry, I would love to kind of dip my toes in volunteering for the town, but it seems like this is already, like, this committee works with this committee and the same people are on these committees, and frankly, I don't have the time to work a job on these committees. I was thinking, 1 or 2 hours a month volunteering. So we kind of put our heads together and said, what kind of equals the playing field and gives people the most opportunity to volunteer? And this policy was born. And I will say that since this policy is born, I feel like it has helped. I feel like I'm comfortable now to say to people, check out this committee, check out that committee. And so I actually feel like it's actually totally doing its job. We do have the ability to make exceptions. The only exception we've made is for an individual who was on a committee that was timed. I believe it was a building study committee that was working on a specific project, and that time was going to be running out. So that's the only exception we've made. Thank you.
Mr. Lilia.
Yes, Mr. Moderator, Jonathan Lilia, 3 Pigeon Hill Street. I've already spoken against my father today from Spain. Actually, right now I'm speaking in favor of some of his positions that he forwarded to me and wanted me to pass along in regard to the 3 committee limit. Being on 3 committees, you already have a large say on what happens in town. It also brings a limited view to a lot of business in town if you're on more than 1 committee, because you carry that same philosophy and outlook across a whole series of issues. Otherwise, you're going to end up being too spread out, too thin in terms of your preparation and your time. Selectmen also, and this was not said by the board over there, selectmen also tend to depend on committees for information that's beyond their expertise. Their views get narrowed if you have same members on multiple committees carrying out views across town policy. I agree with the board that it also helps pull more people in. And in fact, I was recently asked to come into the Conservation Commission because of an opening. So I believe that there is a good chance and a good philosophy there of bringing people in to be on those committees. If you're on multiple committees, you can also pick the ones you want to be on, focus on what's really important to you. And last, which my father didn't say and hasn't been said, is that even Congress in Washington limits members of House and Senate to the number of committees they're on. They're full-time legislators, they have more money than God, they have more paid staffers. We don't have that here. We ought to focus on being on 3 committees. Thank you.
Eric.
Yeah, Eric Hutchins, 45 Pools Lane. Don't get me wrong, I don't ever want to be on 4 committees. I've been on many, and I sit on lots of committee meetings, but in my opinion, I think this is just sending the wrong message. The limited number of people that actually want to do this extra effort, God love them. We all know that there's people out there that can do 10 times more than I, or half the people in this room, and if they're out there and want to do it, and they can do it, let them. Don't send the wrong message. We don't want more from you. If someone wants to put that kind of time in, most of the people in this room at this point do a lot of volunteer work even outside of town government. You just pick and choose what you want to do. I do 10 other things other than town government, like most of you in this room. You've got the time and energy. If someone says, I really just want to do town government and help, you send the right message. Let them. We let people do what if they can. You reserve the right as our elected officials, which I totally respect, to say, I don't think you should be on the committee. That's always reserved. But if there's a tangible reason that someone, even when you interview someone from a contractor perspective, one of the interview questions always is, tell me your other workload. If the workload doesn't look like they've got too much workload and can't do what you want out of them, then you don't hire them. And same thing with a committee member. If someone just says, I want to be on a bunch of things, and they're not proving themselves, then don't appoint them. But don't have a policy that just outright says, don't volunteer. I just think it's sending the wrong message to volunteers. Thank you.
Monica.
Monica Lawton, 11 Story Street. It's a little awkward to be up here at this moment, but I'd like to echo basically what Eric Hutchins said. And it sends the wrong message to restrict people who want to serve. It has a naturally limiting factor because there are limits to time, and I can speak from that from experience because I am the other individual. And I serve on a lot of committees, and I don't think it's necessarily been bad for the town. And I don't know of any other people who would be as crazy as I am to want to do as much as I do. And if there are people who are as crazy as I am to want to work on a lot of committees and do good for the town, then I think the town is the more to benefit from it, really. There is no reason to turn aside someone who has a selfless desire to give back to the town. Certainly the selectmen have the opportunity to not reappoint for cause, and certainly they should. But since we have so many committees with openings that go unfilled, I think the town should welcome anyone who has the time, the commitment, the energy, and the skills to serve in that position. I said right from the beginning that I hoped the selectmen would revisit the policy, and I continue to hope they will revisit the policy, which I think would be a better course of action than writing something into our bylaws to allow the right to serve. I think that is really going too far. So revisit the policy would be my recommendation, and I hope that will happen. Thank you.
Ann Patrisicki, 11 Eden Road. I agree with everything she just said except for the last part. I would like us to vote for this amendment today because I don't think it's reasonable to take In the case of the unnamed person, someone who was elected to an office and appointed by town meeting to one of the committees, to be forced to go off of a committee that someone had already successfully been serving on, that had a vacancy at that point. So that's what actually happened, and I don't think that the case of the Conservation Commission can be used, because that vacancy was not caused by people being on too many committees. There's lots of reasons why there's vacancies on the Conservation Commission, which is a long story. In order to encourage people to take part, I was on the Finance Committee for a couple of rounds. It takes a while to get to know what's going on the committees, too, just like the selectmen. So you serve on multiple committees, you start to learn, oh, I see why that committee needs to have this budget amendment, because when I was on the school committee, thus and such happened. It's not a bad thing to have people serve on multiple committees. I wish we had more volunteers. I would vote in favor of this.
Okay. All right, last person, and then we're going to vote.
Hi, Laura Evans, 77 High Street. I'm also the chairman of the Ad Hoc Water Committee, and we lost a very good member because he wasn't allowed to re-up because he's on 3 committees already. And so the town is poorer because of that. And I think it just sends really the wrong message to people who have a lot to volunteer for the town. And I urge everyone to vote for Article X. Thank you.
Okay, you've heard the motion. If you are in favor, you're going to press A or 1. If you are opposed, B or 2. And it's a majority vote starting now. And that motion carries 54 to 46%, or 57 to 48. We have 2 more to go. We have Y. I don't know. Y looks fairly similar to what we just discussed.
Mr. Moderator, Diane Finch moves Article Y as indicated in the motion printed on page 160 of the April 1, 2023 voters booklet. The Board of Selectmen does not support the article.
Moved and seconded, and since it is very similar, I'm hoping that we can get to the vote pretty soon. Seeing nobody wanting to speak, we're ready to vote. If you are in favor, press 1 or A. If you are opposed, press 2 or B, starting now. And that motion passes 55% to 45%, or 46 to 37. And now we finish with the famous line from The Graduate, plastic.
Mr. Moderator, Government and Bylaw Committee Vice Chair Penny Pilser moves Article G as indicated in the motion printed on page 55 of the April 1st, 2023 voters booklet. The Board of Selectmen recommends this article.
Seconded.
Greg Fistad, 18 Jewett Street. I'm part of the Government and Bylaw Committee. This bylaw was under review last year. We are going through this regular review of bylaws. This is part of that regular process of review. There are no substantive changes that are being advocated here. It was rewritten to consolidate what were essentially 4 different bylaws into one. There was a concern about uniform enforcement and a consistent set of fines. We tried to make it more uniform and more consistent. There were some duplicate definitions that were deleted. We worked with the Board of Health throughout this process, and the Board of Health voted unanimously to support this rewrite, which again is not substantive.
Okay, you've heard the motion. Any comments or questions?
Anyway, John Kulikowski, 5 Phillips Avenue. No question about it. China, India, Japan, probably quite a few of the South American countries do dumping in the ocean. Okay? That's known, established, and that's where a lot of the debris comes from. Back in, I guess, 1972, approximately 50 years ago, the Marine Protection Research and Sanctuary Act was passed, which pretty much outlawed dumping by the United States in the ocean. So in other words, our penalization, or not to use straws or any of this other plastic stuff, is basically not, it shouldn't be applicable to us since we're not doing it. Furthermore, in, let's see, 2018, we actually had a bipartisan act put into effect to clean up the oceans. Again, we were not dumping for over 50 years. So this seems like a law that shouldn't have been even in the books. It seems like a waste of time, and it's not a problem that we should endure because of other countries' activities. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Oops. Let's see. I'm not tall enough, but I'll try. Laura Hallowell,
I know the feeling.
37 High Street. If anybody's ever done a cleanup at Front Beach of plastics, you know that for every wad of seaweed, there are hundreds of plastic fragments in it. We may not be dumping as much as some countries, but there is an awful lot of unintentional dumping. This is absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Sharon Byrne-Kushida, 34 Marmion Way. Although I applaud the intent of this bylaw, there are parts of it that are particularly challenging, and I'm focusing on the compostable food service requirement. Cost and availability for a lot of these products are incredibly challenging for those that are impacted by this market. We currently have no existing composting facility either for the public or for our residents that would be able to break down the compostable plastics. I'm concerned about education, and it's not just educating our residents, but it's educating a very active tourist community. If any of you have looked into any of the trash or recycling barrels here today, which is common for me, there's a lot of contamination. And when it comes to food waste and compostables, contamination really counts. So we really need to be focused on educating everybody and having the infrastructure in place for this. And finally, the waiver that exists within the bylaw gives everybody the chance to opt out. And so I guess my concern is, like all of you that are talking about plastics and are concerned about waste, how do we move the needle forward? And so I guess if I have an ask today, is that I think that a work group or somebody, or a work group that I'm happy to be part of, could be formed to start working with the parties that are impacted to see how we can move the needle and really accomplish what I think this bylaw has intended. Thank you.
I'm going to say that. Yeah, I mean, before we go any further, we're not doing away with this bylaw. These are just making grammatical changes to structure of the paragraphs, capitalization, etc. So I just want us to focus on the sentence structure. If you don't like whether something's capitalized or where it is in the paragraph, that we can talk about, but we're not doing away with this in any sense. Is that right, Greg? Okay.
Charles Peterman, 22 Pleasant Street, and I love the grammar. It's perfect. The only thing that I have to raise as a point of information for folks is the realization that your compostable bowls from Chipotle, Sweet Green, Clover Food Labs, and a host of other of the green set, as it turns out, weren't compostable. They contained harmful chemicals, and these institutions have been subject to lawsuit. My concern for any mandating of compostable is, what are we doing as a town to keep up with the current state of what actually is compostable, as opposed to things that were ASTM'd in 5 years ago, but have since found to be harmful? Thank you.
Yes.
Denise Donnelly, Select Board. I just want to reiterate and underscore what Bob said. We're not discussing the plastics bylaw. We're discussing grammatical changes to the plastics bylaw. If you want to bring up changes to the substance of the plastics bylaw, that would be a different article.
I sense you're ready to vote.
Last one. Thank you, Bob.
You've heard the motion. If you're in favor of making these grammatical changes, you're going to press 1 or A. If you like the sentence structure the way it is, you're going to vote 2 or B, starting now. Now it's in. Yeah. Oh, look. It passed 89% to 11%. That's more than 50%. And it's 85 to 10. Chair will entertain a motion to dissolve this meeting. Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please scream out in joy. And opposed, just walk out quietly. Thank you all. This has been a lot of fun.